How is Xiang? Reporting to you, young clan leader. Because her battlefield wounds were infected, and she has lost too much blood, she is afraid. In the deep of night, when the Uchiha clansman beside him fell silent, and could no longer continue, Uchiha Madara clenched his jaw, 2 streams of searing hot tears sliding down from the corners of his eyes. How much time does she have left? She likely will not hold on until the sun rises tomorrow. Take me to see her. The camp was deathly quiet. Sparks from the bonfires drifted into the sky. Beneath the night curtain, Uchiha Madara hurriedly ran into a white tent at the rear. Xiang. On the sickbed lay a young girl, her expression gloomy and her face utterly bloodless. Her eyes, already dim, stared toward a vague dark silhouette in the distance, yet she still managed a faint smile. Is it Nii-san? Seeing Madara enter, Izuna, who had been kneeling in anguish at the side, struggled to his feet and made room, offering the closest spot to his elder brother. Xiang, you will be fine. The Senju clan has such deep foundations, perhaps they possess a way to save you. Once Nii-san breaks into their main camp tonight, he will definitely find a way to save you. As long as you can hold on until I return. Madara's voice rose with excitement, yet Xiang only shook her head. It's useless. I know my own body. She whispered. I do not have much time left. While I can still hear the sounds of this world, Nii-san, could you chat with me for a while? Xiang, what foolish things are you saying? Who said you will die? These are obviously just minor injuries. You will definitely pull through, won't you? Clasping Xiang's gradually chilling small hand, Madara's expression twisted in intense struggle. Even Nii-san can show such an expression, she murmured. It is truly a bit surprising. But this is the real Uchiha Madara. As the pain in her body gradually faded, and even her consciousness began to blur, Xiang whispered a few final words into Madara's ear, then showed a faintly regretful look and slowly closed her eyes. Although she was not originally a resident of this world, after living here for more than 10 years, she still found herself reluctant to part with it. She did not know whether this screw that had recklessly jammed itself into the turning gears would ultimately change the fate of the Uchiha clan and lead the world toward true peace, or whether because of her own death the conflicts would once again intensify. When she had first transmigrated, Xiang had never intended to alter the original course of events. She merely wished to live quietly within the Uchiha clan and survive in obscurity until the founding of Konoha. Yet humans are not plants or stones. In the end, worn down by the passage of time, she truly became Uchiha Xiang. At dawn, dressed in pure white, Uchiha Madara stood with Izuna and a group of clansmen before a stone stele, watching the delicate girl lying in the coffin slowly vanish from his sight. As the coffin lid slid into place, the scarlet tomo in Madara's eyes faded away. In their place appeared a hollow pattern where 3 tomo connected into a strange design. Knees in your eyes. Standing at Madara's side, Izuna felt a jolt in his heart as he saw the mysterious pattern swirling in his brother's pupils. This is the power Xiang bestowed upon me, the power to change the world. Madara recalled the exhortations Xiang had given him before her departure. Though he understood them, he had no intention of obeying. Reconcile with the Senju clan. What a joke. Since they dared to send the little sister he cherished most into the grave, he would wield this forbidden power to let them savor the very taste of terror. Xiang's consciousness sank into a hazy darkness. She did not know whether a single instant or many years had passed before light once more shone upon the depths of her heart. Buried deep beneath the earth, Xiang suddenly opened her eyes, crimson light flaring within her pupils. With a swish, a streak of eerie blue sword light streaked up from the ground. Kicking aside the damaged coffin lid, Xiang twisted her stiff neck, squinting as she tried to adapt to the sunlight blazing down from above. Where am I now? My head hurts. It seems I remember what happened. Sensing the faint power in her eyes, Xiang's steps wavered as she made her way to a nearby riverbank, where she finally saw what she currently looked like. She wore a loose white robe stained with patches of dirt. Though she looked rather grimy, the messiness instead lent her an air of simple rustic purity. I was careless, actually letting that white-haired Senju stab me in the back. Tidying her loose hair, Xiang let out a sigh as she stared at her reflection, where 3 tomo like small flying blades spun within her pupils. Opening the Mangekyō at the very brink of death, few could claim such a feat. She wondered whether Nii-san had joined forces with Hashirama to annihilate the 4 nations. Left Mangekyō Chitenjin god, capable of extraordinarily delaying the flow of time for herself and the surrounding space, or slightly accelerating time for herself. Right Mangekyō Anjin god, a power of absolute balance that can draw upon yin-aspected chakra to replenish yang-aspected chakra or convert it into ordinary chakra for use. Special talent, the chosen one. There was a reason the truck had its sights set on her. Her soul was of maximum strength and could slowly recover through rest. Though the abilities of her left and right Mangekyō did not seem particularly ostentatious, it was precisely through their power combined with her indomitable soul that Xiang was dragged back from the Pure Land's threshold. Moreover, the power of Anjin God could harmonize yin and yang. In a sense, it resolved the risk of blindness that came from overusing the Mangekyō. TSK. My head hurts so much. Is it because my yin-aspected chakra is depleted? Feeling the throbbing pressure in her head, Xiang shook it lightly, then rolled up her sleeves by the clear little river, scooping up some clean water to replenish herself. She had no idea how many years had passed. She had to first nurse herself back into proper condition, then observe what kind of world this had become. After a short while in a concealed cave, Xiang removed her clothes and used water release to wash away the lingering stench of decay clinging to her fair, delicate body. After so many years since her transmigration, Xiang no longer reacted much to her own body. At first, becoming a cute girl had indeed been thrilling, but as time passed, her interest had faded. After all, reborn into the Warring States era and constantly fighting, her body had long been covered in scars, leaving little to admire. She did not know if it was due to Anjin God's power, but the scars that had once marred her skin had vanished, and her complexion had become smoother and more delicate. At this point, food comes first. As her stomach growled, Xiang, though still suffering from a splitting headache, pushed aside the leaves covering the cave entrance, intending to go out and find some wild fruit to restore her strength. She truly looked forward to discovering what era this was now. If Nii-san learned that she was still alive, he would surely be overjoyed. She wondered whether Izuno was still alive. Since she had already taken the place of that important original character and been stabbed to death by that sinister white-haired man, perhaps he would now be able to live on in peace. Not long after Xiang left the cave, a few ninja wearing animal masks arrived. Frowning, they examined the messy footprints in the area. Someone has been here. Report the situation here to Lord Danzo immediately. Tonight's plan is about to begin. We must seal off the village entirely and not allow a single Uchiha to escape. Understood. Understood. This place truly has changed quite a bit from the Warring States era. Under the twilight sky, Xiang rubbed her hands together, feeling the warmth from the campfire and breaking into a delighted smile. In her early years, she had learned the art of grilling fish from her elder brother. Now at last, she could enjoy a full meal. She tore off a large bite of the grilled fish's crisp, tender flesh, savoring that pure, rich aroma as the weakness in her body gradually eased. Swish! A streak of silver flashed through the air. Sensing the anomaly, Xiang hurled the wooden skewer in her hand, meeting the incoming kunai, hidden in midair. A dozen shinobi wearing eerie demon masks leapt out from the surrounding bushes. Seeing the three tomo that instinctively flickered within Xiang's pupils, the captain at their head immediately gave the order to attack. By order of Lord Danzo, not a single member of the Uchiha clan is to be spared tonight. At the captain's command, several rude operatives instantly drew countless shuriken from their pouches and hurled them toward Xiang. So these are rude, huh? Looks like I'm a bit late. She flipped back several times to evade the rain of shuriken, and catching sight of the distinctive masks, Xiang's brows knit into a frown. She could only hope her elder brother was not yet dead. If he attempted to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan again, it would be nothing but a futile endeavor. She did not even know whether he had truly listened to her warnings. As a blade came cleaving down from the front, Xiang slipped past it, crimson light flaring within her twin pupils, and in an instant freezing two rude operatives who had been about to give chase. Using the bodies of the two rude operatives as shields to block a great fireball, Xiang gathered chakra into her palm. A surging torrent of lightning coursed into the ground blue-violet radiance, forcing the distant root unit to retreat. Her hands flew through a rapid sequence of seal's chakra, gathering in her throat, and a scorching fire dragon burst from the ground, baring its fangs as it surged forth. Fire release, majestic dragon flame technique. Boom. The raging flames erupted by the riverside. Through the drifting smoke and dust, Xiang's gaze fell upon several charred corpses on the ground, then locked onto the root operative fleeing in the distance. She snapped the blade in her hand, then infused it with chakra. With a flick of her fingers, it shot out like a bullet, leaving the barrel piercing straight through the root operative's chest in an instant. Blood splattered across the surrounding trees. Step by step she approached, and after using Jinjutsu to pry into the memories in his mind, a conflicted look surfaced on Xiang's face. Why did it have to be at this exact moment? Truly, I was born into the wrong time. It had been one thing to transmigrate into the Warring States era, but now, having only just awakened, she found herself at the very brink of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Yet judging from this world's history, the timing and events seemed to align almost perfectly with the original tale. In the end, nothing has changed at all. After sighing over that absurd era, Xiang twisted the root operative's neck, then changed into her victim's clothes, and gradually melted into the night. Her injuries had yet to heal, and she had no experience in invoking the Susanoo that resided within her Mangekyō Sharingan. Her combat strength was at best on par with an elite jonin. To confront Danzo and Obito Hiden would clearly be an act of folly. Still, with a bit of simple disguise, slipping into the Uchiha compound to stir up a few secret little incidents posed no problem at all. After a few hours, a faint veil of blood seemed to hang over the skies above Konoha. The once peaceful Uchiha district had long since been tightly encircled by root shinobi. Hearing his subordinates report that root corpses had been found in the forest of death, Danzo's brows creased. Any clue who did it? We don't know. We have done our utmost to search for traces and clues, but have found no sign of any suspicious individual. If you cannot find them, then set that matter aside for now. At this moment, eradicating the blight that is the Uchiha clan remains our highest priority. Understood, Lord Danzo. Standing atop a hillside and watching as the lights within the Uchiha compound gradually went out, Danzo glanced at the moon in the sky. At last, after a few minutes, he waved his hand and hundreds of fully armed root operatives vaulted over the outer walls into the clan grounds in an instant. After tonight, the Uchiha clan would be erased from the face of the world and Danzo would become the dark hero who purged this threat in the depths of the night. Please don't kill me. I still have a wife and children, don't. Blood splattered across the paper window, and the once bright chandelier flickered before finally sinking into darkness. In the dead of night, Uchiha Itachi's eyes awash in scarlet stared at the blood on his own hands as his heart slowly sank. Once hailed as the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had he now truly become nothing more than an unadulterated executioner. Yet all of this was after all for the sake of the village and the peace of the shinobi world. Shaking his head, Itachi, burdened by guilt, yet resolute in his heart, vanished into the veil of night. Not long after Itachi's departure, a dark figure appeared in the bloodstained room. Gazing at the Uchiha police force member who had died in terror, Xiang slowly crouched down and collected his Sharingan into a small vial. These Sharingan would likely all be scooped up by Obito and Danzo before the night was over. Though her actions might not be entirely moral, she told herself that in the grand scheme of things this was for the sake of the future. Covering the empty eye sockets of the police officer, Xiang quickly made her way toward the next sector. A cold, clammy wind, tinged with a faintly nauseating odor, swept through the Uchiha compound, as another pair of Sharingan was claimed by Xiang. But almost immediately, a sharp, blood-streaked longsword was pressed against her neck. You're not one of Danzo's people, are you? I've seen you several times now. I truly wonder, what do you want with so many Sharingan? It really is quite curious. From behind the clouds, the crimson moon slowly emerged, its blood-hued light spilling onto Obito's tiger-striped mask, adding yet another layer of killing intent to his already cold-blooded visage. In this silent hell, yet another force had appeared besides Danzo the Uchiha and himself. It truly was an unexpected development. This is a matter that concerns our Konoha. I should be the one to ask you that question. Isn't it more suspicious for an outsider to appear in Konoha? Feeling the sharp glint on his neck, Xiang calmly replied. Do you really think of yourself as a pawn of Danzo? A flash of red light flickered beneath Obito's mask, and the long blade resting against Xiang's neck began to slide down. A blinding spark ignited in the darkness as Xiang, holding a thread in hand, leaped out of the window with Obito morphing into a shadow and chasing after. Under the red moon, Xiang stepped on the rubble, producing a series of crisp sounds while the pursuing Obito flickered behind him like a ghost. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. As the roaring fireball flew toward him, Obito did not evade, but instead charged straight through. An iron chain wrapped around Xiang's hand, and as he watched the figure behind him swinging a blade, a surge of blue electricity flowed into Obito's hand. The blue lightning flickered in the night sky as Obito, shifting between phantoms and reality, engaged in a fierce battle with Xiang. The harsh clang of metal resonated in his ears. Amidst the ongoing battle, Obito was somewhat astonished by the ferocity of Xiang's swordsmanship, while also noticing many shadows of the Uchiha clan. Are you from the Uchiha clan? After being forced back a few steps, Obito looked at the figure before him, filled with shock. In response to Obito's question, Xiang remained silent, instead pointing toward the distant approaching figures of the route. My reinforcements have arrived. If you don't want to be treated as a threat by Konoha, you'd best not pursue me any further. With that, Xiang jumped off the rooftop, slowly disappearing into the night. I have not yet fallen to the point of being threatened by the decayed roots. Although he verbally dismissed the root, in reality Obito did not pursue Xiang, instead utilizing phasing to head deeper into the Uchiha clan's territory. That guy's lightning style and fluent swordsmanship were a bit troublesome for his phasing. Continuing to fight her might not be beneficial for him. It would be better to take this time to collect more Sharingan. Besides, Uchiha Itachi should have met with his parents by now, right? Regardless, to prevent any unforeseen events, he needed to keep an eye on things himself. Glancing back at the Obito who did not pursue him, Xiang looked at the root members who were methodically searching each house for corpses and clenched his fists, then slowly vanished into the darkness with the bottle containing Sharingan. Danzo, huh? Someday when I become stronger, I will return to avenge my clan. This night would be unforgettable as the most powerful clan within Konoha silently disappeared while the villagers remained asleep in their dreams. Not bothering with the news from Konoha, on the morning of a recent day, Xiang bandaged the wounds on his body in a small town several miles away from Konoha, then sat in a guest room, eating several bowls of tonkatsu ramen, diligently replenishing his chakra. After a night of fighting with Obito and running back and forth, he had truly exhausted quite a bit of energy. The Uchiha clan had vanished, but he did not recognize a single one of them. Watching them being slaughtered brought a sense of abandonment and an unshakable guilt. I wish I could have come out a few days earlier. Forget it, no need to think about this anymore. As of now, her future path remained uncertain. Although Xiang wanted to stealthily learn the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect her older brother based on historical insights, it appeared that she would still follow the old path. Even if she managed to summon him, he might not listen to her. Moreover, her second brother seemed to have died 2 years after her own passing, the reason unknown. Currently, the Edo Tensei technique seemed to still be in Orochimaru's hands, an unrefined version. It would be better to let Uncle Snake modify it first, and then in the future, she could borrow this research achievement. However, before casting Edo Tensei, she needed to raise her strength to a level capable of facing the Fourth Great Ninja War, just in case any unforeseen changes occurred. While speaking of which, I've always wanted to seek the location of the sage during the Warring States period, but due to the war, I never had the chance. Now I might as well give it a try. Myaboka Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest are the three most renowned sacred grounds in the ninja world, and mastering the Sage mode learned there greatly enhances a ninja's combat power. One should know that even in the later stages, Sage arts can still effectively damage the body of the Sage of Six Paths. Alright, it's settled. He'll rest for a few days, and then set out to find the location of the sacred grounds. Although the forbidden scrolls of Konoha are quite tempting to me, after all, I am an illegal resident, and currently, I am in a sensitive period, so I can only wait for opportunities to arise later on. However, the moment she thought about the pile of forbidden techniques that evil white-haired man invented, Shiyong felt a bit nauseous. Damn, just thinking about that guy makes my kidneys hurt. In the future, when you perform Edo Tensei, don't let me catch you, otherwise you will have a hard time. Reflecting on the moments after she was gravely injured and on the brink of death decades ago, Xiang's mood darkened with resentment. Indeed, one cannot always think in line with the original work. Who would have thought that this evil white-haired man would invent the flying thunder god technique? A single strike almost sent her to her demise. Fortunately, there is no concept of cremation in the ninja world, otherwise she would have been thoroughly dead. Placing money on the table, Shiyong changed into a concealed black cloak. Then looking at the petite, exquisite-faced girl with short black hair in the mirror, she couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in annoyance. Standing on tiptoe to compare her height with the mirror, Shiyong sighed in distress. Half a century has passed, and why am I still only 1.52 meters? After so much time, I haven't grown a single centimeter. Even considering the period of sleep, I am already 16 years old. Annoyed. After complaining about her height, Shiyong tidied her collar, checked her ninja tool pouch, and then used body flicker technique to vanish from the window. I must strive to become stronger to reunite with my older brother and second brother in the ninja world. How is the handling of the bodies progressing? The sunlight gently illuminated the quiet streets of the Uchiha clan, and as he watched Uchiha Sasuke being carried away on a stretcher, Danzo narrowed his eyes. Is he the last Uchiha left in Konoha? Itachi is indeed quite merciful. Ah! A beautifully feathered crow flew across the sky, and shortly after, a root member handed over the compiled data to Danzo. However, just as Danzo was about to examine the document, he caught a glimpse of an unusual red light in the eyes of his subordinate. Uchiha Itachi, haven't you already left? The crow clones had flickered with an eerie red glow, and the surrounding dark black feathers made Danzo feel a deep sense of dread. I have already left, but don't think that just because I'm not here you can act against Sasuke. If anything happens to him in Konoha, I will disclose all the information to enemy nations. This bastard. The Uchiha clan truly are not good people, daring to threaten me in return. Danzo's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the report in his hands. Over a dozen pairs of Sharingan had vanished. That damn Uchiha Itachi is truly going too far. In the morning, the silhouette of the setting sun leaped over the forest, heading towards the land of water, according to the map. The location of the three great ninjutsu is quite mysterious. If one wishes to find it quickly, they would likely need the guidance of the legendary three, but Jiraiya and Tsunade should still be wandering the world, and Orochimaru is still among the Akatsuki, making it difficult to take action. She can only hope to encounter Jiraiya and Tsunade, or else wait until Orochimaru is scared off by Itachi before seeking him out. Considering the timeline of Konoha, it is likely that Haku is still wandering, so she can try to see if she can pick him up along the way while searching for ninjutsu. If someone as unremarkable as Zabuza can make Haku so devoted, she believes that as long as she treats him sincerely, Haku will not betray her. The wielder of the ice release bloodline limit is still quite rare in this world. If properly trained, their combat power should not be inferior to Hatake Kakashi. As she threw 2 soldier pills into her mouth, the setting sun felt the slight deficit of chakra in her body and sighed. After so many years, the physical losses are still unavoidable. To quickly recover her vitality, she must find some money to have a good meal, and also replenish items like explosive tags, soldier pills, and shurikens. It seems she should check the bounty office. 3 days later, on the western side of the Land of Fire, in a hidden restroom passage, the setting sun, clad in black, looked at the bounty notices hanging on the wall and swept them all down with a wave of her hand, leaving the ninja at the front desk momentarily stunned. Hey kid, do you know where this place is? Aren't you afraid of dying halfway after taking on so many bounties? You should know that those who make money in the bounty office are all risking their lives. Even elite jounin must gather intelligence on their targets in advance. Historically, apart from that masked old man, no one has dared to do this. I need money. Oh, what's wrong with taking on some missions? Hearing the youthful voice beneath the setting sun's coat, the ninja at the front desk couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really that crazy these days? A kid not even as tall as a barrel is trying to take on over a dozen bounties. Just as the ninja was laughing at the setting sun's audacity, due to his age, a chilling chakra suddenly made him shudder. The originally dim light seemed to be pulled into shadows by an invisible darkness, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared behind him, as if a cold blade was suspending him in midair, threatening to shatter him into pieces with the slightest movement. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, feeling the coldness dissipating around him, as if he had suddenly returned from hell to the human realm, filled with relief from surviving the ordeal. Do you like that feeling just now? Looking at the setting sun with arms crossed, the ninja quickly shook his head. Is this what illusion-type ninjas are like? He himself was once an elite jounin from the Blood Mist, and it is terrifying to have been caught off guard so silently. It's not a good habit to laugh at others' height, you know. The setting sun slowly disappeared into the dark corridor with over a dozen bounty tasks, but before the ninja could recover, a tall ninja dressed in a black cloak adorned with red clouds entered. After tossing a similarly dressed ninja to the ground, Kakuzu frowned deeply at the empty wall. Where are the bounty notices? Why is there not a single one today? Although this is just one of many bounty offices in the Land of Fire, it shouldn't be so empty. After replacing his new teammate with bounties, Kakuzu immediately pursued the direction the setting sun had left after hearing that a kid had snatched away his business. He had run such a long distance just to earn some extra cash during the next organizational mission, but now he was told that the task was gone. As a bounty fanatic, Kakuzu clearly cannot accept this outcome. Walking along a path overgrown with weeds, the setting sun noticed the chakra signature approaching from a distance and was somewhat surprised. Hey kid, aren't you tired taking on so many tasks? Why not share a few with me today? Looking at Kakuzu, who suddenly appeared before her, the setting sun helplessly spread her small hands. It seems that she has quite the fate with the Akatsuki. Just a few days after leaving Konoha, she encounters her third Akatsuki member. However, this old man is technically from the same era as her, giving her a sense of familiarity and preventing her from feeling out of place in this society. I don't think I have any reason to hand over my tasks, but if you are willing to pay half the price, I can sell them to you. Looking at the pile of wooden tokens pulled out from her sleeve, Kakuzu frowned. Kid, no one has made me suffer since the Warring States period except for the first Hokage. You picked the wrong person for this deal. Feeling the chakra within Kakuzu stirring restlessly after a moment of silence, the setting sun slightly raised the corner of her mouth and drew a sword from her back. If you want the reward that badly, then come and take it yourself if you can defeat me. Danzo, you have gone too far. Even if I have, was it not under your orders? After completely handling the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the two elders began to face off in the Hokage office. I don't recall asking you to wipe out the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking a couple of puffs from his pipe, his brow still furrowed as he looked at his old friend. Come on, Hiruzen, isn't this also for the good of Konoha? With the Uchiha clan completely gone, the tense internal issues in Konoha have finally been resolved. You should be glad. Seeing Danzo's smug expression, Sarutobi let out a sigh. Even if action was necessary, it shouldn't have been so absolute. The destruction of the Uchiha clan is still a significant blow to Konoha. It's like a sharp spike driven into our flesh. Even if removed, the blood loss will attract lurking beasts in the wild. But is there a better way? Indecisiveness will only make the Uchiha clan more rampant. If they seize the opportunity to launch a coup, it will be more than just a matter of shedding a little blood. If I were Hokage, I would have acted long ago. Sarutobi slammed his palm on the table, looking at Danzo with a shadowed gaze. Enough, Danzo. No matter how you put it, you did not listen to my orders this time. Perhaps I have been too lenient with you recently. As Sarutobi said this, he summoned two Umbu who suddenly appeared in the office. Hiruzen, what are you doing? Danzo felt an ominous premonition seeing the two Umbu suddenly appear beside him. I can no longer allow your root to act so recklessly. For the future of Konoha, I must restrict the development and mission assignments of your root personnel to prevent similar incidents like the Uchiha extermination from occurring again. And Danzo, you should take a step back for now and focus on your health. Sarutobi tossed two tags to the Umbu, and seeing the two ninjas disappear, Danzo angrily jabbed his cane into the floor, creating a dent. You're using this incident to undermine me. Hiruzen, you must understand Konoha needs light, but also the dark roots to provide nourishment for the village. If you lose me, what can you do? This is still due to your autocratic rule. Such ruthless actions are ultimately too extreme for Konoha. Seeing Sarutobi's resolute attitude, Danzo quickly realized what was happening. He was being used as a pawn again. Hiruzen, you are so ruthless. Not only can you eliminate the Uchiha clan, but you can also perform this punishment en route for the other great clans to see, deterring them, while simultaneously weakening your position in Konoha. Hiruzen, you will regret your decision today. Danzo shot a final resentful glance at Hiruzen, who still stood there with arms crossed and a serious expression, before he violently slammed the door behind him. Danzo, don't forget, I am the Hokage of this village. Your hands should be kept in a safe place. Outside the door, hearing Hiruzen's reprimanding voice, Danzo's cane creaked under pressure. Once again, the Hokage used this position to suppress him. If he had stood up back, then it should have been him, Danzo, sitting here now. Not long after Danzo left, an Umbu suddenly jumped in through the window and whispered a message into Sarutobi's ear. Corpses of root members have been found near the western side of the Death Forest. How could this happen? According to the gathered intelligence, on the night of the extermination, the root primarily dealt with civilian Uchihas and some weaker genin, so logically there shouldn't have been significant casualties. Although there were barricades near the Death Forest, the root shouldn't have been killed by those simple-minded animals. Are you sure they are root corpses? Has there been any speculation about the time and cause of death? It seems to be a small root team, about 68 people. So far we have only found 5 bodies. However, based on the autopsy results, they were likely killed by fire techniques and sharp weapons around the afternoon of the night of the extermination. Hearing the Umbu's speculation, Sarutobi's brow furrowed tightly. Could it be the work of spies from enemy countries? And it happened to occur at this time. However, the secrecy and barriers at that time were very strict. It is unlikely that Danzo would have made such a blunder. There are some tombs and inscriptions of the Uchiha clan left from the Warring States period within the Death Forest, But surely the ancestors of the Uchiha clan would not rise from the grave to seek revenge upon seeing their clan exterminated. That would be too absurd. Alright, let's wait until the Umbu gather the remaining root members before slowly investigating this matter. Remember to strengthen patrols in the next few days. We cannot let any spies infiltrate and threaten Konoha's safety. Understood, Hokage-sama. On the western side of the land of fire, the time was approaching noon. A large sun hung in the sky, yet Haiden felt no warmth at all. Chaotic black lines covered the ground, and at that moment Haiden, dressed in tattered clothing, looked at the sunset in the distance, which still appeared relatively fine, and let out a cold snort. Your strength is decent, but compared to me, you still fall short. Today I'm not in my best condition, so I'll let you win, but it won't be so easy next time. After throwing down those harsh words, Haiden quickly left, but halfway out he suddenly ran back to grab the large robe that had fallen on the ground and dashed out. The clothes weren't completely torn and could still be mended to wear for a few more years. Looking at the sunset that he had driven away, Haiden tossed the blade he had in hand onto the ground and rubbed his slightly numb wrist. It seemed she still lacked some high-damage ninjutsu. Her technique against Haiden's hardening almost caused her blade to be deflected. It looks like I need to find a way to get a weapon. The equipment of Root is too poor. No, I must steal Obito's fan next time. That weapon is much more useful than kunai. At this moment, thinking about her elder brother's legacy, the sunset was preparing to rest a bit before heading to the land of water when she suddenly discovered a bag wrapped in black tentacles hidden in the surrounding bushes, faintly reflecting a bright golden light. Holding the bag in her hands, weighing it, and listening to the clattering sound from inside, the sunset's expression became a bit strange. No wonder he is the richest man in the Akatsuki organization. He carries so much money with him. Taking out a dozen gold coins from inside, the sunset untied the mission tag hanging from her waist, tossed it on the ground, and slowly disappeared into the forest. Sir, please spare me some food. I'm strong and capable, and I'll do anything you ask. In this story, buys a girl. Shoo, get lost. You're filthy. Don't track dirt onto my floor. If guests see you and refuse to come back, I'll beat you black and blue. In a modest suburban street on the outskirts of the daimyo city, she was shoved out of a snack shop, an iron bowl clanging down onto her head. Glancing at the indifferent crowd around her, by side softly lifted the bowl and continued walking quietly, searching for a trash bin. It seemed no one would take her in, not yet. Still, near small eateries and bustling streets, bins sometimes yielded unexpected treasures. Clad in tattered rags, Bai slipped into a dim alley, propped up a cardboard box beneath her feet, and began sifting through kitchen waste inside a dumpster, when suddenly someone shoved her from behind. She tumbled headfirst into the bin, emerging moments later with a grimy face, spitting out half a fishbone before coughing painfully several times. Look, a stray brat no one wants. She actually eats garbage. Yeah, isn't that exactly what beggars love? Our leftovers. Exactly. We're rewarding her. This much trash could stuff her to bursting. As a cluster of rowdy children gathered around her, Bai clenched her fists in anger, then slumped, remembering how long ago she'd accidentally slain every soul in her village. What right did a monster like her, drenched in sin, have to wield power against others? Perhaps this was heaven's punishment for hands stained with blood. If she bore it silently, perhaps she'd grow numb to it. Bai climbed slowly from the dumpster, cast a quiet glance at the jeering children, brushed debris from her clothes, and vanished wordlessly into the alley's shadows. Watching her retreat, the children erupted into fresh laughter. Look, she's scared of us. Off to scavenge another bin. Yeah, what's the point of living for someone unloved, unwanted? If I were her, I'd leap into the river. Sink to the seabed, at least where it's clean. The disdainful words echoing behind her made Bai pause mid-step. Purpose. What meaning did life hold for her? Her heart felt hollow, empty of purpose. Then, wouldn't death spare her endless suffering? Bearing that heavy silence within, Bai faded away. Meanwhile, as dusk settled, Shiyang sat elegantly in a grand restaurant, scanning the menu before circling several dishes with a pen and sliding it across the counter to the owner. Oh my, what a generous guest. You've ordered over a dozen dishes at once. The owner's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the circled items. No, those aren't my orders. Shiyang shook her head gently while seated, and the owner froze, stunned. Then, would you like half of them? No, none of the circled ones. I want all the rest. The owner stared dumbfounded, as if suspecting a prank, until Shiyang dropped 2 gold coins onto the table and declared, serve everything else on this menu, immediately. Though the standard currency in the Naruto world remained Ryo, gold coins held universal value, and the dozen or so she'd taken from Akatsuki would sustain her in luxury for months. She'd saved herself the trouble of completing donation-based missions. The owner glanced at the thick, thumbnail-sized menu in his hand, and blinked, utterly flabbergasted. Who was this little prodigy spending lavishly in the land of water? Minutes later, diners nearby watched awestruck as Shiyang devoured dish after dish, alone at her table, like a whirlwind. How could such a delicate-looking child eat so voraciously? Was her stomach truly bottomless? Yet her slender frame showed not the slightest swelling. Under the clear silver moonlight, Shiyang daintily wiped her lips with a napkin, then patted her still flat belly with satisfaction before stretching her petite form with languid grace. Food these days far surpassed that of the Warring States era. After feasting, Shiyang noticed an elderly man struggling to carry the bag of her leftover scraps. and the dumpster just beyond the restaurant's entrance, so she waved him off. Elder, allow me. I'll handle this myself. No need to trouble yourself. Ah, truly. Thank you so much. What a kind child you are. The old man gaped as Shiyong effortlessly lifted the heavy sack with one hand. What did children eat these days? She looked barely taller than the bag itself, yet possessed astonishing strength. Unbeknownst to her, her cheerful gesture had mistakenly branded her in the eyes of passing children as another stray like by. Look, just one garbage eater left, and now another scavenger arrives. Huh, she's smaller than the trash bag she's holding. Shiyong, after giving those short-sighted brats a firm lesson in seniority, her fist landing with crisp precision, Shiyong bound each of them to a lamppost in the alley, then drew several kunai from her pouch under their terrified gazes. Wait, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Madame too. I'm not even grown. I can't die so young. Twirling a kunai idly between her fingers, Shiyong regarded the bruised, sniffling boys with amused curiosity. I'm actually in a fine mood today. This is merely target practice, nothing lethal. Don't worry, I'm very accurate. And even if I miss, well, it'll only sting. A brief sharp pain. And then, nothing. Not even memory remains. Beneath the moonlight, the kunai gleamed with cold, chilling light. To the boys, Shiyang's silhouette had already twisted into that of a capricious demon risen from the depths of hell. After thoroughly dismantling their bravado and their nerves, Shiyong learned something unexpected from their stammering confessions. A few days prior, a foreign beggar boy had arrived, small, frail, fond of rummaging through trash for scraps. Far more entertaining than they were, he'd drawn their mockery relentlessly. The boys had hoped to divert the terrifying elder's attention from themselves by painting by as easier prey, unaware that Shiyong had already sensed a faint, unsettling resonance. Activating her Sharingan, she extracted vivid recollections of the stray child from all three boys' minds. Resting a finger thoughtfully against her smooth chin, she paused in quiet contemplation. How serendipitous that she'd stumbled upon him during a simple meal. Yet it made sense. The land of water remained entrenched in the bloody mist era. Nowhere was truly safe. But near Daimyo City, farthest from Kirigakure and shinobi influence, the odds of by being discovered were lowest. Still, those children's barbs may have cut deep. She hoped by hadn't done anything reckless. This timeline seems subtly divergent from canon. Or perhaps canon simply never mentioned her at all. Frustration. Under the bright moonlight at the desolate bridge's edge, a chilling breeze gradually froze the surface of the water. A drenched figure crawled out from the riverbank, panting heavily as she lay on the marble surface, staring blankly at the dazzling stars and the Milky Way in the sky. She lacked even the courage to take her own life, unable to let go yet unable to stand up. A true waste. Although she felt in her mind that she had no reason to continue living when the river water truly filled her mouth, making it impossible to breathe, she inadvertently triggered the power of ice escape. Why do I even exist in this world? It would have been better if I had never been born in the first place. Turning to the side, she gazed at the river water gradually melting away in the distance, and her thoughts drifted to her mother, who had always protected her. Unconsciously, two crystal-clear tears slid down her cheeks. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere was pierced by a faint sound of footsteps, causing Bai to instinctively lift her head alert towards the direction of the noise. It was a strange figure slightly taller than herself, shrouded in a long black cloak. Upon seeing the figure, Bai bent down, preparing to hide in a nearby bridge hole for a while. After all, logically speaking, someone dressed like that was certainly not a good person. The figure in the black cloak vanished like a shadow, and as Bai felt a presence resting on her shoulder, a wave of fear began to spread through her young heart. Who are you? I have nothing to eat here, nor any money. I didn't come for food or money, those things are beneath me. Hearing the response from the figure, Bai felt somewhat relieved, but quickly the next words from the figure tightened her heart once more. The ice that formed on the river just now looks quite good. No wonder you're someone of the snow tribe. I have no idea what this snow tribe you speak of is. Looking at Bai, who was slightly shorter and trembling with fear, the figure chuckled softly. Don't be afraid. I am not a ninja from the hidden mist village. I won't fear or reject you like others do. But I'm just an ordinary person. If you were truly an ordinary person, you would have drowned long ago. Bai's heart jolted as the figure pierced through her lie. Could it be that this strange person witnessed her failed suicide attempt? Seeing Bai still silent, the figure gently placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly in her ear. Don't be so quick to refuse. You have good talent. If you stay by my side, you will become a powerhouse not weaker than a shadow. Upon hearing the figure's devilish voice, Bai immediately shook her head. No, it's impossible. I will not follow you to become a heartless killing machine. Well, I never said you had to become a professional assassination ninja. As long as you don't betray me, I will treat you well. You'll have enough clothes and food, and you'll gain the ability to protect and control your own powers. Upon hearing the figure's offer, Bai shook her head again and gently pushed the figure away from her. Thank you for your kindness, but I must refuse your request. I will not become a ninja. I am fine as I am now. Although the request posed by the figure was tempting for a small beggar like her, Bai understood a principle: once she accepted this strange person's kindness, their fates would be intertwined. She did not want her hands to be stained with blood again. If it were as a bounty ninja, that would be one thing, but what if this person in front of her was a terrorist? Would she then have to wield a knife against the innocent? Sai, why are you so stubborn? I really don't understand how Zabuza took you in back then. Looking at Bai, who still refused to comply, the figure scratched his head in frustration. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, and in this moment of anxiety, Bai watched as the figure reached into his pocket. She took a few fearful steps back, then paused as she felt a bit at ease. Was he planning to eliminate her? However, that didn't seem too bad. Compared to jumping into the river, at least the pain would be brief. She would no longer have to wander and could reunite with her mother in a pure land. But just as Bai was about to accept her fate, she suddenly saw 2 fragrant pies appear before her. For now, let's fill our stomachs first, and we can discuss the rest later. At the same time, in the land of rain, Kakuzu returned to the organization wearing a tattered robe, while Pain, after finishing a meeting with Uchiha Itachi, looked at Kakuzu's empty hands with a serious expression. Kakuzu, where's your teammate? Isn't my teammate right here? Pain looked at the money Kakuzu pulled out, his expression falling into thought. Kakuzu had once again exchanged his teammate for a bounty, and Pain scolded him for it, but Kakuzu seemed unfazed. What mattered more than a teammate is money. Getting scolded won't cost him 2 gold coins. But when he thought about money, Kakuzu felt a pang of pain in his wallet. Although he had completed the bounty mission, that little brat seemed to have taken over a dozen gold coins from him, which truly hurt. That amount was what he had painstakingly saved over half a month. Is this a new teammate? They seem quite similar to the one just listed for bounty. Watching Uchiha Itachi standing beside Kiba, Kakuzu's gaze grew somewhat complex. Uchiha Itachi, who had just arrived, felt something was off as he noticed Kakuzu's gaze on him. Why is he looking at me like that? Kakuzu, you'd better keep quiet for a while. Upon hearing Pain's warning, Kakuzu immediately began to explain himself, recounting how he had fought with a member of the Uchiha clan to a standstill outside the bounty office. Upon hearing that it was a member of the Uchiha clan, everyone present immediately directed their attention to Uchiha Itachi. Weren't you supposed to have wiped out the Uchiha clan before coming to become a rogue ninja? Could it be that you are a spy sent by Konoha? Cold raindrops continuously fell from the sky. Beneath a dark bridge, Bai was devouring a pie, while Xiang sat beside her, gently ruffling her messy hair and lighting a small campfire to brighten the dim surroundings. Big brother, you are such a good person. Really, it feels nice to be complimented, but don't call me big brother. Seeing Bai finish 2 pies, Xiang took out another and placed it in her hands, watching her gobble it down with a mix of pity for the current state of the water country. It seems that Bai is the only one of the ice-release bloodline to appear in the world of Naruto. I wonder what it would be like to nurture such a talent. I am somewhat looking forward to it. After a while, noticing that Bai had nearly finished eating, Xiang began to ask her some other questions. Have you been wandering in the water country all this time? Yes, I have. After all, I am just a little child. Being able to cross the sea to this safe place is already quite good. Looking at Bai's somewhat forlorn expression, Xiang sat beside her, propping her chin on her hand and adjusting the campfire to keep it from getting wet from the rain. Then why not come with me? At least it's better than a life of wandering, right? Is it about killing? Not entirely. I would say it's more like companionship. But you still need to listen to me, as encountering ninjas in the Blood Mist country is quite dangerous. After pondering for a while upon hearing this, Xiang finally uttered the word companion. Companion? Then we must have many people, right? No, just 2, you and me. Bai, does that mean big brother is also alone? Seeing the twinkle in Bai's eyes, Xiang's forehead bore a faint mark. I told you not to call me big brother, annoyed, but you are right. I am also alone, and my family disappeared along with the flames of war in the long river of history. Therefore, my current goal is to end the war and then see my brother again. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Bai's gaze towards Xiang seemed to grow more affectionate. So big brother is also an orphan. Moreover, he even wants to end the war, which sounds so righteous. The raindrops outside continued to fall, but Bai felt a pang of sympathy for their shared plight. She met someone just like herself. Although this wasn't something to be happy about, it seemed nice to have someone to share it with. 2 orphans together are not orphans, right? Then what is your name, uncle? Xiang, in the glow of the campfire, Xiang took off the large robe draped over her. Bai gazed at the cute girl in a gray ninja outfit with some mesh appearing from the darkness, momentarily stunned. Under the campfire's light, Xiang's delicate face seemed to be adorned with a blush, her fresh and tempting appearance making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Big brother is actually a girl. In that moment, Bai's worldview seemed to suffer a heavy blow, and she unconsciously focused her gaze on Xiang's chest. Why are you looking at me like that? Noticing Bai's strange gaze, Xiang felt puzzled and touched her somewhat flat chest. She loved her figure. After all, when it came to fighting, her lightweight body was far more convenient than one that swayed while walking. Ahem, it's nothing, but how old is big sister? As for age, just consider me 16, since it's hard to calculate time spent underground. But, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xiang, but I won't reveal my surname. Then I will be called Bai. You can ignore my surname. So, Bai, do you want to be my companion? Looking at Xiang extending her hand towards her, Bai hesitated for a moment before shaking it. Xiang's hand was warm, even more so than the campfire. This was Bai's last thought as she followed Xiang out of the bridge hole. Holding an umbrella, they returned to the inn where they were temporarily staying. Xiang quickly pushed Bai toward the bathing area, urging her to change into a simple red kimono. Is this okay, eh? It's nice. Bai is very cute. Looking at the little girl in a fire-red kimono with a bow on her back, Xiang gently ruffled Bai's head, causing her face to flush slightly from the compliment. Xiang is so nice to her, it seems she should work harder. So is there anything else we need to do? Not for now. It's too late today, let's rest first. Tomorrow we can do something else. After hearing Xiang's response, Bai nodded. However, just as she stepped out, she awkwardly ran back in again. Can I sleep on the floor? I can sleep anywhere. That's easy. They'll go get you a room right now. If you're afraid of a strange environment, sharing a room with me is also fine. However, I can give you some pocket money since we need to buy some daily necessities tomorrow. Seeing the coins tossed towards her, Bai hurriedly caught them. Xiang looks like she has a lot of money. In the dead of night, after taking a last glance at Bai sleeping in the room, Xiang returned to her own room and spread out a map she had bought from the street on the table. Now that Bai had been found, the next step should be to search for traces of immortal lands across the ninja world, while also adapting to the abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan and helping Bai enhance her strength. After planning her upcoming journey, Xiang quickly yawned and fell asleep. The next day arrived, and the surrounding outskirts were still enveloped in thick water mist. Early in the morning, Xiang took Bai deep into the nearby forest. Sister Xiang, are we going to train? Of course. Bai is still very weak, but with great potential that must be properly utilized. After a while, Bai sat quietly on a large rock listening to the surrounding sounds while continuously refining her chakra according to Xiang's guidance. After just a few minutes, Xiang placed her hand on Bai's shoulder and was slightly surprised by the faint chakra emanating from her body. The chakra is refining quickly, is it, because she had unconsciously unleashed the power of ice release before. Suddenly a layer of light frost appeared on Xiang's hand, and Bai's aura became somewhat chaotic. Bai, don't move. Follow my chakra. Okay. Xiang injected chakra into Bai's body, guiding the cold chakra to flow continuously through her meridians. By the afternoon, although Bai had fully mastered the technique of refining chakra, she still had a limited understanding of ninjutsu and ninja tools. Whoosh! A silver shuriken struck precisely at the bullseye, 50 meters away, and as Bai watched this precision, throwing technique, admiration sparkled in her crystal-clear eyes. Isn't this too accurate? Another series of shuriken were thrown by Xiang to 80, 120, and 150 meters, still hitting the mark with the same precision. This is the throwing of ninja tools, basic knowledge for becoming a ninja. Let's start here. Bai nodded as she looked at the ninja tool pack Xiang handed her, then asked a curious question. Sister Xiang, you said you wanted to achieve world peace, so are we relying on force? There is some truth to that. After all, if we were just ordinary civilians, hardly anyone would listen to us. Even if we found like-minded friends without sufficient armed strength, we would merely be a paper group easily crushed. Feeling Xiang's hand on her head, Bai's expression turned somewhat confused. But too much power shouldn't instill fear, right? Bai vaguely remembered the resentment and fear in the villagers and her father's eyes when they learned that she and her mother were bloodline limit holders. There might be some truth to that. However, ordinary people cannot accomplish great things. Without power and advanced thinking, one cannot escape the confines of destiny. Destiny. A peculiar glimmer seemed to flicker in Bai's eyes. Whoosh! A shuriken struck a tree trunk surrounding the target. Watching Bai still diligently aiming at her target, Xiang sat behind her, occasionally providing tips on technique. The Uchiha clan is not only skilled in illusion and fire release, their throwing techniques are top-notch as well. Unbeknownst to them, the sun in the sky was gradually setting, and at this moment, Bai, panting heavily, looked at the target 50 meters away, where she had only hit the mark a few times and scratched her head in distress. This is so difficult. Even if I learn the technique, reaching such precision is impossible. Just as Bai prepared to ask Xiang for tips again, she realized that Xiang had already fallen asleep at some point behind her. Lying there beside the tree, she was holding a miniature shadow clone of Xiang. Perhaps due to her awkward sleeping position, her legs, which were originally hidden beneath her large robe, revealed a charming expanse of snow-white skin. Bai, it seemed that upon hearing the sound of shuriken slicing through the air, the previously sleeping Xiang released her grip and opened her eyes to survey the dim light filtering through the leaves. Has it already gotten dark so quickly? The shadow clone in her arms dissipated into mist, and Xiang, standing up from the ground, lazily stretched and took a deep breath, looking toward Bai and the distant target. Seeing where Xiang was looking, Bai shyly scratched her head. Sorry, Sister Xiang, I seem to have let you down. It's no big deal. Achieving this result in throwing technique in half a day is already impressive. Now we should head back, but on the way we need to do some physical training together. Bring it on. A few minutes later, with chakra flowing through her body, Bai, carrying Xiang on her back, felt waves of fatigue and exhaustion. Sister Xiang, is this really okay? Although Bai felt that Xiang was very light, even lighter than a trash can, running for over 10 kilometers with her on her back was quite taxing. This is also part of the training plan. After all, being a ninja is not easy. Right now you are still in the beginner stage, but once your body is conditioned, you will need to carry large boulders in the future. Pointing to a granite slab over 2 meters tall about 10 meters away, sweat began to bead on Bai's forehead. Is this really something a human can do? By the time they returned to the small town, the sky had completely darkened. Seeing Bai sprawled at the door as if she had only half a breath left, Xiang's sighed. Bai's stamina is still quite weak. This may also relate to her long-term wandering. It seems that her daily meals must be substantially improved. Fortunately, Kakuzu's money is enough, or else she would have to train Bai while earning money as a bounty hunter. In the evening, the moon had already risen in the sky. In the room, seeing Bai devouring her food as if she had just arrived in the land of water, Xiang took out a small notebook and began calculating her future plans. Initially, she would focus on training chakra control and the use of ninja tools, then gradually develop the use of ice release. Whoosh! A silver beam of light pierced through several leaves, firmly embedding itself in the bullseye 120 meters away. By witnessing this scene, relaxed her sore hands and took a deep breath. After 2 months of training, she could finally control the direction of the shuriken well, with minimal deviation within 100 meters. Not bad. You're learning accurately. It seems we will need to study some advanced techniques next. In an instant she appeared at the bullseye, observing the dozen shuriken embedded in the center as the setting sun nodded in acknowledgement towards Bai. Advanced techniques. Could it be powerful ninjutsu? During these 2 months of training, aside from physical techniques and shuriken throwing, it seemed they only practiced basic body flicker techniques. However, being able to spit fireballs and manipulate water is also quite impressive. Bai had unknowingly grown fond of the feeling of progress and strength. Progress, strength, gaining. Sister Xiang's praise, happiness. No. Your chakra is still too low. Even if you learn ninjutsu, you won't be able to use it effectively in combat. It would be better to use kunai with explosive tags instead. Compared to ninjutsu, the power of explosive tags is quite terrifying among ordinary ninjas. As she spoke, Xiang pulled out a few more shuriken, causing Bai's mouth to twitch. Next, we won't still be training shuriken throwing, will we? After returning the shuriken to Bai, Xiang ran off into the distance, pulled out the target, and securely tied it to her back. Watching Xiang's perplexing actions, a question mark popped up over Bai's head. What is Sister Xiang doing? Come on, Bai, as your mentor, it's time to train in a different direction. Throw the shuriken at the target on my head. Huh, how can I do that? Sister Xiang is my mentor. If I miss, it's okay. A ninja trains to have a strong mindset. If you encounter an enemy entangled with a teammate in battle, your shuriken might just become the decisive weapon. Looking at Xiang with the target atop her head, Bai's expression turned slightly frantic and her hands tremblingly held the shuriken. Is this part of Sister Xiang's training? But this is too much. Seeing Xiang standing with her hands on her hips in the distance, Bai could even imagine the terrifying sight of her throwing off target and the shuriken piercing her mentor's head, blood flowing endlessly. No, this is too dangerous. Looking at Bai shaking her head frantically in the distance, Xiang sighed, then formed seals with her hands, and a shadow clone suddenly appeared beside her. Go demonstrate for Bai and give her some psychological counseling. Looking at the shuriken being handed over from her original self, the shadow clone nodded seriously and then assured Xiang with a pat on the chest. Leave it to me, you can relax. These are just child's play. The shadow clone ran to Bai's side, slowly guiding her to aim the shuriken at the bullseye. Come on, don't be afraid. Move freely and trust your teammates. Okay, I'll do my best to try. By shifting her gaze away from the distant Xiang, focusing all her attention on the bullseye, Bai nervously swallowed, recalling how she had trained before and threw the shuriken. Swish! After enhancing her arm strength with chakra, the silver-gray shuriken seemed to flash through the air and struck the bullseye atop Xiang's head. Although it wasn't in the center ring, it wasn't far off. Seeing that her fear didn't materialize, Bai slowly let out a sigh of relief. However, the next throw, due to not considering the wind, went straight into Xiang's fair arm. Sister Xiang. Clink. The shuriken fell onto the stone slab. Looking at the blood hole that appeared on Xiang's fair arm, Bai's pupils dilated, and an overwhelming sense of guilt surged from the depths of her heart. Why couldn't I throw it more accurately? Why did I let Sister Xiang get hurt? It's okay, this is just a small injury for me. Watching Bai, who was still applying medicine and wrapping bandages, but had a somewhat gloomy expression, Xiang encouraged her with a smile. Actually, it would have been quite easy for Xiang to handle that shuriken, but considering the practical combat aspect, she chose not to block it. After all, in real combat, there wouldn't be a teammate like her who could easily block it. It was necessary to instill in Bai the idea that if she didn't throw accurately, her teammates would get hurt, as this training would make her progress faster and more effectively. As for this little pain, it was no different from being bitten by a mosquito in the era of constant warfare. In the following month, Bai mostly trained in throwing ninja tools and physical techniques, with Xiang occasionally reviewing the three-body technique and chakra control training. Gradually, Bai's target shifted from fixed targets to moving targets, or the bullseye, carried by shadow clones running through the forest. During this long period, Bai's body also underwent changes. She was now taller than her previous self and showed signs of development in various aspects. A few sparkling ice crystals fell from the sky of the land of water, and a cold breeze gradually approached. Dressed in a white fur outfit, Bai leaped through the forest, suddenly throwing several shuriken that accurately pinned down a few rabbits running on the ground. Not bad. You're learning quite fast. Bai scratched her head shyly as she watched Xiang emerge from the nearby bushes. Haha, it's all thanks to Sister Xiang's great teaching. A few minutes later, in the snow-covered forest, a wisp of smoke began to rise. 2 rabbits, glistening with an enticing sheen, were roasting over the campfire. Watching Bai, who was drooling while hugging her knees, Xiang suddenly reminisced about her own childhood. Back then, she was quite similar to Bai, but the one who had made her wild game barbecue was none other than the infamous god of death, Uchiha Madara. Who would have thought that a figure who seemed to exude murderous intent and insanity in the ninja world was once an ultimate Sisgon? Actually, Xiang quite missed those times, if only her brother didn't keep dragging her to find Hashirama every few days. Sister Xiang, your cooking is so delicious. Is it really? My brother taught me that back then he didn't have as many seasonings as now, but the taste he produced was hardly any worse than mine. Seeing the nostalgic look on Xiang's face, I became quite curious. Sister Xiang's brother is so amazing. He must be a very gentle person, right? Hearing Bei's words, Xiang suddenly recalled her brother's fierce expression before his death, as he vowed to eliminate all but the Senju clan. A twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Gentle. At least that Sundara version of him from childhood was quite adorable. The cold snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, and the water country of winter was unexpectedly frigid. However, this did not affect Bei's training progress. In the forest on the eastern side of the great named city, Bai was carrying a large piece of wood steadily running on the thin ice, showcasing her powerful chakra control under the gaze of the setting sun. You're learning quickly. At this rate, controlling ice release should pose no problem. Leaning against a large tree, the setting sun tossed 2 pieces of dried fish into her mouth, then glanced at the snowflakes falling from the sky. This environment should accelerate the learning speed of ice release, right? Although she cannot perform ice release, yet mastering chakra control in advance is still quite necessary for learning ninjutsu. During training, shurikens were accurately thrown at a target nearly 100 meters away. Bai dashed through the snowy forest, her shurikens dancing in midair as if they possessed life. Swish! One shuriken was caught mid-flight by the setting sun, and upon seeing her teacher's arrival, Bai happily stopped her movements. Sister Xiang, is there a new training project? There is a bit, but it will only be after you pass the test that I can help you train. Test. Hearing what Xiang said, Bei's heart suddenly filled with curiosity. Could it be a test of the results of her training over the past 4 months? But she wouldn't let Sister Xiang down after so much time. Hands on hips on the broad ice surface, Xiang's shadow clone stood across from Bai, arms crossed, and wearing a blue robe. Facing her teacher's exam for the first time, even if it was just a shadow clone, it still put considerable pressure on Bai. Xiang stood in the distance, quietly watching Bai utilize the kunai throwing techniques and some physical skills she learned during training, constantly maneuvering against the shadow clone. 4 months have passed unknowingly. Both she and Bei's bodies have recovered quite well. Once Bai has a preliminary grasp of ice release, they can head to the next planned area. Covering her heart and sensing the pulsating life force, Xiang slowly closed her eyes. Just as she was about to sit down and begin refining chakra, she suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent in the breeze. Wait, why does it feel like there's a smell of blood in the air? While Xiang and Bai were still training in the forest, they were unaware that a thick fog had already begun to spread in the snowy mountains several kilometers to their east. Swish! A shuriken flew through the fog, shortly followed by the sound of clashing metal. Thud! After a scream, a heavily injured ninja covered in blood fell from a tree. A few members of the Mist Village's Umbu turned his body over, then pulled a sealed letter from his vest. You bastards. The Mist Village will eventually fall into the hands of Yagura. Don't you understand? If the daimyo finds out about this, he will never let it go. Thud. The ninja on the ground was stabbed to death in the snow, staining the white land red. Captain, quickly dispose of the body. Say it was a spy sent by Konoha to Mist Village, forced to jump into the river and drowned. The captain glanced at the letter requesting aid from the daimyo of the water country, issuing orders to destroy the evidence. Although the Mist Village is indeed in a period of extreme cruelty, they are still Umbu and must obey the orders of the Mizukichi. Even if it's their own villagers, they must be killed without hesitation. The Umbu captain tore the letter to shreds while the remaining Umbu lifted the Mist ninja's body, preparing to throw it into a nearby ice river to destroy the evidence. However, just as they were acting, one of the Umbu suddenly noticed human footprints in the surrounding snow that had yet to be buried. In the distance, a few shurikens glimmered with cold light in the large tree. Captain, someone is nearby. Hearing his teammates report, the Mist Umbu members exchanged glances. The captain merely frowned, gesturing for others to surround the area. This was a highly secretive matter. Since there were traces of ninjas present, whether seen or unseen, they had to be eliminated to ensure that information wouldn't leak. Only the dead do not speak. This is the rule of the Blood Mist. In the forest, the shadow clone that was sparring with Bai suddenly came to a halt. Sister Xiang, what happened? It seems an outside force has approached. We should retreat. In an instant, Xiang appeared by Bei's side and picked her up. Swish! A dozen kunai flew past her ears. Watching the rising fog and the chakra energy swirling within it, Xiang's brow furrowed slightly. We're just passing bounty hunters. We shouldn't have any grievances with your Mist Village, right? Bang! A sharp blade slashed down from above. With a flash of crimson in her eyes, Xiang single-handedly grasped an Umbu's neck, pinning him to the ground. Snowflakes flew up around them as a new wave of projectiles flew towards the two. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fiery flames shot out from the mist, and Xiang, holding Bai with one arm, darted toward the illuminated area. She is not a ninja from Mist Village. A chase after her. Sister Xiang, what do we do? It seems we've been surrounded. Bai held in Xiang's arms, looked back at the silhouettes emerging from the mist, her expression filled with panic. Don't worry, these few people can't hurt us. But if they insist on chasing us, then we need not hold back any longer. Feeling the gentle breeze flowing on both sides, Xiang's chakra began to surge. This is just what I needed, and my body has recovered, and it's time to stretch a bit. It's also a great opportunity to give Bai some practical training. For a ninja, seeing blood is an essential lesson. In the cold winter, snowflakes filled the sky, but amidst this desolate world of white snow, a sudden surge of scorching heat burst forth, breaking through the hazy mist. The blazing flames surged through the forest. Even the eastern sky revealed a demonic shade of blood red. This guy is definitely not a ninja from the land of water. A dangerous presence like this must be eliminated immediately near the daimyo's city. Gripping two long swords he had picked up, Xiang swiftly maneuvered through his territory. The trajectories of shuriken and kunai were laid bare before the Sharingan, and even dangerous weapons like explosive tags were evaded at angles so clever that they were utterly incomprehensible. Several umbu collapsed in the flames, and standing atop a stone, Xiang flicked the blood from his blade, then locked his gaze on his several other umbu. Watching the disappearance of the mist concealment technique and the bodies of his colleagues lying peacefully on the ground, a chilling sensation crept into their hearts. Don't let her get close. Quickly use ninjutsu to block her. Following the reminder from the umbu squad leader, the group quickly formed hand seals, gathering their chakra and unleashing a wide torrent of water to extinguish the flames on the ground. Water release, water surge wave. As the roaring flood surged towards him, Xiang casually brushed aside the strands of hair blown up by the fierce wind, a confident smile gracing his delicate face. Perhaps water release truly counters fire release, but in the face of the Uchiha clan's power, it seems somewhat inadequate. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Gathering chakra in his throat, Xiang puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames that collided with the forefront of the water wave, the massive chakra transforming into a burning thrust that rapidly suppressed the water surge conjured by several of them. Wait, how is this possible? This is fire release. As the overwhelming impact bore down upon them, those maintaining the water surge wave instantly felt unprecedented pressure. Swish! Before their astonished eyes, the flames broke through the power of the water release, and the crimson light instantly engulfed all of them. Thick black smoke billowed from the forest, and holding a shattered mask in his hand, Xiang observed the collapse in the ground, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he channeled chakra into his long sword, driving it straight into the earth. Rumbling thunder extended beneath the ground, and amidst the dangerous blue arcs of electricity, a ninja emerged from the earth, white smoke swirling around him. Throwing the broken long sword carelessly to the ground, Xiang looked at the umbu captain before him and shook his finger at him. 3 Jounin dare to come here. Are you being a bit overconfident? You damn leaf ninjas, what is your purpose in infiltrating here? Hearing the umbu's accusatory question, Xiang could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. I'm not a leaf ninja, but when you just chased after us, you attacked with lethal intent. I and my little apprentice shouldn't have any conflicts of interest with you, right? If my strength were insufficient, it would be us too who would be dead. Upon hearing Xiang's retort, the umbu squad leader's face darkened slightly. We are merely following the rules. I understand the brutality within the blood mist, but isn't it too tyrannical to kill just for stepping on a territory? Moreover, as ninjas, before preparing to kill an opponent, have you considered the possibility of being counterattacked? Though each country has its own village's ninjas, it doesn't mean that other ninjas cannot exist within those countries. As long as they do not violate local laws or pose a significant threat, the higher-ups of the village generally do not care about these matters. Serving as bodyguards for wealthy households, wandering ninjas are often much more convenient and useful than the ninjas from their own country, and there are certainly those like Jiraiya who travel across the entire ninja world. But I have yet to see groups like this umbu that resort to violence upon meeting. The umbu members felt a strange sense of oppression as Xiang, arms crossed, approached them. While Xiang was still facing off against the umbu captain behind a large rock not far away, one umbu had already infiltrated behind Bai. However, as he was about to knock Bai out from behind, he suddenly saw her figure transform into a wooden post. Swish! A flurry of shuriken fell from the sky. After flipping a few times in the air, seeing Bai standing on a distant tree, the umbu furrowed his brow. I originally planned to use this little brat to cover our retreat, but it seems this situation is not so easy to resolve. Little brat, are you coming down yourself, or should I pull you down? Remember, blades have no eyes. Don't blame me for not warning you if I cut off any body parts. I won't fall for your tricks. Sister Xiang won't let you go, so you should surrender quickly. I'm really stubborn. You little brats still don't seem to realize the gap between real ninjas and yourself. Seeing Bai's disdainful demeanor, the umbu chuckled twice, then formed hand seals intending to use the mist concealment technique. But then he noticed Xiang in the distance, suddenly lowering her hands. The range of the mist concealment technique is too large. If that woman is attracted over, we are all done for. We must quickly capture this little brat. Seeing the long sword coming at her with the body flicker technique, Bai jumped down from the tree following the training she had done with Xiang, then pulled out a dozen shuriken from her pocket and hurled them at the umbu. She had trained hard for 4 months, and all that effort was about to be displayed today. To avoid disappointing Sister Xiang, she would give it her all. Near the burning flames, Xiang's shadow clone leaned against a large tree, intently watching Bai as she fought against the umbu below. After training for so long, there is some effect. However, the umbu from the Mist Village are still elite ninjas. Even if injured, they are not ones that ordinary ninjas can deal with. Although Bai's training was quite rigorous, it was evident that she was only at the level of a genin, struggling greatly against the ordinary umbu ninja, and her originally precise and clever throwing techniques were all blocked by the enemy's blades. On the contrary, in terms of physical combat, Bai could exchange blows with the injured Umbu a few times, but due to the disparity in power, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. Damn little brat. Running around is so annoying. I won't let Sister Xiang down. She held the katana coming at her in front of her, the silver-gray blade, reflecting Bai's resilient, yet pained expression. Is this what the Umbu are like? Such powerful strength is truly hard to imagine how Sister Xiang could cut through them like radishes. On the other side, Xiang wiped the blood from the blade after dealing with the Umbu captain in the snow, and then turned his gaze towards Bai in the distance. You can hold on for this long, it seems I haven't taught you in vain during this time. Little ghost, no tricks left, huh? You really know how to stir things up. It's time for you to behave. The Umbu, who had been entangled with Bai for a while, held Bai in front of him, placing a long knife against his neck, while looking towards the setting sun. Oh, it seems you arrived late. Your captain has already been dealt with. Xiang shook her head in regret as she looked at the Umbu holding Bai from a distance. Captain, you despicable scoundrel. I warn you, you'd better leave here quickly and let me go, or I cannot guarantee the safety of this little one. Feeling the sharp edge pressed against his neck, Bai's face was filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Sister Xiang, I've embarrassed you again. Don't worry, this is just a minor issue. You've managed to hold on for this long, which is already commendable. Xiang walked towards the fierce-looking Umbu with a confident smile. Hey, don't come any closer. I've already told you back off now, or I will kill him. Oh, do you really think you can kill her? Xiang raised her finger, and an inexplicable crimson light flickered in her eyes. In the Umbu's vision, the Bai in his hands dissipated like ink around him, transforming into pairs of eyes that stared at him, slowly crawling all over his body and engulfing him into darkness. No. Bai pulled aside by Xiang looked at the Umbu on the ground screaming and was somewhat surprised. Is this an illusion? Drawing a kunai from her waist, Xiang swiftly ended the dark life of the Umbu. Afterwards, she gazed at the blood-stained snow around her and turned her attention to the gentle sun in the sky. Sister Xiang, why do they want to kill us? I don't know either, but it should be as they said, just following the rules. The Blood Mist is a very cruel place, and the Umbu are likely a darker reflection of the village. Gently combing through Bai's messy hair, Xiang sighed and walked towards the direction of the great named city. Given what happened here, it's definitely not safe to stay nearby. It seems I should explore other places. I wonder if I might encounter the 3 Sannin. Well, if not, I can always wait for Orochimaru to leave the Akatsuki next year. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan has a natural restraint against that snake, and acquiring entry to the Dragon Cave would be much easier. After returning to her residence and washing off the stench of blood, changing her clothes, Xiang promptly took Bai and left for the port. Due to the severe external blockade of Kirigakure, the sea control is also very strict. However, these do not pose a problem for Xiang, who possesses the Sharingan. Using illusion to control the captain of a warship, Xiang sat on the deck, propping her chin with one hand as she gazed at the gradually receding continent in the distance. Sister Xiang, lunch. Bai brought over a rice ball and drink to Xiang, who happily ruffled Bai's hair. Bai is quite thoughtful for someone so young. Would you like to eat together? No thanks, I'm not really hungry, Bai replied with a complex expression, prompting Xiang to pull her closer. What's wrong? Even if your hometown is filled with bad memories, do you still find it hard to leave? Sipping the tangy orange juice in her hand, Xiang asked Bai. There's still a bit of attachment, I suppose. Our route this time is to leave the land of water, isn't it? Yes, we are indeed leaving here, but not because we fear the Umbu's revenge, it's simply time to go. The Umbu just accelerated that process. If Xiang were willing to go through the trouble, she could control the 4th Mizukage through illusion, thereby achieving control over the blood mist. But there is no need for that, as she doesn't want to draw too much attention right now. The most important thing is to further develop her own strength to create conditions for future plans. By the way, Bai, have you tried controlling the power of ice release yourself? Upon hearing Xiang's question, Bai was momentarily stunned before nodding. In these past 4 months I have tried, but it seems I can't control ice release into shape. Bai extended her small hand, a chilling aura gathering in it, gradually forming a small ice ball. Holding the ice ball Bai had formed, Xiang felt the chaotic chakra within and nodded. To accurately control the chakra flow, to create something like 1,000 needles or a mirror, one must learn chakra shape transformation right. During the 2 weeks sailing at sea, Xiang had mostly been training chakra with Bai, while also practicing some simple ninjutsu in the surrounding waters. Inside the cabin, Xiang looked at the chakra paper in her hand, now soaked on both sides, and raised an eyebrow. It bore 2 elements, water and wind, which just happened to correspond to ice release. Sister Xiang, is there a problem? No, nothing's wrong. Although it's only 2 elements, it still shows excellent talent. Although her specialization is in fire release and lightning release, she has copied a significant amount of water release from sun-just white-haired ninjas on the battlefield, enough to teach Bai. In the following days, Xiang primarily taught by the usage of water release ninjutsu and the basics of chakra shape transformation. Meanwhile, on the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, listening to the sound of waves continuously crashing against the shore, 2 ninjas dressed in black cloaks with red clouds wore somewhat stern expressions. The other side of the sea is my hometown. It truly is a place that invokes both love and hate. Hearing Hibiki Juzu's nostalgic murmur, Uchiha Itachi said nothing, instead focusing his gaze on the dim sky in the distance, lost in thought. How you're really boring. It's too hard to even say a few words. But it doesn't matter, I am a boring person myself. I just don't have any expectations for this mission, Itachi remarked, causing Hibiki Juzu to flash a sharp grin. The one who should have no expectations is me. After all, I know what kind of place that village is. Looking at his teammate's nonchalant demeanor, Itachi furrowed his brow, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Is the Akatsuki's usual mission to infiltrate the heavily guarded blood mist to steal intelligence and sell it to a Wagakure? To avoid losing their own ninja power for a small sum of money is indeed a very worthwhile endeavor. The sun slowly rose from the horizon. At the port of the Fire Nation, a merchant ship from the Water Nation's capital docked. Its captain was inside a small house cooperating with the investigation of the Fire Nation's ninja. It seems we are quite lucky we just arrived here and found a perfectly suitable ship. I will go aboard shortly to check if there are any openings. As he caught a glimpse of the paperwork the captain was filling out outside the window, Paipa Shirzong was about to leave when he was stopped by Itachi. No need to make it so complicated, oh, just leave it to me. Looking at Itachi, who still had no expression, Paipa Shirzong suddenly recalled his blood-red eyes. Can the illusion really last this long? Theoretically, yes. Once the captain finished filling out the information and stepped out of the small house to call his crew to unload, he was suddenly pulled into a corner by a pair of hands. Who are you? Woo-woo. Sorry, old man, we need to borrow your ship for a ride, so you'll have to be cooperative for now. Paipa Shirzong covered the captain's mouth and nodded toward Itachi. After a brief gesture, Itachi raised his index finger in front of him. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Buzz. As he made eye contact with the captain, the same Freedomo pattern subtly flickered in the captain's pupils. Yet for some reason Itachi's expression changed, as if he had discovered something incredible. This was the first time Paipa Shirzong had seen such an expression on his teammate. I thought you were expressionless. You can actually show other emotions. But it seems like it's not a good thing, is it? No, it's nothing major. My illusion is already successful. Let's hurry and get on the ship. Paipa Shirzong raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled as he watched Itachi turn to leave, then followed along with the captain, who was now their tool. How could a regular person possess residual Sharingan power? Just now Itachi discovered the Uchiha clan's ocular power within the captain's brain. Although it was very faint, it was undeniable that this should be impossible. After all, the Uchiha clan had been exterminated over 4 months ago. There should only be him, Sasuke, and Uchiha Madara left. Sasuke could not possibly be here, and the Onetamo Sharingan could not control others. As for Uchiha Madara, that elusive figure would never waste his ocular power on an ordinary person. But who else besides those few Uchiha clan members could achieve this? This was something Itachi could not comprehend. Could it be that a Uchiha clan member had leaked out? Yet no matter how Itachi rummaged through the historical books of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, he could not find a suitable explanation for this phenomenon. Sister Xiong, we've arrived. In the ship's cabin, Xiong, who had been awakened by the bright light, sat up in bed, stretched, and looked out the window at the workers unloading cargo. Is it daylight already? It looks like we've arrived, but we need to head north next. After tidying up her things and tying her hair into a ponytail, Xiong put on a black cloak and hurried down. The winter sea breeze was a bit chilly, causing Xiong to instinctively pull at her clothes. With her petite figure as she passed by the tall workers unloading cargo, she resembled a delicate child. But who could know that this seemingly weak little girl could easily obliterate a squad of Umbu from the Mist Village? Good morning, Captain. All right, you all just keep working. Walking on the deck, the captain, who had just stepped onto the ship, was greeting several crew members. However, it was odd that behind him were 2 figures dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. As he watched the departing captain, a crew member unloading cargo revealed a puzzled expression. Why does the captain always bring strange people aboard? Last time it was 2 kids who looked barely 10 years old, and this time it's 2 oddly dressed guys. Who cares? As long as nothing goes wrong, these won't hinder our pay, right? Just focus on your work. At that moment, as Xiong navigated through the crowd and cargo, she suddenly froze upon seeing the captain and the 2 figures approaching. Those 2 guys. The captain led the 2 Akatsuki members past Xiong, and while Itachi's eyes hidden beneath his straw hat met Zhang's gaze for a brief moment before he shifted his attention elsewhere. Hey, that little girl who just passed by seems to have been watching you. It looks like young people with your aura attract children. Upon hearing Paipa Shirzong's teasing, Itachi frowned again. She seems like a very dangerous person. Really? You think she's cute? Nanny, you actually think a little girl who looks like she just graduated from the ninja academy is dangerous? Hearing Paipa Shirzong's question, Itachi looked back, but sadly Xiong and Bei's figures had already disappeared. She is truly dangerous, it's my instinct. Let's be cautious once we board the ship. Itachi warned Paipa Shirzong, and then pursued the captain, while a somewhat bewildered Paipa Shirzong ultimately followed suit. How strange, a man who had slaughtered his entire clan and was labeled in Shrank Rogue Ninja by Konoha thought a kid who hadn't even wielded a big sword yet was dangerous. After Itachi and Paipa Shirzong left, a head poked out from behind a nearby barrel. Sister Xiong, are they your friends? Well, not friends exactly, but broadly speaking we are enemies. Reflecting on Itachi's gaze toward her, Xiong sat on the iron deck listening to the sound of waves washing against the ship and began to contemplate some other matters. Enemies. Then what will you do, Sister Xiong? Alright, this was an unexpected event, and it doesn't have much to do with Bai. Let me handle it myself. Standing up from the deck, Xiong patted Bei's head, and then jumped off the ship, disappearing into the busy crowd. In the afternoon, the weather had turned a bit colder, and the workers by the sea were still bustling about. At this moment, Itachi sat inside the cabin, gazing out through the window at the crowd moving to and fro and the waves rising and falling by the shore, his brow furrowed tightly. The journey to the land of water is quite long. We will pass through several places over the sea, and it will take about a month. Are you not planning on buying more supplies? No need, I don't have high requirements for my surroundings. Taking out a space scroll from his sleeve, Itachi briefly showed his luggage to Pa Shizong before turning his gaze back to the sea outside. You are quite a peculiar person. However, you are still unfamiliar with the sea. I'm going outside to buy some fruit, and will return shortly. Watching Pa Shizong leave the large sword by his side, Itachi closed his eyes, intending to rest for a while. But soon a gentle breeze blew open the wooden door carrying the scent of the sea, which caused his expression to shift slightly. Drawing out a kunai from his sleeve, Itachi cut the fine thread of air that passed by and directed his gaze toward the ceiling. A spark ignited from the shadows, and Itachi's figure transformed back into a crow appearing at the door. Who are you? With a kunai in hand, Itachi looked at the figure in black robes and mask sitting in his original position, his expression growing serious. Uchiha Itachi, the Shrank Rogue Ninja of Konoha, accomplice to the Uchiha clan massacre, am I correct? Hearing that the sunset referred to him as an accomplice, Itachi's eyes flickered with slight emotion. The Uchiha clan is a narrow-minded group. I personally destroyed them all merely out of a fleeting interest to see their so-called glory and magnanimity. How you really enjoy lying, don't you? The Uchiha clan, as one of the great clans of Konoha, numbers nearly 1,000 ninjas, not to mention countless civilians. Even if your combat strength were equal to the third Hokage, wiping them all out quietly would be rather impossible, wouldn't it? Throwing the kunai onto the ground, the sunset stood up from the chair, and under Itachi's vigilant gaze reached toward the window, casting a shadow with the gentle sunlight outside. You say that one cannot have both bear's paws and fish, but under this light, are you the hunter or the knife in his hand, or something else entirely? I don't quite understand what you're saying, but if you only intend to say these things to me, then I cannot allow you to leave here. Seemingly perceiving the hidden meaning in the words, Itachi's expression hardened as he flipped the kunai in his hand and hurled it at the sunset. Bang! The broken half of the kunai lodged itself into the wall, and red light flickered in Itachi's eyes as his figure engaged in a fierce battle with the sunset. The graceful movements of the Uchiha's martial arts displayed an elegant figure, and the sparks from the collisions of the kunai and shuriken resembled bouquets scattered on a stage, performing continuously in this confined space. Using chakra threads to bind Itachi's figure, the feathers of crows that flew up from the surroundings allowed him to break free quickly. Black feathers danced in the air, and as he focused on the flicker of red light in the distance, the sunset revealed an interesting smile beneath the mask. So it's merely a three-tomo illusion. You really underestimate me, don't you? Sensing the ocular power attempting to invade his mind, the eyes beneath the sunset's mask gradually revealed the pattern of three tomos converging to form a crimson, triangular shuriken pattern that, unlike Itachi's kaleidoscope, did not possess such curvature, but instead emanated a sharp killing intent. This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As the illusion was rebounded, Uchiha Itachi, maintaining his three-tomo state, gazed at the complex light beneath the sunset's mask, his expression filled with shock. Did not the Uchiha clan already perish? Could it be that the ocular power lingering in the captain's mind was left by him? In that instant, countless speculations flashed through Itachi's mind, but that did not stop the sunset from reaching for him. Boom! An inexplicable rumble resonated from the ship, causing the workers who were unloading cargo to momentarily freeze. Wait, did the ship just tremble? I don't know, it must be an illusion. This ship weighs several thousand tons, and it's on the coast. Such strange phenomena shouldn't occur. While the workers continued to chat, the captain in the cockpit hurriedly rushed with his subordinates to the cabin, taking a glance around the cargo hold and other areas housing large machinery. Ultimately, he found the disordered items and the charred iron plate in Uchiha Itachi's room. Gently tracing circles on the ground, the seasoned sailor instantly recognized this dangerous item. This is an explosive tag. How could explosive tags appear here? It should be strictly prohibited to carry such dangerous items on the ship. At the market near the port, Pa Shizong held a bag of fruit accompanied by a little girl eating an apple. Hey kid, where's your sister? I don't know, I got separated from my sister after getting off the ship, but Big Brother is really a nice person. Looking at Bei's pitiful expression towards him, Pa Shizong felt a bit troubled and scratched his head. It's truly strange that this fierce-looking man could be acknowledged by a little kid. However, these two little ones seem to have come from nowhere, unable to even find their way. Could it be that they escaped from the blood mist as orphans? Thinking that Bai and the sunset might be unfortunate souls who escaped from the blood mist, Pa Shizong sighed again and bought 2 packets of rice balls, handing them to Bai. The land of water has such a village and a Mizukage with a screw loose that truly gets worse every year. In the afternoon, the crowd at the port had diminished considerably, with many workers already on their break. However, a duel belonging to the Uchiha clan was still taking place several kilometers away on the sea. On the turbulent surface of the sea, kunai and shurikens clashed against each other. The sunset, standing amidst the waves, formed hand seals, guiding chakra from his mouth to unleash a scorching wave of fire that surged across the sea towards Itachi. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. The fire wave collided with the fireball, creating a wave of intense heat and airflow that spread outward in layers. Watching the flames relentlessly press towards him, Itachi finally withdrew his chakra, transforming into a crow that flew up into the sky. Caw, caw. The hoarse cries of the crow lingered in the sky, while below the flames spreading across the surface of the sea gradually formed a complex array with intricate red patterns. Forming a one-handed seal, the cylindrical flame array emitted a dazzling crimson light. It was as if a small sun rose from the sea, causing a tsunami that made the port several kilometers away tremble. What is happening? Look, something is approaching from afar. The scene, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, slowly rose from the east, with the waves agitated by the flames seeming to take on a brilliant golden red hue. Within moments, the air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke and fire. Itachi, who was at the center of the explosion, crawled up from the seabed, his Akatsuki robe bearing several scorch marks. As the flames gradually faded, the figure wearing a white mask representing the sunset walked towards Itachi. Seeing the masked figure approaching, Itachi felt a hot trickle of blood slide down his cheek as the black flames burned upon the shoulder of the sunset. Amaterasu, you used it ahead of time, huh? But it doesn't matter, that ability is of little use to me. He removed his robe, and the flames of Amaterasu fell into the sea along with the garment. Cough, cough. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Itachi looked at the sunset, who seemed to be in good condition from a distance, and resignedly lowered his hands that were forming seals. You can kill me, but as a senior of the Uchiha clan, I hope that after my death you will help Sasuke grow into an outstanding ninja. Is it that little guy named Uchiha Sasuke? Alright, I will remember him. Hearing the sunset say this, Itachi felt a sudden sense of relief in his heart. After you leave, I will send him to you to keep you company. Cough, cough, cough. Looking at the visibly weakened Uchiha Itachi before him, the sunset shrugged her shoulders. Alright, I was just joking with you. I wouldn't bother with a little brat. Besides sparring with you, there's something else I need your help with. Her intention was not to kill. Considering Itachi's character, he wouldn't last long anyway. If she acted, it would only hasten his demise by a few years, while also bringing her many inconveniences and unpredictable effects on the future. Moreover, the key issue was that the thing known as the Ten Tails was still out there, and she couldn't afford to be too reckless. However, given his position in the Akatsuki, he might still serve as her spy. After all, his brother's Rinnegan was still with Nagato, and she would eventually have to retrieve it. I didn't expect to see you here. As the sunset and Uchiha Itachi faced off, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from the surroundings. Looking at the figure appearing behind Itachi, the sunset raised an eyebrow beneath her mask. How could Uchiha Obito appear here? Looks like you've run into some trouble. Oh, have you encountered other remnants of the Uchiha? It seems that if I hadn't happened to appear, you might have remained trapped here forever. Watching Obito stretch out his hand towards him, Itachi hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take it. Your timing is truly terrible. Feeling the hostility radiating from the sunset, a red glow emanated from Obito's single-eye mask. Following behind to collect Sharingan on the night of the clan's extermination is not something a Uchiha senior would do, is it? Hearing Obito recognize him, the sunset calmly brushed off the dust from her clothes. At that time I had no choice. But more than that, don't you feel any guilt regarding the Uchiha names? I have never considered my actions to be wrong. If you think the world of illusions is also real, then your thinking is truly dreadful. Hearing the sunset's interruption, Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Have you seen the stone tablet of the south, he shrine? No, wait, that shouldn't be something ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan can see. I know what you're trying to do, but I can assure you that that dark thing is just a big deception. If you really listen to what he says, you might end up with a fate where not even your bones remain. The sunset glanced at the two, then used body flicker technique to disappear into the waves. As Itachi, supported by Obito, watched the direction the sunset had departed, a hint of worry grew in his heart. The Uchiha clan still had remaining members, and they were so powerful that they chose the village over their family. This would likely make things quite difficult in the future. If only Shisui were still here, his approach to handling trouble and perspective on matters were always much stronger than his own. Alright, it seems that guy is very dangerous. Let's cancel this mission for now, and wait until you recover before undertaking any further tasks. Obito was unaware of the sunset's intentions, but Uchiha Itachi was someone he had painstakingly rescued from Konoha. It would be too regrettable to have him killed by the remnants of the Uchiha seeking revenge. Obito quietly left with Itachi using Kamui. A few minutes later, in a small alley near the port, the sunset, having changed out of her disguise, seemed to revert back to a lively little girl holding half a can of fish she had purchased and searching for whereby was. Sister Sunset, you're back. I remember I didn't give you any money, did I? Seeing by sitting by the bridge eating a rice ball box along with the grains of rice stuck to her mouth, the sunset looked a bit puzzled. I got it from chatting with that sharp-toothed uncle on the boat. The seafood rice balls are super delicious. I happily raised the bag in her hand, but not long after she received a punch on the head. Sister Sunset, why did you hit me? In the past, it was the past. Now is now. Bai is now a child with parents. You can't casually accept food from others, do you understand? What if it was poisoned and turned into a puff? Gripping Bai's little face tightly, the sunset reminded her. Fortunately, the one who gave it this time was that middle-aged uncle from the same hometown as Bai, who was known as Peepa Shirzong. If it had been some other strange uncle, one could not even dare to imagine what might happen next. On the outskirts of the rain country, the narrow path was shrouded in a persistent drizzle, filled with silence and chill. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Orochimaru walked along the stone path, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed the approaching figure of Uchiha Itachi. Hadn't Uchiha Itachi gone to the water country to carry out a mission? How could he have returned so quickly? As Itachi walked past Orochimaru, he merely cast a fleeting glance, but the lingering scent of blood in the air made Orochimaru shudder. "Are you injured?" Hearing Orochimaru's voice behind him, Itachi paused. "It's just a minor accident on the road." Looking back at the glint of excitement in Orochimaru's eyes, Itachi frowned and quickened his pace to leave the area. Watching Itachi depart, Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. I originally planned to wait until next year to make a move, but now it seems that fate is smiling upon me, Orochimaru. This is truly a godsend opportunity." Itachi appeared to be significantly injured. If he did not act now, future opportunities might be hard to come by. The body of the Uchiha clan had long been something Orochimaru coveted. A brown poisonous snake subtly emerged from his sleeve, and a greedy light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he quickly made his way toward Itachi. Hiss! The snake in Orochimaru's hand coiled around Itachi's body, and feeling the suffocating grip of the constrictor, Itachi furrowed his brows as he turned to look at Orochimaru. 1 against 7. Do you know what eternity truly means? I may not know yet, but perhaps you can assist me. Your flesh will contribute to my quest for eternal life. Gazing at the excitement flashing in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes, Itachi's own eyes glimmered with a crimson light, maintaining a seemingly calm demeanor. Ultimately, this is merely a matter of your own desires. But now you are not in control. As the scene shifted, Orochimaru suddenly found himself standing before Itachi, his body rigid, as if pinned by 3 massive nails to the wooden ground. I actually fell into an illusion. The power of those eyes is astonishingly strong. Orochimaru was shocked and simultaneously consumed by a mad obsession with Itachi's eye power. If he could obtain this body, such formidable power would surely belong to him. Orochimaru activated his chakra, maneuvering his hands to form seals in an attempt to break the illusion. Blood stained the nearby steps, and Orochimaru grimaced as he looked at the sharp kunai in Itachi's hand, his arm bleeding profusely. "Even if I am injured, dealing with you will be more than sufficient. However, whether I should execute you here or repurpose you according to the organization's rules remains to be seen." Itachi pointed the kunai at Orochimaru's forehead, an action that filled Orochimaru with an indescribable sense of pressure. A few days ago, Itachi lost the battle primarily because the setting sun itself possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan with its mental strength at max. Itachi's most cherished illusions, even Tsukuyomi, seemed ineffective before it. Yet despite his poor condition, when facing someone like Orochimaru who often dabbled in mental disarray, the Sharingan's illusions remained the most powerful weapon. "Your eyes are truly filled with desire," Orochimaru thought to himself as he observed Itachi approaching with the kunai. 1 against 7. Just as Orochimaru felt the chill of death, a rain of sharp shuriken suddenly fell from the sky, forcing Itachi to retreat. "Lord Orochimaru." The figure descending from the sky, Kabuto, dispelled the illusion cast on Orochimaru and then threw a few explosive tags that detonated around them. Using the body flicker technique to retreat a few steps, Itachi heard Orochimaru's hoarse response before leaving. "Uchiha 1 against 7, I will make you pay for this grudge one day." As he fled into the dense forest, Orochimaru recalled the recent brush with death. Although a hint of fear settled in his heart, his thirst for the Sharingan reached a fever pitch. "Lord Orochimaru, should we return to the Akatsuki organization next?" Upon hearing Kabuto's question, Orochimaru's expression turned cold. "Remaining in that organization has become pointless for me. Next we will escape northward to the base in the land of rice to continue our experiments." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Joining the Akatsuki was merely for Pain's Rinnegan. However, after days of observation, I don't believe I can rely on schemes to subdue Pain. With Uchiha Itachi now out of the picture, if I return to the Akatsuki, I will likely just be a tool for someone else to profit from. In a small town in the northeast of the Fire Country, the setting sun sat on a tatami mat meditating and harnessing the power of the dark gene to constantly balance the attributes of yin and yang. Opening his eyes, the setting sun took a deep breath, then extended his hand. Blue chakra gradually coalesced, forming a black long staff. Is this a pleasant surprise? Harmonizing yin and yang has brought forth the ability to utilize yin release, which I remember should be an ability that only the Rinnegan can master. Just as the setting sun was toying with the sharp black staff in his hand, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside, holding 2 bulging paper bags. "Sister Xiaoyang, I'm back." After pulling out a round steaming bun from one of the bags and popping it into his mouth, the setting sun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The cuisine in the Fire Country is indeed superior to that of the Water Country. Alas, it's a pity that my wallet is nearly empty. I'll have to figure out a way to earn some more money for food soon. While enjoying the delicious meat bun in his hand, the thought of his dwindling wallet caused a frown to settle on the setting sun's face. Being a ninja these days is indeed expensive. It seems I will need to diligently take on more bounty missions. North of the Land of Fire, nearly a month had passed since Hinata and Byakuya returned. Under the meticulous tutelage of Uchiha Byakuya had finally mastered chakra shape transformation and could now conjure needle-like ice crystals using ice release. Though their destructive power remained modest, it marked a tremendous leap forward. Snowflakes still drifted softly through the air. As they passed through a remote, quiet town, Uchiha noticed local civilians repeatedly glancing their way, curious, appraising, lingering. Senior sister Uchiha, why do they keep staring at us? I'm not certain. Perhaps this is a place where laborers dwell. Children are rarely seen here. For now, let's find somewhere to rest. I happen to have several bounty missions to complete in the surrounding area over the next few days. Glancing idly at the near absence of children along the street, Uchiha scratched her head and replied instinctively. And when Byakuya grows into a formidable shinobi, I'll take on bounty missions to support senior sister Uchiha. That can wait until you're taller than me. Uchiha tapped Byakuya gently on the forehead, then wandered the town for hours before locating an inn. Just as they prepared to rest for a few days, the innkeeper's words unexpectedly unraveled the mystery behind those curious glances. Hey brats, though turning away customers is poor form for an innkeeper, this place truly isn't suited for long stays. You'd best turn back the way you came. Huh, why is that? And leaning her arms on the table, Uchiha raised a puzzled hand in inquiry. It's not about people, not people at all. Half a month ago, this town somehow incurred the wrath of a malevolent deity. Since then, over a dozen children, roughly your age, have vanished without trace. Even locals sometimes disappear without warning. Two outsiders like you would stand no chance. A malevolent deity. No, wait, hold on. Who called us children? At the mention of malevolent deity, Uchiha instinctively pictured that scythe-wielding slick-backed man who never stopped chanting Sandwich-sama. But upon hearing the second remark, she bristled. Did she really look like a child? She simply hadn't grown in decades, buried underground as she was. Could that possibly be her fault? Seeing the little girl before her pout with indignant cheeks, the innkeeper burst into laughter. Fine, you're not a child. A grown-up child then. Either way, I strongly advise against staying. If you insist, wait until Konoha Shinobi finish their investigation first. Uchiha irritated, and if we waited for Konoha Shinobi to arrive and investigate, the flowers would wither and fall. All they sought was a quiet place to rest. And stepping out of the inn, Byakuya tugged gently at Uchiha's sleeve as she surveyed the sparse streets and scattered townsfolk. Senior sister Uchiha, where shall we go next? It seems this town has only one inn. If no lodging is available, we'll settle outside the town and construct a dwelling using earth release. This must be the northernmost edge of the land of fire. Yet not even a whisper of the Sage Realms has reached us. In her past life's anime lore, the three Sage Realms were said to have drawn countless seekers of Senjutsu throughout history. Surely they'd be easy to locate. Yet reality suggested she had gravely underestimated their seclusion. Deep within the forest outskirts of the town inn, earth release, 2-bedroom, 1-living-room technique. In-hand ceiling, Uchiha slammed her palms onto the earth. A torrent of chakra surged forth, and before them rose a perfectly rectangular box-like structure. Byakuya, and staring at its rigid cubic walls and its front entrance, wide, flat, and eerily coffin-like, Byakuya froze, utterly speechless. Ahem. Earth release isn't my forte. I'll just make do for now. Uchiha smoothed away extraneous stones around the perimeter, refining the matchbox into something marginally more elegant. To shinobi, shelter mattered little. The mission always came first. Yet this was cultivation. Uchiha felt it important to honor that spirit, even if only in atmosphere. Once the nearby bounties were cleared, should the Sage Realm's entrance remain elusive by winters, and she would venture northward to the land of rice fields to seek Orochimaru's aid. Still, that serpent likely hadn't taken root there yet. Itachi's defection had occurred only recently. And Byakuya, stay here for now. I'll visit the bounty office to earn some extra coin. I'll return before nightfall. Yes, I understand. Senior sister Uchiha, please go without worry. And standing atop a snow-dusted hill, Byakuya waved farewell. Uchiha formed hand seals, and instantly a shadow clone materialized beside her. Though Byakuya is now a fully qualified Jin, in the current situation gives me pause. Please watch over her closely. Relax, I'm you after all. Just a handful of child traffickers, nothing more. And taking the tanto Uchiha offered, the shadow clone smiled warmly. Very well, I'll be gone for a short while. And slipping the spatial scroll onto her back, Uchiha dissolved into the blinding expanse of snow. Moments after Uchiha departed, a shadow clad in spectacles emerged abruptly from the town's gloom. Lord Orochimaru, your experimental subjects appear nearly assembled. The wind and snow continuously swept through the mountain ridges as the setting sun, clad in a deep blue robe and carrying a long sword at his waist, raced through the night. Unexpectedly, Bai really encountered trouble, but fortunately the memories were transmitted after the shadow clone dissipated. Otherwise, she would have struggled to find her direction. Passing by the previously constructed matchbox, there was still a pile of smoldering campfire nearby with remnants of ice crystals scattered across the surrounding area. Crushing the remaining charcoal into powder, Xiang, feeling a surge of anger, activated his Sharingan. The kaleidoscope in his left eye slowly rotated, and waves of dark red light gradually enveloped his entire being. Chitenjin speed accelerates the flow of time to achieve rapid movement and traversal capabilities. Current speed 2. 5. Do not let her know who is trafficking children in this deep mountain forest, otherwise she will certainly show that person what flowers bloom most vibrantly in the snow. On the northern snowfield, a bespectacled figure walked leisurely along the path, dragging several unconscious children behind him with a rope. On the way back today, I unexpectedly found a user of the ice release bloodline limit. Oh, Lord Orochimaru will surely be pleased with this, right? Yashido adjusted his glasses and turned to look at Bai, who was already fainted by the toxic mist, secretly feeling pleased. Lord Orochimaru has just returned to the land of rice, and it happens to be a time when he is lacking experimental materials. Presenting a rare ice release bloodline user to him at this moment will surely earn him great praise. Just as Do was fantasizing about how Orochimaru would reward him, he suddenly became alert, hearing the faint rustling of leaves around him. Who is there? Buzz. A red light surged from afar, and Do felt as if he had been struck by a train rolling several times on the ground before slamming hard into the rock wall. As the red light emanating from his body gradually faded, Xiang, having lifted the acceleration effect of Chitenjin, severed the rope and crushed all the small snakes hidden in Bai's clothes. What happened? With a puzzled expression, Bai shook her weak body and looked around, wondering for a moment, but suddenly recalled upon seeing Xiang. She had intended to build a fire to roast a rabbit, but instead of catching the rabbit, she was captured by a mysterious, bespectacled man. Annoyed, Do crawled out from the rock wall, feeling as if his entire body was falling apart, and looked at Xiang in disbelief from a distance. How did this guy get here? He had only seen a flash of red light and remembered nothing else. The events transpired too quickly for him to even activate his Yin healing Yang destruction to counter the injuries. No, this guy is too strange, or I must leave here immediately. Do, supporting his injured body, slowly shrank into the nearby bushes, while Xiang glanced at his escape direction, placing a hand on Bai's chest to inject a trace of chakra. Fortunately, the snake poison isn't too potent, but I can't move recklessly now. They'll go find the antidote for you. Just wait here with the shadow clone, okay? Don't worry, Bai won't become a burden to Sister Xiang. Bai staggered to her feet from the ground, supporting her weak body as she replied to Xiang. After splitting off several shadow clones to protect Bai's side, Xiang immediately transformed into a blur and disappeared from the spot. The combat power of shadow clones is still too low. I need to find a powerful summoning beast in the immortal realm in the future. Running through the wind and snow, Yashido sighed with relief at the quiet scene behind him. That guy didn't follow me. It seems temporarily safe. Swish. A long sword was thrust before Do as Xiang's figure appeared like a red phantom atop the sword's hilt. Looking at the blood-red eyes beneath Xiang's robe, Do's hairs stood on end. What is happening? Struggling to wield the chakra scalpel, but before he could defend himself, Do could only see a cold gleam before his consciousness gradually slipped into oblivion. Looking at the fallen Yashido, Xiang utilized the illusion of his Sharingan to search through his memories, eventually finding the antidote to the snake poison hidden in his clothes. Orochimaru actually returned to the land of rice ahead of schedule. This is truly an unexpected event. Throwing Do on the ground, Xiang held the antidote in his hand, the crimson in his eyes slowly dissipating. It seems that Orochimaru is researching natural energy, so he needs some younger children for experimental material comparisons. Tisk, what a vile and ugly behavior. He who attempts to control the power of Uchiha cares nothing for human life. It appears this should be in the early stages of curse seal research. However, to sacrifice hundreds or thousands of lives for a few sets of data is excessively cruel. It seems I can meet this snake in a few days. After obtaining the antidote and information, Xiang turned and disappeared into the night. 3 days later, in the area of the Sound Ninja Village in the land of rice, Orochimaru was tinkering with the instruments in the underground laboratory. After injecting the serum, the experimental subject, bound by chains beneath the white light, suddenly began to thrash violently, even unleashing terrible screams. Then, under Orochimaru's curious gaze, the subject's body began to swell, and the violent force caused the stout iron chains to emit a sound of overwhelming strain. But seemingly unable to withstand this force, the monster lying on the experimental table exploded into a splash of blood. Wiping a smear of blood from his face, Orochimaru's expression remained unusually calm. It seems ordinary humans ultimately cannot withstand the power of the curse seal. Perhaps I should lower the age limit. The immune system of children is not that strong. If they can coexist with natural energy and be nurtured for a period, perhaps I can cultivate controllable artificial ninjutsu. I truly am a genius. Since the Dragon Cave cannot teach me ninjutsu, I will just have to research it myself. Orochimaru filled in the recorded numbers onto a board, and then slowly turned and disappeared into the dark corridor. A few days ago, he had sent Do out to find experimental subjects for him, and now several days had passed. Why was there still no news? The cold wind gently swept across the land where several teams of ninjas were patrolling the frozen riverbank near the village. Dressed in a gray jumpsuit, Yakushi Kabuto arrived at the Sound Ninja Village, bringing along several bound little ghosts. Having just entered through the back door, Yakushi Kabuto gazed at the dim entrance illuminated by 2 hanging electric lights, and a sudden flash of red light flickered in his pupils behind his glasses. After navigating a winding path, Yakushi Kabuto finally brought the children to Orochimaru's laboratory. At that moment, Orochimaru, who was comparing experimental data at the front desk, turned around upon hearing footsteps behind him and looked at the few children behind Yakushi Kabuto, his brow furrowing suddenly. It's been 3 or 4 days since you returned, and you only brought me these few. Have I been too good to you in recent years? Orochimaru glanced at Yakushi Kabuto with displeasure in his eyes, but feeling the strange aura emitted by the reflected light from the glasses, a glint of cold light flashed in the corners of his eyes. You're not Yakushi Kabuto, yet even if you're disguised you shouldn't just barge in here like this, right? It seems you're quite clever after all, aren't you? I am indeed not Yakushi Kabuto, Mr. Orochimaru. No, you should now be the leader of the Sound Ninja Village. It's a pity, if you weren't trafficking children, my initial impression of you would have been quite good. The sunset released the rope in its hand, and the originally bound children instantly transformed into smoke and dissipated, while Yakushi Kabuto's form suddenly shrank with a soft sound. Seeing the figure in a black robe emerging from the smoke, Orochimaru coldly licked his lips. Daring to trespass into my territory alone, it seems I have somewhat overestimated your intelligence. My intelligence, whether high or low, you can test it soon enough. Drawing the great sword from his back, the sunset provocatively faced Orochimaru. I am quite curious about your confidence. Since you know I am the leader of the Sound Ninja Village, you should understand the situation you are in. Watching the sunset hold the sword with one hand, Orochimaru took a few steps back, then formed hand seals, and suddenly countless crimson eyes surged from the darkness on both sides. Hiss! Snakes flicking their tongues slithered on the ground, as if they had discovered a precious treasure rushing towards the sunset. Forming hand seals, the chakra surged into the long sword inserted into the ground, and a dazzling blue light instantly illuminated the dark basement as countless snakes screamed and emitted a burnt smell from the electric current. Fixing the long sword to the floor to restrict the movement of the snake swarm, the sunset leaped into the air and kicked towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru caught the flying kick with his arms, stepping back a few paces, and then his entire body slipped away like a slippery python, intending to further entangle around the sunset. Blue arcs of electricity flickered in the air, and Orochimaru, who had rolled on the ground a few times, frowned as he looked at the sunset, holding lightning in the distance. This little brat is electrified, it's not good to touch him. After forming a couple of seals, the sunset's chest slightly swelled, and then a scorching fireball erupted from his mouth, instantly illuminating the darkness of the space. Boom! A loud noise reverberated through the laboratory, and amidst the smoke a flying sword radiating blue light shot out, aimed directly at the sunset's heart. The long sword pierced through the sunset's chest, while Orochimaru, watching the invader tremble and fall to the ground, revealed a disdainful smile. I originally thought you would be quite a formidable character, but it seems you're just a reckless hero after all. Retrieving the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru was about to remove the mask from the corpse before him to see who the intruder really was when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Stiffly turning his neck to look at his chest, he saw a kunai shimmering with lightning had been thrust deep into him. Nanny! Turning back to glance at the still-living sunset, Orochimaru's face was filled with disbelief, while the sunset, who should have been lying on the ground, gradually dissipated like a withered autumn leaf. Is this an illusion? When did it happen? It seems your resistance to illusions isn't very good, is it? Mr. Orochimaru, the sunset with faint red light flickering from under the mask attached lightning to Orochimaru, and a series of wails echoed through the laboratory under the infusion of immense energy. Using Orochimaru's body substitution technique to escape from the lightning's restraint, Orochimaru looked at the scorched snake skin in the distance in disbelief, staring at the sunset's crimson eyes beneath the mask. Then his previously shocked eyes turned into an intense fervor. Sharingan. Although it's only a 3-tomo, it must be a genuine Uchiha clan member. Could it be that there were still survivors from the night of the massacre? To think this is in the Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru's territory, this is like delivering a juicy piece of meat right to his mouth. I never expected you to be an Uchiha. It truly is a match made in heaven. Uchiha against 7, it seems my day of revenge is not far off. Gazing at the 3 captivating tomo slowly rotating beneath the sunset's mask, Orochimaru, holding the Kusanagi sword, excitedly charged towards the sunset. Your body is mine. As he saw Orochimaru rushing towards him, the sunset's expression beneath the mask revealed a hint of surprise. You really don't regard your own weakness as a fatal flaw. Watching Orochimaru gradually approach, the sunset's tomo quickly connected, forming a pattern resembling Itachi's 3-pronged shuriken. Upon seeing the somewhat familiar Mangekyō, Orochimaru, who had been caught up in excitement, suddenly felt his mood plummet. This is Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan. At this moment, Orochimaru, who harbored deep-seated fear of Itachi, immediately halted in his tracks, but upon remembering this was his territory, he suddenly regained his composure. Wait a minute, this isn't in the land of rain, this is in Orochimaru's territory. Even if Itachi really were here, could a village's ninjas not overpower just one person? Your body will stay here nicely today. Leaning against the wall, Orochimaru coldly laughed as he pressed the button in his hand, preparing to summon thousands of ninjas from the village through the alarm to besiege the sunset. Thousands of sound ninja versus one Uchiha, the advantage is mine. Although Orochimaru's fantasies were beautiful, he had already fallen into the sunset's illusion long before he dashed over, now foolishly bound to the operating table and laughing uncontrollably. He, having acquired the power of the Uchiha clan, I will henceforth be the eternal Uchiha, Orochimaru. At that moment the sunset was locking chains onto Orochimaru. As Orochimaru, bound to the experimentation table, gradually fell into a slumber, the crimson hue in the sunset's dual pupils slowly faded after acquiring the location of the Dragon Cave and some other treasures from his memories. Uncle Snake, you've truly helped me a great deal. After finding the location of the Dragon Cave, you even generously gifted me a forbidden technique scroll for the Edo Tensei and some Hashirama cells. You are simply my lucky star. Following Orochimaru's memories, the sunset quickly found a jar containing Hashirama cells soaked in a potion in one of the other compartments of the laboratory, and also tossed the Edo Tensei records sealed by a cursed mark into the space scroll. These are indeed valuable treasures. After copying these two items, the sunset looked at Orochimaru, who lay peacefully on the experimentation table, and felt a wave of fondness wash over her. After giving Orochimaru one last embrace, the sunset vanished without a backward glance into the territory of the Sound Ninja Village. At 5 in the evening, as the sky began to darken, a person was eating buns in the town when they suddenly noticed a shadow appearing beside them. Sister Sunset, you're back. I was quite fast, but to avoid any trouble, let's finish our meal and leave here quickly. Pulling on White's arm, the sunset spoke again. Hey, are we in such a hurry? Although we could stay, it wouldn't be very wise to linger here with the Sound Ninja for too long. Since we've already found the location of the Sage Land, it's time to start learning sage techniques. I am quite interested in this energy that differs from chakra. As the sunset had said not long after the two of them left the small town together, heading towards the location of the Dragon Cave marked on the map. At the same time, within a dark temple shrouded in mist, the white serpent seated on the throne suddenly opened its eyes, a glint of brilliance shining within. Looks like we have guessed. It seems the ninja world is about to change. Such is the arrangement of fate. 3 days later, deep within a mountain on the coast of the Land of Lightning, the sunset, dressed in a blue robe, walked alongside White into this mist-laden area. Sister Sunset, there's a strange feeling in the air. It feels like something in the mist is watching us. Feeling the cool breeze blowing around, White also felt a bit frightened and shrank into the sunset's embrace. It's probably nothing. After all, we are almost at our destination. Ruffling White's hair, the sunset walked a little further and finally saw a stone door emerging from the thick fog. Reaching the side of the stone door, she gently stroked the vividly carved dragon statue on it, and the sunset continued to walk forward with White. Just as they stepped into the mist, the stone door that had been hidden in darkness suddenly vanished, and the two who had been clearly visible gradually became obscured by the fog. Sister Sunset, is this the interior of the Dragon Cave? It looks so luxurious. Not long after, White gazed at the magnificent building ahead adorned with the words Dragon Cave and was quite astonished. It seems so, but we need to get a bit closer to confirm. Oh dear, I didn't expect that after all this time the Dragon Cave would still have esteemed guests arriving. Upon sensing the two's chakra, the examination official at the first checkpoint, Anjinshin Shinki, immediately rushed out from the palace with enthusiasm. It's the snake sage of the Dragon Cave, but aren't there supposed to be 3 of you? The sunset, looking at the beautiful woman in an ancient green long-sleeve dress, fluttering a white ribbon, asked with confusion. Anjinshin Shinki, how did this girl know there are 3 examination officials? Cough cough, the other 2 are still inside the Dragon Cave. However, you 2 have come from afar seeking the path to immortality, right? Sister Sunset, it shouldn't be too far from the Land of Fire to hear, right? Hearing White's naive response, Anjinshin Shinki's mouth twitched. We indeed came to seek the sage techniques, but we are unsure of the exact location of the Dragon Cave. I assure you we come with sincerity. But the Dragon Cave is right before your eyes, isn't it? You 2 beautiful ladies really know how to joke, ha. Anjinshin Shinki laughed, and suddenly froze at the glint of crimson flashing in the sunset's dual pupils. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, the illusion created by natural energy gradually dissipated, revealing its true form. The neatly aligned stone door now revealed after the fog was peeled away was a heavy stone door with remnants of colorful stones still on the ground. I didn't expect the first challenge to be breached so quickly. However, as the examination official for the second challenge, you must pass my test. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Watching the sunset almost fill the door with stones, a kanji appeared on Anjinshin Shinki's forehead. How disrespectful to the snake to start working without hearing the rules. Sorry, I have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. I can't stand such uneven places. Watching the last stone that wouldn't fit no matter what, the sunset clenched her fist and then crushed the stone, which contained natural energy, into powder to fill it in. Anjinshin Shinki, are human girls nowadays this fierce? After swiftly passing the first and second challenges, the sunset and White soon arrived at the location of the third challenge. Looking at the foggy surroundings, the sunset cautiously reached for her ninja tool pouch at her waist. Finally, things are getting serious. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly flashed past the sunset, reaching for the younger White. Smack! Grabbing onto Tsubaki's hand, the overwhelming force made this ancient sage who had lived for over 1,000 years feel a sharp pain. You have quite the strength. Breaking free from the sunset's grasp, Tsubaki used natural energy to fly into the sky, seemingly disappearing from this space. However, her troublesome invisibility was somewhat lacking under the gaze of the Sharingan. Locking her perception onto Tsubaki, the sunset threw several shuriken equipped with explosive tags and large stones falling from the sky together. Boom! Amidst the smoke and dust, a figure shimmering with red light continually leaped in midair, using the fallen stones as footholds, and this speed, defying the laws of physics, even stunned the white snake sage who was observing secretly. The ability to control time is indeed a rare sight. The white snake immortal said the visitors have passed the trial. With a bruised face, Chitenjin led the two into the grand hall, seemingly carrying a hint of resentment. This guy's eyes are completely immune to her illusion formation. It's the first time I've seen this in over 1,000 years. Can human cubs fight like this now? Chitenjin, you did well. You should go rest and heal your injuries now. Hearing the voice from the stone chair, Chitenjin cupped her hands, and then quickly left without looking back. Sunset, are you the human here to seek the immortal arts? Your speed in passing the trials is indeed quite remarkable. The white snake immortal with a pipe in his mouth glanced at the sunset, and by standing inside the temple, and said, isn't it all to see and learn the powerful immortal arts in the dragon cavern as soon as possible? Who would refuse the power of an immortal? Hee, I didn't expect you little girl to be so honest. What you said is what those who came before you wished for. However, even if you pass the first 3 trials of the dragon cavern, it only qualifies you to enter and sign the spirit contract. To truly learn the immortal arts, it still depends on your adaptability to natural energy. I will not shy away from such challenges. It's just natural energy, isn't it? Looking at Sunset, who stood confidently with one hand on her hip, the white snake immortal nodded in approval. By the way, she will also be very brave and definitely won't shy away from such challenges. Suddenly, Bai, who was lifted high, reacted with a puzzled expression. On the first day in the dragon cavern, both Sunset and Bai signed the spirit contract with the snake. After the white snake immortal infused them with natural energy, they began their training in the immortal mode. Sister Sunset, it's so hot inside my body, it feels like I'm about to burn. In the cool lake water, Bai, dressed in a sauna suit, said dizzily while holding Sunset's arm. Lady Bai, do not move around. Regulate your breathing and chakra flow. I will assist both of you in completing the circulation of natural energy. A large white snake coiled around them gently reminded. Bai glanced at Sunset beside her, and after seeing her nod, Bai released her grip on Sunset's arm and sat up straight, beginning to readjust the balance of her chakra. Phew, it does feel a bit hot, however it's not too serious. Sunset formed hand seals, and the chakra within her body quickly condensed, surprisingly suppressing the chaotic natural energy to a balanced state. The large white snake looked at Sunset, suppressing the natural energy, and appeared slightly surprised. After so many years, 99% of people turned into stone at this step due to lack of control. Today, there is someone daring enough to confront it directly, which feels a bit unusual. Why does it feel a bit chilly on my body? When the large white snake looked down, it instantly discovered a stream of icy chakra flowing through the lake, and the cold air caused the water's surface to freeze into ice blocks, trapping both the 2 humans and the snake in place. Sunset, I'm sorry, Sister Sunset. The chakra in my body unintentionally burst out while I was trying to control it. In the changing room, Bai, who was putting on thick clothes, looked at Sunset, who was shivering in the distance, and felt a bit guilty. Achoo. It's okay, it wasn't Bai's intention, right? Throwing the tissue into a nearby trash can, Sunset waved her hand. When she was merging with the natural energy, her acupoints were all opened, which inevitably caused Bai to leak out a large amount of ice-released chakra that was also absorbed into her body, circulating with the natural energy several times. Otherwise, with her physique, she wouldn't have been affected at all. Bai will try to control it better in the future to prevent chakra from leaking out. Haha, really, there's no need to worry too much. Just learning the immortal arts is enough. Sunset said with a smile while rubbing Bai's head. After merging with the immortal arts, I wonder if Bai will be able to create a tall building with her bare hands when she grows up. Sister Sunset is so gentle. As Bai felt Sunset's delicate hand rubbing her head, her little face instantly flushed a bit. Days later, Sunset and Bai were primarily training in the center of the lake in the dragon cavern, but due to Bai's insufficient control over chakra, she often leaked the ice-released chakra, which was absorbed by Sunset. Achoo. Sunset lay in the warm bed, sipping hot water, and her complexion improved slightly. In the corner, Bai, who watched Sunset's tired appearance, squatted in a corner, drawing circles, wondering why this situation arose. Why would I harm Sister Sunset? I'm really such a fool. Angry. Originally, Bai planned to train in natural energy separately from Sunset, but was rejected by her. After all, Sunset herself had some insecurity in controlling natural energy, having Bai nearby felt safer. 2 weeks later, after many days of merging with natural energy and by Snake's guidance, Sunset finally learned the perfect immortal mode according to the Dragon Cavern's proportional model. Layers of blue-green energy radiated from Sunset's body, and the originally clear lake's surface shimmered with sparkling light. Wow, Sister Sunset is amazing. Standing by the lake, Bai joyfully jumped up, watching the flowing water dance with the pressure around. Oh, it seems your sister has a truly high talent. She actually learned the perfect immortal mode of the Dragon Cavern in just over 2 weeks. If it weren't for the cold energy's interference, she could have done it in half the time. This truly is a rare talent, but why do I feel something is off? Hearing the white snake's blunt comment, Bai squatted down in a corner, drawing circles, feeling like a burden to Sister Sunset. If only she could save a lot of time, but even if it's troublesome, she still wants to stay by her side. Sob. Is this the feeling of the immortal mode? It's truly wonderful, but feels like I can sense everything. Standing in the center of the lake sunset rose her loose white robe flowing with a white radiance and a chakra garment resembling dragon scales enveloping her body, while two streaks of dark purple eyeshadow adorned the corners of her eyes. Feeling something unusual atop her head, Sunset lowered her head and saw two silver horns protruding from her dark hair. I have shed my serpent skin and transcended to become a dragon. Auditory hallucination. Mystical technique, inorganic rebirth. Under a burst of white light, Xiang clapped her hands on the ground, and the stalactites fixed at the top of the cave suddenly grew downwards at an astonishing speed, piercing the ground like sharp spikes. Once again channeling the energy of her mystical chakra, Xiang commanded the massive stones within the cave to soar into the air, forming a large sphere that crashed down to the ground. Feeling the ground rumble, the white snake sage, observing from hundreds of meters away, nodded in approval. To be able to use mystical arts so skillfully right after learning them, you truly are a descendant of the Six Paths Sage. Your talent is not in the slightest inferior to that of Indra's reincarnation. Now that such a prodigy has emerged in the peaceful ninja world, should we intervene in some way? Hearing the little white snake's doubt, the white snake sage shook his head. Let nature take its course. The ninja world has its own rules. As practitioners, we should simply follow the choices of nature without interfering in matters that do not concern us. Thank you, white snake sage, for your enlightenment. The little white snake respectfully nodded to the sage, then froze in surprise at the falling snowflakes on the ground. Wait, even though the dragon's cave has an entrance and a lower temperature, it itself is a different space. The seasons should not be affected by the ninja world, right? Moreover, this is deep inside. Where are the snowflakes coming from? Wait, why does this mystical chakra feel somewhat impure? Sensing something unusual, the white snake sage turned his head and noticed that Xiang had unknowingly gathered a cerulean light sphere in her hand, filled with countless ice crystals fluttering like butterflies in the air. Looking at the sphere forming in her hand, Xiang displayed a hint of surprise. Although she possessed all 5 elemental affinities, she shouldn't have a bloodline limit for ice release. This is truly strange, as she unconsciously used it after employing mystical arts. Gazing at the solid ice sphere that radiated a pearly glow in her palm, Xiang closed her eyes and deactivated her mystical state, causing the ice crystals resting in her hand to gradually dissipate. How peculiar, I can't use it at all after turning off the mystical state. A few hours later, in the cave where they were temporarily residing, Bai looked at the snowflakes conjured by Xiang with wide eyes, as a mix of sadness and tears swirled in her gaze. Xiang's sister Xiang also possesses ice release. Could it be that you are one of our kind? Bai had not yet begun to feel touched when Xiang pinched her cheek, pulling her out of her reverie. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Alright, I don't actually have ice release, but this is indeed something I can use in sage mode. I'm starting to doubt whether soaking in ice baths with you all day has caused some issues, Xiang said thoughtfully as she looked at the strange chakra aura that had merged in her hand. While being able to use ice release is quite nice, wouldn't it be better to understand the situation and be able to use it in a normal state? Is it really possible like this? By watching, Xiang, still lost in thought, suddenly turned her mind in a strange direction. If chakra can be transmitted this way, does that mean if adults sleep together, they can have children? Seeing Bai's innocent and pure expression, Xiang couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Indeed, the thoughts of children are the purest. And she suddenly found herself reminiscing about her childhood, regrettably realizing she could never return to that world. Sad. Sitting on the tatami mat, Bai sat upright against the wall, her chakra flowing steadily through her meridians, while Xiang activated her Sharingan to observe some different aspects, trying to find the reason. In recent days, Xiang had been thoroughly studying her ice release and mystical arts. However, even with Xiang's guidance, Bai's progress in mystical arts remained exceedingly slow. Through Xiang's tireless research, she finally discovered some anomalous ice release chakra within her own chakra. They resembled small ice crystals lying dormant within the cold Yin release chakra, which is the spiritual energy required to maintain sage mode, and are not easily perceptible under normal circumstances. Xiang's chakra itself does not stimulate ice release chakra. However, after using mystical chakra, the fusion of bodily energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy activates ice release, allowing Xiang to utilize what is known as ice release. Yet this form of ice release is not lasting. As soon as the dormant ice release chakra is depleted, it cannot be used again. Annoyed. It seems ice release chakra does not generate on its own. If it requires base chakra and mystical arts to use, that would be rather unhelpful. After giving up on exploring ice release, Xiang diligently focused on her studies of mystical arts and other elemental techniques. However, even after a month, despite the approaching spring outside, Bai's progress in mystical arts remained very slow. Why is this happening? Why am I still unable to make rapid progress in mystical arts? If it's only at this level, how can I protect Sister Xiang? Observing Bai squatting in the corner, feeling guilty, Xiang sighed and patted her shoulder. Oh, it's alright, mystical arts are not something that ordinary people can master. It's already quite impressive that you can adapt to the natural energy of the dragon's cave. You know, in the history of Naruto, there was a white-haired rider who studied mystical arts on Mayaboka Mountain for over 10 years before achieving a half-finished product. Even someone as talented as Naruto took nearly 2 months. Your situation of learning it in 2 weeks is quite rare. Really? Of course it's true. Turning to see Xiang smiling gently, Bai felt a slight sting at the corners of her eyes and hugged her tightly. Ugh, Sister Xiang has never looked down on me. How can there be such a good person in this world? I had initially thought Xiang would only use her as a tool, but after spending several months together, she felt more than just guidance and care. This feeling of being loved by someone was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. As she felt Bei's soft body suddenly rush into her embrace and sob, Xiang gently patted her back and helped her untangle her long hair. Cute little kids are so comfortable to hold. No, she is definitely not a lolicon. Another month slowly passed, and the cold winter had already gone. The trees outside had begun to sprout tender green leaves. Still within the dragon's cave, Xiang contemplated for a while and decided to leave Bai with the white snake immortal. After all, if the upcoming actions were somewhat dangerous, even she could not guarantee Bei's safety. However, upon hearing Xiang's response, Bai was instantly frozen in place. But isn't it true that I'm likely to cause trouble for Sister Xiang? But it's okay, Bai will strive to become stronger and patiently wait for Sister Xiang to return. Looking at the adorable girl in a long green robe in front of her, Bai forced a happy smile. It is indeed somewhat dangerous ahead, so it is safer for Bai to stay in the dragon's cave for now, Xiang explained, gently ruffling Bei's hair. So how long does Sister Xiang plan to be away before she comes to get me? Once Bai becomes stronger, she can use the spirit communication technique to find me. Then it's settled. Once Bai learns the immortal art, she'll return to Sister Xiang's side. That's only natural. A few hours later, Xiang packed her belongings into her backpack, looking at Bai waving goodbye in the dragon's cave, flashing a bright smile, and giving a thumbs up. Sister Xiang, I will definitely come to find you soon. Then I'll wait for Bai to come find me. Xiang disappeared into the mist, carrying a spatial scroll. Watching Xiang's figure gradually fade away, Bai couldn't help but lean against a nearby pillar, clenching her fists. She would definitely strive to grow stronger and protect this hard-won happiness. 3 days later, in Konoha village at night, a sudden rumbling sound emanated from the village's core. A figure in a cookie mask cloaked in black was sprinting across the rubble on the rooftops, carrying a large scroll. Light footsteps echoed as they stepped on the debris, followed closely by more than a dozen shadowy figures. In the Hokage Tower, upon hearing that the sealing book had been stolen, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was startled and stood up from his chair. How could the sealing book be stolen? Who did this? Report Hokage-sama, we are still pursuing the thief, but at the time of the incident, he claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. What did he look like? The Yumbu described how Xiang disguised herself as Uchiha Obito during the Ninetales night, and upon hearing about this familiar guise, Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his Hokage robe and donned a set of simple black armor. Start evacuating the surrounding civilians to the shelters. We must mobilize immediately and capture the invader. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Hokage hurriedly left the office, but he did not notice the strange red glint flickering in the eyes of his trusted confidant under the moonlight. Within Konoha village, leaping across rooftops, Xiang observed the approaching Konoha ninjas and swiftly formed a hand sign, unleashing a surge of flames that instantly repelled everyone. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted into the night, the terrifying flames instantly engulfing a small house. Damn it! Leave a few people to put out the fire. The rest follow me to chase after her. A Konoha ninja commanded, brandishing his kunai and charging toward Xiang. Lightning cutter. As Xiang attempted to flee, a shadow suddenly burst out from a distant window, its right hand crackling with blue lightning, reaching for Xiang's chest. Clang. As the kunai scratched the surface, Xiang looked at the Konoha ninjas surrounding her and the approaching third Hokage with a slight smile. Hell, all this commotion over a sealing book. I seem to have been underestimated, haven't I? Enough. Hand over the sealing technique. Pretending to be Uchiha Madara in Konoha village is not a wise move. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reprimand, disguised Xiang chuckled twice and then tossed the sealing scroll onto the ground. However, just when everyone thought she was about to surrender, they discovered that the scroll had slid down the incline, revealing an empty paper inside. Nanny. Seeing that it was an empty scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, and he felt an ominous premonition arise in his heart. Poof, the Uchiha Madara before them instantly transformed into smoke and vanished. Witnessing this, the surrounding Konoha ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Hokage-sama, where do we go now? Immediately return to defense. Do not let the enemy's plan succeed. Kakashi, you go summon the remaining Anbu to guard the outskirts of Konoha. We must not let the enemy escape with Konoha's precious forbidden book. Understood. In fact, Xiang had already perfectly replicated a backup when she saw the sealing technique using her Sharingan's copying ability. The shadow clone left behind was merely a diversion. What she planned to do today was not as simple as stealing forbidden techniques. At the root base of Konoha, deep within the steel fortress-like base, Danzo sat in a chair, his brows furrowing at the report from his subordinates. Uchiha Madara returned to Konoha and stole the sealing book. What does he want with the sealing book? But it doesn't matter. His return to Konoha means Sarutobi will not sit idly by. 8 years ago, the Ninetales incident claimed the fourth Hokage. If another third Hokage dies this time, won't it be easier for him to ascend to the Hokage position? Lord Danzo, the ninjas, and Anbu outside have already mobilized and started to seal off the entire village. Do we need to? No need, we will stay underground. The root of Konoha needs to accumulate strength to provide more nourishment for the village. But in that case, the root seemed to have some concerns, but upon noticing Danzo's grim expression, he dared not say anything further and withdrew. After the root left, Danzo took out a photo of himself with Sarutobi Hiruzen from his drawer, gazing at the Hokage, standing in the light and shadow with narrowed eyes. Sarutobi, your light is destined to be short-lived, but darkness will always exist. Do you still plan to cling to this position indefinitely? While Danzo resented Sarutobi Hiruzen for occupying the Hokage position for so long, a figure had already stealthily infiltrated through the ventilation ducts. Using Jinjutsu to control one of the root members, upon learning Danzo's location, the corners of Xiang's mouth, hidden beneath her mask, curled into a slight smile. The root of Konoha. Today let me see how long you can struggle in my hands. Wind release vacuum jade. A sharp wind blast struck the wall, instantly tearing open several gashes in the steel-constructed building. Several figures rolled and dodged on the ground, watching from a distance as Tuanzong was protected by his subordinates. The setting sun gathered chakra in his throat, and a rapidly expanding flame burst forth like a cannonball. Flames continuously bombarded below, causing the iron frame bridge positioned in the central area to glow red. Crouching against the wall, he watched as wind release shuriken flew out from the flames. The setting sun, with a frown beneath his mask, produced two kunai with explosive tags from behind him, neutralizing them in midair. Lord Tuanzong. Observing the subordinates rushing to protect Tuanzong, the setting sun's brow furrowed. He didn't expect this old man to have such a good reaction time. The ambush had actually failed. Without the Sharingan arm, he was indeed very cautious. Capture him. With a wave of his hand, Tuanzong sent dozens of subordinates chasing after the setting sun. Boom. Running on the iron walls, the scorching flames flickered behind them. Blocking the katana coming from the subordinates with a kunai in front of him, the red light, flashing beneath the mask, slightly startled the few people in front. Sticking explosive tags on several subordinates, the setting sun kicked them away, then formed hand seals. A dazzling firelight soared from the base, and thick black smoke rose into the sky. Witnessing the blades flying towards him amidst the group of subordinates resembling the chopping of vegetables, Tuanzong clenched his teeth. He then formed hand seals and slapped the summoning seal onto the ground. A deep muffled roar echoed from behind Tuanzong as an elephant wrapped in bandages stomped on the iron plate, causing the entire base to tremble. Wind release vacuum waved. Tuanzong expelled a sharp breath while summoning the dream boar behind him to attack the setting sun. Boom. Flames erupted in the eye of the wind, and the dream boar was injured and collapsed to the ground, dissipating into smoke. Tuanzang's pupils contracted as he observed a figure suddenly appear behind him. Was that the body flicker technique? How could it be so fast? Slash. The setting sun's kunai easily severed one of Tuanzang's arms, blood splattering onto the iron plate, creating small splashes and dust flying into the distance. Holding his bleeding left arm, Tuanzong looked at the setting sun's tiger mask, his expression slightly darkening. Daring to confront the roots underground alone, I will never let you off easily. Secret technique, heart-transforming spirit technique. Just as Tuanzong was filled with rage, a purple light suddenly struck the setting sun from afar. However, the powerful mental force of the Sharingan caused Yamashiro to spit out blood and kneel on the ground. This guy, Yamashiro, who had just arrived, felt a splitting headache as if he was in a daze, staring in shock at the location of the setting sun. This is the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Such powerful mental energy rendered the heart-transforming spirit technique ineffective. Well, no one can save you now. Oh, it's time for you to atone for your sins against the Uchiha clan. Watching Tuanzong not far away, the kaleidoscope pattern in the setting sun's pupils began to spin slowly, emanating a menacing red light. Wind release, cough. In the blink of an eye, the setting sun, in his transformed state, seized Tuanzong by the neck. The immense force disrupted Tuanzang's chakra, causing his originally aged face to flush with a hint of color. Swish. Layers of black mist-like entities floated in from the distance, heading straight for the setting sun. Secret technique, parasite bugs. Yamanaka Kurenai formed hand seals, continuously manipulating the parasitic bugs to envelop the setting sun, a crunching sound echoing in front of Tuanzong. Feeling the grip on his neck gradually easing, Tuanzong sneered. You think you can compete with me? You're still too young, Nanny. Tuanzang's pupils jolted as he watched the blue light erupting from the black figure in front of him. Boom. A tremendous roar resounded through the open space as the parasitic bugs that surrounded them were extinguished in the air by the powerful chakra. Tuanzang's eyes widened in astonishment at the azure chakra radiating from the figure before him. You want to dance too? Lifting Tuanzong off the ground, the setting sun looked back at Yamanaka Kurenai and the many subordinates pursuing him. He then pulled out 4 kunai embedded with special talismans and threw them into the 4 corners. Uchiha explosive flame array. Huh. In an instant, columns of flame shot up like stars from the root base, with thick scorching flames seemingly consuming everything around them, even causing the complex and sturdy steel structures of the root to show signs of collapse. Under the relentless blaze, Yamanaka Kurenai was smacked to the ground by the massive hand of Susanoo, while the remaining few subordinates rushed towards the setting sun, but one by one they fell under Susanoo's power. Boom. An iron frame could no longer bear its weight and collapsed from the surrounding stairs. Watching his own created root base crumble in the flames, Tuanzang's expression darkened as he gazed towards the setting sun. Evil Uchiha Madara, your schemes will not succeed in my hands. You didn't say that when you ordered the root to annihilate the Uchiha clan, did you? This is merely revenge for my clan. As Tuanzong watched the setting sun suddenly approach him, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he pulled out a kunai from his sleeve, thrusting it forward. Crack! The broken blade plunged into the iron plate, and Tuanzong gazed in shock at the setting sun covered by a layer of azure half-body giant, and at the kunai in his hand that only had the handle left. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Looking at the seemingly impenetrable Susanoo before him, Tuanzong steeled himself, unraveling the bandages wrapped around his left eye, revealing a windmill-shaped kaleidoscope Sharingan. The emerald green light of his pupils pierced through Susanoo, directly targeting the setting sun's head, but was blocked by the illusion barrier created by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. How could this be possible? Who are you? Realizing that the Tsukuyomi could also fail to control him, Tuanzang's face was filled with disbelief. Tsukuyomi is known as the strongest illusion that can control others without their awareness. How could it fail? As you can see, I am Uchiha Madara. Who else could it be? The setting sun chuckled lightly, the scarlet light flickering in his pupils, instantly suppressing Shizui's power. Watching the setting sun approach him, Tuanzong gritted his teeth, and then lifted his shirt, revealing a chain-like talisman covered with black runes. Since I have no way to turn back, you won't escape either. Even the Shura of the ninja world will go to hell with me for the sake of the entire Konoha. Tuanzong reached for the setting sun, wanting to accompany him to the grave, but the setting sun quickly dodged using the time acceleration technique. Standing on the iron platform, he sighed as he watched Tuanzong disappear along with half an iron bridge in the ink-black talisman sphere. It seems Shizui Sharingan is still not easy to obtain. After dealing with Tuanzong, the setting sun looked at the approaching Konoha ninjas above the base and utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. However, within this hellish blaze, an inconspicuous shadow suddenly emerged from the surrounding corners. Is this the Uchiha clansman that Obito fears, the one not part of the plan? It seems his strength is quite impressive, capable of impacting the Eye of the Moon plan. After pondering for a moment, Kurizetsu still delved underground, disappearing from here. A sudden change, yet another unstable factor. It seems I should inform that kid Obito about this situation. This is a good opportunity. Running through the narrow alleys of Konoha as he saw the Yambu surrounding him, Zhang's lips curled up slightly, and then he dispelled his shadow clone. Damn, it's fake again. How does this guy have so much chakra? The Yambu captain who was chasing looked at the smoke left behind, and then dispatched his fellow Yambu to disappear onto the rooftops, planning to search elsewhere for the intruder's whereabouts. However, not long after the shadow clone dissipated, a figure suddenly emerged from a nearby grass cage. Is there a problem with me and my shadow clone taking the same path? Of course there's no problem. Xiong dusted off his cloak and continued running towards the boundary at the edge of Konoha. Having spent quite a bit of chakra dealing with Shin and Danzo, it was still unwise to confront Konoha's forces heated. Dressed in a tiger skin outfit, Xiong easily knocked out the Yambu guarding the boundary using his Sharingan Jinjutsu, then passed through Konoha's barrier with the secret seal from his memory. However, not long after Xiong left Konoha, a vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiong. My identity is useful, isn't it? Looking at Xiong in front of him dressed in the same outfit and mask, Obito frowned beneath his mask. He had always used others' identities, but today someone was actually using his identity. Speaking of which, the name Uchiha Madara should rightly belong to me. Taking out a kunai from his sleeve, Xiong chuckled lightly. Last time I let you escape, this time I won't let you get away so easily. Obito drew a long sword and slashed toward Xiong. Flames erupted in the forest, and the fierce blade light flickered around Xiong. Swish! This identity ultimately exposed itself too early. Feeling the intense aura coming from Obito as he attacked, Xiong began to contemplate some other matters. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. As he passed through the surging fireball, Xiong grasped the long sword that Obito swung at him. Droplets of blood fell onto the fresh grass, but soon a surge of electricity emanated from Xiong with sharp arcs conducting through the long sword, forcing Obito back. Haha, you're really like an electric porcupine, aren't you? Watching the blue lightning on Zhang's body, Obito relaxed his numbed hands. Xiong glanced at Obito, who had stopped advancing, and turned to dash down a side path. But as soon as he jumped onto a branch, he was greeted by a large sword bound with bandages. Swish! The giant tree seemed to bend under the force of the slashing blow, and Xiong, now on the ground, raised an eyebrow at the figure of Kisame standing before him. There's actually another one. Looks like they want to pin me down here. It seems to be a special chakra fluctuation. It must be worth a slash. Kisame, wearing an Akatsuki cloak, rested his samahata on his shoulder, revealing a sharp tooth as he looked at the torn fabric of Zhang's clothes. Obito pushed aside the grass in front of him, surrounding Xiong from both sides. The play acting should come to an end. Watching the two approaching him, the massive chakra seemed to form two different pressures, sandwiching Xiong in between. Buzz! The azure chakra waves swept through the forest, and Obito's eyes widened as the blue skeletal Susanoo gradually appeared around Xiong. How can this chakra feel so much like that old man Madara? Although their styles of action were completely different, facing this familiar yet strange chakra, Obito felt that the person before him must have a significant connection to Madara. Could it be that Madara left behind a backup plan to monitor me? But didn't he already have that guy Black Zetsu? Filled with confusion, Obito watched as the Susanoo's arm came crashing down towards him, using the body flicker technique to dodge backwards. Water-style Water Shark Bullet. Looking at the half-skeletal figure that suddenly appeared before him, Kisame quickly formed seals with both hands and slammed them into the ground. Ferocious water sharks leaped out attacking the half-skeletal figure, but unfortunately, they only scraped off a few edges. This is the third power hidden within the bloodline of the Uchiha clan Susanoo. Clenching his fist with one hand, the surrounding natural energy surged towards Xiong, layers of dazzling white light gradually merging into his body. Feeling the sage chakra filling his body, Xiong applied this power to the exterior of Susanoo, swinging his fist towards Kisame. Boom! The fist of Susanoo struck the blade of Samehada, and the immense force transmitted through Kisame's body to the ground, creating cracks like spider webs around. Feeling the tremors of the earth, Kisame's arm holding the large sword trembled continuously, but it seemed to excite him even more. I didn't expect the first enemy I would fight alongside my master to be so powerful. Oh, it really gets the blood boiling. Kisame laughed mockingly as the bandages binding Samehada gradually loosened. The bandages fell to the ground, but Kisame was sent flying along with Xiong and his sword. To have this much chakra at this time, truly worthy of being a tailed beast in human form, but unfortunately your opponent is Uchiha. As Xiong took a couple of steps, he suddenly found a vine wrapping around his foot on the ground. Xiong. Damn, I almost forgot Obito can use would release. A towering tree rapidly grew from beneath Susanoo, its sharp branches pierced Xiong's chest, and as if it were a rapidly expanding cancer cell, it swelled to envelop Xiong, seemingly trying to strangle him within the tree. Evolving Susanoo into its second form, powerful azure chakra continuously filled Xiong's skeletal structure, becoming fleshy and solid. Swinging the chakra-formed long sword down, a blue sword light cleaved the swollen tree in half, gradually destroying the surrounding trees. Oomph is the power that can only be used with the Mangekyō Sharingan. Looking at the second stage giant of Xiong's, Susanoo gradually evolving, Obito's brows also furrowed tightly. Fortunately, he had already expended a lot of chakra in Konoha, otherwise with just the two of them it would be difficult to shake this shell. Water release, great water burst wave. The torrent of water surged through the forest, the turbulent force resembling that of the ocean, threatening to uproot the towering trees from the ground. Even the second form of Susanoo began to sway. Floating in the water, Obito formed hand seals controlling the countless trees sprouting from the earth to reach towards the setting sun. Although Susanoo's defense was formidable, its bottom remained a vulnerable weakness. Even the third form was no exception. However, if the setting sun's feet left the ground, its center of gravity would be caught in the whirlpool of the waves, thus falling into a disadvantageous position. You really played a good hand, but I won't fall for your tricks. Although Kisame's massive water release combined well with Obito's wood release, it still paled in comparison to the cooperation between Senju Hashirama and the evil white-haired one during the Warring States period. However, with her Mangekyō Sharingan and sage techniques, she would not fear such things even without her older brother. Gripping Susanoo's massive hands firmly to the ground, the setting sun formed hand seals gathering immense chakra within her body. Her once barren chest began to swell like a balloon. Sage art, great fire destruction. A torrid and vast sea of flames erupted from the setting sun's mouth. The roaring inferno surged like a rampaging beast crashing into the ground. Even the rapidly growing branches were pressed back into the earth in an instant. The flames struck the ground, radiating outwards and continuously expanding, evaporating upon contact with the torrent of water, even creating a counteraction. Drifting at the bottom of the water, watching the lake he created gradually boil, Kisame's expression changed dramatically, his small eyes even showing signs of daze. Is this really fire release? As Obito felt the temperature of the water around him rising, even starting to scald, he entered a state of intangibility. Through the observation of his Sharingan, he saw the setting sun maintaining a high heat output of flames at the bottom of the water, and his gaze sharpened. This guy's ninjutsu is still active. It shouldn't be easy to move. He could use Kimui to grab a chance. Fortunately, the sage techniques and Susanoo possessed strong defensive and heat insulation abilities. Otherwise, the setting sun might have cooked herself before finishing her ninjutsu. Glancing at the figure approaching him through the flames in the distance, the setting sun freed one hand, quickly forming seals as arcs of electricity began to gather around her and gradually spread outward. In a state of intangibility, Obito observed the net-like structure inside Susanoo and his eyelids twitched. If this kid wasn't playing with both fire and lightning release, the battle would be much more comfortable than it is now. Due to Susanoo's indestructible defense and the increasing water temperature, Kisame and Obito were forced to leap out of the range of the great water burst wave. After they left, the semicircular lake formed by the water release erupted violently. The scalding water surged through the forest, uprooting a patch of lush greenery. Amidst the thick steam, the figure of the setting sun gradually emerged. You two are quite capable, huh? But do you really think you can kill me? While maintaining sage mode, the setting sun intended to taunt the two further, but a sudden sharp pain in her body made her voice falter, causing her to kneel on the ground. It seems I've overused my chakra. Cough cough. Observing through the Sharingan that her chakra was nearing depletion, Obito felt a surge of joy and immediately used Kimui to teleport behind her. Using chakra so recklessly, you finally faced the backlash, huh? Obito reached out to grab the setting sun's shoulder, attempting to use Kimui's power to transfer her to the Kimui space, but he couldn't see the slight smirk rising at the corners of her mouth beneath the mask. Slap. The setting sun's eyes flashed crimson, and the two shuriken patterns began to spin rapidly. In Obito's view, he saw the figure before him suddenly erupting with red light and chakra energy, causing his pupils to tremble. What is this? Utilizing the power of the Dark Realm, a large amount of spiritual energy was converted into physical energy, and the setting sun once again merged a vast amount of sage chakra, activating the acceleration mode of the god of the late days, enhancing her speed to 5 times the usual. Whoosh! The setting sun's body dashed past Obito like a red flash, and as Obito looked down at the kunai that had pierced his chest, cold sweat broke out all over him. This guy was just pretending. Such treachery. Is he really a member of the Uchiha clan? If he hadn't activated Kamui in time, he might have been seriously injured just now. In fact, Obito had a moment of contemplation about whether to use this guy before him to break the curse seal placed on his heart by Madara. But after merely contemplating for a fraction of a second, Obito dismissed the idea. Although Kamui had not faced a true opponent, yet it was better to be cautious against an Uchiha with an unknown age, strength, and gender. To avoid any mishaps, Obito thought it would be better to leave it to Kakashi to handle later. Oh, what a pity. Your eye technique is indeed quite marvelous, he said, tossing the bloodied kunai to the ground as the setting sun shrugged her hands at him. Humph, what a cunning fox. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I would have been tricked. You are wrongly accusing me. I really had no chakra just now. Oh, I only replenished it using my backup energy now. Maintaining her freedommost state, the setting sun said innocently. Looking at the setting sun, who still appeared calm, Obito touched the wound on his chest. The single eye behind his mask was filled with caution. You really are a dangerous individual, he said, casting one last glance at the setting sun before using Kamui to bring the honest Kisame along as well. My lord, aren't we continuing the fight? Kisame, who was lifted away by Obito's Kamui, clearly wore a look of confusion. After finally getting rid of the outer shell, why not continue to press the advantage? His shark skin was still craving for battle. The intelligence is unclear. We retreat first and regroup with other Akatsuki members later to settle the score with him slowly. Seeing Obito flee in fear, the setting sun scanned her surroundings with her Sharingan, then removed her mask, taking a deep breath of fresh air. In fact, she just wanted to go kill Danzo and steal a few forbidden scrolls, but after barely leaving the hidden leaf, she encountered Obito. It seems that Akatsuki truly infiltrates everywhere. Such a large village like Konoha is as easy to traverse as her own house. From now on, she would have to be more cautious wherever she goes. If she were to be caught and beaten by the Hokage and Umbu in Konoha, then encountered the same situation again after leaving, the circumstances would be far more dangerous than they are now. After finishing 2 exhilarating battles, the setting sun decided to take a good rest in a small town several dozen kilometers away from Konoha, replenishing its energy. In the changing room of the southern part of Duan Street, the setting sun completely took off the black robe, then tossed the blood-stained black bodysuit into the trash bin. Standing in front of a full-length mirror, the setting sun placed one hand on her waist and wrapped a bath towel around her body, covering most of her exposed skin, revealing only her flawless white calves and the delicate collarbone on her upper body. At that moment, having almost choked out Danzo with one hand and forced back 2 members of the Akatsuki, the setting sun resembled a very beautiful yet ordinary little girl combing her long hair in front of the mirror. After tidying her hair, the setting sun held up the bath towel and pouted at the noticeable scar between her 2 mounts, ambushed by wood release. Annoyed due to the presence of the dark water god, the setting sun could quickly recover from her injuries, but her current mental state wasn't great, so she decided to wait until she had a good sleep before recovering. Having bought a private bath, the setting sun gently tested the water temperature with her toes, then slowly immersed her delicate body into the warm pool. Soaking in the warm water, the setting sun felt a significant easing of her spirit and body. Resting is indeed comfortable. Fighting is ultimately too draining. As she calmed her mind, she quietly leaned by the edge of the pool, closed her eyes, intending to nap for a bit. However, as the world fell silent, a sudden faint call from the surroundings made her frown. Big, big, big. Hey, why is it small? Fat sheep, you're no good either. Could it be there's a casino nearby? But who is Fat Sheep? Suddenly hearing this term, the setting sun pondered in her mind, and slowly a golden-haired woman, often draped in a green coat, appeared in her thoughts. A few minutes later, Shizune, hiding behind Tsunade, looked at yet another lost round of the game, weeping silently as she hugged her wallet. Lady Tsunade, we really can't gamble anymore, otherwise we'll only have the northwest wind to drink. What are you afraid of? Money is meant to be gambled right. At worst, we'll earn it back after spending it all. Wearing a green coat with a voluptuous chest, Tsunade placed the unfinished bottle of alcohol on the table, then waved her hand, betting all the remaining money in front of Shizune's dim gaze. At that moment, a figure in a black coat, still somewhat wet, stealthily slipped into the gambling house. But before they could get inside, the shopkeeper grabbed them by the collar and threw them out. Hey, wait, let me go take a look. I just want to see, not bet. Under 18, you can't enter the gambling house, kiddo. Wait until you grow up to come back. The setting sun. Humph, I don't believe in such evil. Ooh, I can still get in. The setting sun looked at the closed door before her, tightened her coat, then formed hand seals. Just as she transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person, the suddenly kicked open door slammed against the wall, reverting her back to her original form. Lady Tsunade, we seem to have hurt someone. Really? Where's the person? Somewhat intoxicated Tsunade finally found a little black-haired girl with swirling eyes behind the door pointed out by Shizune. As evening approached and darkness gradually enveloped the sky, Tsunade frowned at the fierce scar exposed on the setting sun's chest as she lay on the bed. Lady Tsunade, how could this child be so severely injured? How pitiful could she have been chased by someone, which is why she tried to sneak into the gambling house. Looking at the quiet and fragile setting sun lying on the bed, Shizune spoke with a touch of pity. Well, actually the wound on her chest seems to have healed a bit, but this time she got slammed by the door again. Shizune, watching Tsunade's dead fish eyes, gently waved her hand. Cough, cough, don't be so calculative. Since she's injured, let's leave it to Shizune to handle it, as our apology. Tsunade awkwardly laughed twice, then hugged Porky, and walked out of the room. However, upon leaving, Shizune sighed, observing Tsunade's slightly trembling hands. Indeed, Lady Tsunade still couldn't forget the pain of the past. Glancing at the still unconscious setting sun, Shizune placed her fair thigh on the chair, then retrieved several silver senbon and potions hidden beneath her kimono. However, just as Shizune slowly approached the setting sun with the senbon, the setting sun seemed to have a reflex and suddenly sat up straight from her fainted state. Shizune, my chest hurts so much, and I'm so hungry. At the dining table in the evening, Tsunade watched the setting sun, who was devouring food with chopsticks, and her mouth twitched. This little belly doesn't look big, but how can she eat so much? She had already eaten more than 10 bowls of rice. Hey kid, where did you come from? Propping herself on the table, Tsunade held a bottle of alcohol and asked the setting sun. I came from where I came from. The setting sun, engrossed in eating, immediately responded to Tsunade's question. Tsunade, although the setting sun had eaten quite a bit, didn't have the heart to ask for money, since it was her own fault for knocking her out. Hey Shizune, how much money do we have left in stock? Leaning close to Shizune's ear, Tsunade whispered, then looked at a single coin displayed in her wallet and couldn't help but facepalm. It's over this time, it's completely over. That's strange, where did you little brat get so much money? On the street, Tsunade looked at the bouncing sunset with a puzzled expression. This meal must have cost at least 300 Ryo, which is quite a hefty sum even for an adult. How could such a little girl earn so much money? Could it be stolen, or is she the runaway daughter of some wealthy merchant? Hearing Tsunade's doubt, Sunset pulled out a wooden token from her jacket marked with the bounty emblem. Actually, I'm also a bounty hunter, but please don't call me a little brat. After all, based on seniority, I could be considered of the same generation as your grandfather. Upon hearing Sunset's arrogant words, a frown appeared on Tsunade's forehead as she reached out and pinched Sunset's cheek hard. Little girl, you sure love to brag. Setting aside the bounty for now, do you even know how old I am? Tsunade said, seemingly with a meaningful smile directed at Sunset. Does Miss Fat Sheep know how old I am? And don't pinch my face, it really hurts. Tsunade watched as Sunset swatted her hand away in refusal and then proceeded to mess up her black hair. Children are just children. You should stay behind us and not pretend to be an adult. Tsunade's grip tightened slightly as she thought of her younger brother Nawaki. But isn't there no distinction between children and adults on the battlefield? In the brightly lit street, Tsunade was suddenly taken aback at Sunset's response, which didn't sound like something a child would say. Indeed, on the battlefield, as long as they are enemies, who would show mercy, even to a 5-year-old? However, this clearly didn't sound like something a little brat who hadn't yet graduated from the ninja academy would say. Who told you that, little brat? Seeing Tsunade's curious gaze, Sunset tilted her head and puffed out her cheeks. You all really look down on my height, huh? It's so annoying to always be treated like a child. Glancing at Tsunade's well-endowed figure, Sunset's face turned slightly red. The Senju family's genes are truly remarkable. If only that evil white-haired one were a girl, it would expose more weaknesses on the battlefield, and maybe she wouldn't have to be buried underground for decades. Speaking of which, do they call you Fat Sheep because you often lose gambling matches? Tsunade asked. Yes, but so what? Losing matches is just a way for me to relieve stress. But you little brat are not allowed to enter, okay? Those places are only for adults. Sunset thought to herself that perhaps only by staying beside Bai could she regain the feeling of being an adult. But if in a few years she still hadn't grown taller, would she end up being called Little Sister Bai? Sigh. Although Bai seems quite serious and cute most of the time, it seems that being around her for too long might bring out a bit of a dark side. After passing through a thriving area, Tsunade took Sunset to the place where they were originally staying with Shizune, who was holding a piglet following behind them, whispering something in Tsunade's ear. Danzo is dead. The Book of Seals has been stolen. But that doesn't seem to concern me, so why are they asking me to return? Hearing the information relayed by Shizune from Konoha, Tsunade immediately refused to go back. Danzo, that dark and twisted old man, is dead, which is good. It might help ease the internal conflicts in Konoha. But asking her to return to stabilize the people's hearts is just nonsense. Isn't there still that old man? He is much better at rallying the people's hearts than she is. Drinking a bit and gambling a bit outside is surely better than being confined in Konoha all day long. Upon hearing the information from Tsunade, Sunset's face remained puzzled outwardly, but inwardly, she was already admiring the strength of Konoha's intelligence department. It had barely been half a day since the event, and the news had already spread. It seems that the big villages still have some power. However, Tsunade probably would never guess that the information she received from Konoha was related to her. On the battlefield and in dangerous situations, Sunset has always been cruel and calm, but in life she prefers to be an ordinary person living a simple and happy life. Though Sunset loves leading an ordinary life, she cannot patiently enjoy it when thinking about the Moon Eye plan and the Ten Tails years later. After all, if she doesn't grow stronger, the current peace will eventually be stained by war again, and as the instigator, her older brother will likely meet the same tragic end as before. Just as Sunset was lost in thought, Tsunade suddenly asked, "Hey little brat, do you have a home?" Hearing Tsunade's sudden question, Sunset was taken aback. "I don't have a fixed home, but what do you want? And don't call me little brat. Since you don't have a home, why not be my disciple? I'm the best medical ninja in the world. If you're with me, I guarantee you'll live luxuriously." Hearing Tsunade's invitation, Sunset turned her gaze to Shizune as if seeking confirmation. "If I join you, will I definitely not end up starving?" Facing Sunset's question, Shizune could only smile awkwardly. When Lady Tsunade isn't gambling, there's indeed enough money. After all, sometimes a certain white-haired one secretly sends the money, and the daimyo's office also provides some support. But once she starts gambling, Sunset thought for a moment but still declined. After all, time is money. If she stayed with Tsunade, she wouldn't be able to properly learn the forbidden techniques and the impure world reincarnation she had stolen from Konoha. It's more convenient to act alone. "Hey little brat, are you really not going to consider it? This opportunity is something I rarely offer to others." Not understanding why such a lonely child would choose solitude, Tsunade also became quite puzzled. Facing Tsunade's confusion, Sunset firmly rejected. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Fat Sheep, but I really don't like being around others. I feel more comfortable alone." Tsunade gazed at Sunset's determined and clear eyes, scrutinizing her for a moment before finally sighing. "Fine, since you're really unwilling, I won't stop you. But aren't you afraid of being abducted as a little girl wandering around the ninja world?" Saying this, Tsunade took out a blue-green slug the size of a fist from her sleeve. Seeing Tsunade's action, Sunset was taken aback, unsure of what it meant. "Take this. She's my summoning beast clone. Your injuries should still be unhealed, right? She can help temporarily treat your wounds, which can be considered as paying off that meal." Facing this kindness, Sunset still reached out and took the slug in her hand. "Hello, I'm Sunset. Hello, I'm the slug, a healing summoning beast. Please take care of me in the future." The slug introduced itself briefly and then crawled into Sunset's clothing. Watching Tsunade walk towards the house in the distance, and Shizune waving goodbye, Sunset smiled sweetly and walked out towards the sparsely populated town. I had always heard that Tsunade had a rather volatile personality, but she seems quite nice. Moreover, she unexpectedly gave me a slug when leaving, which is indeed a pleasant surprise. I wonder if one can truly harmonize two types of sage techniques. "Lord Xiang, I am about to begin your treatment. Wait, how can your chakra be so abundant?" On the small road outside the town, the slug about to heal Xiang, as per Tsunade's orders, was momentarily stunned by the abundant chakra within her. Did Lord Tsunade not say the subject was a child? This chakra amount is likely nearing that of a Kage level, right? Is there a problem with that? No, it's not a problem. It seems Lord Xiang is quite the formidable ninja. However, as per Lord Tsunade's orders, I will commence your treatment immediately. As the slug spoke, a soft green glow began to emanate from her body, and a gentle chakra flowed into Xiang's meridians, continuously replenishing her chakra and healing the wound on her chest. No need to be so polite. You must be the summoned beast of the wet-bone forest, right? I didn't expect such a small one to have so much chakra. This is our slug's innate ability. After all, only with a large enough chakra can we effectively heal the injured. Are all slugs in your clan as adorable as you? Looking at the little creature emitting a green glow on her shoulder, Xiang smiled and said. Upon hearing Xiang's words of praise, the slug's face seemed to reveal a hint of blush. Is it really? Thank you for the compliment, Lord Xiang. You seem to be the first human to find us adorable. However, we are not a clan, we are merely a collective that has split off, similar to a ninja's shadow clone. Is that so? Does that mean there are many little slugs? Actually, there are larger ones. Our split size is determined by the sage chakra. Then can you split one off for me as a partner? This way I won't have to worry about injuries anymore. Watching Xiang's innocent smile, the slug's expression became slightly troubled, but after a moment she nodded. As for a partner, that could work, but it requires signing a summoning contract. I wonder if the main body would agree, as the Wetbone Forest has fewer people signing contracts compared to the other two sage lands, and there are certain trials to pass. Under Xiang's persuasive words, the slug agreed to let her go to the Wetbone Forest to undergo the trials and obtain summoning qualifications. After a simple night spent in the matchbox of Earth escape in the wild, Xiang got herself ready and followed the little slug's guidance towards the concealed direction of the Wetbone Forest. It was located on the southern side of the Fire Country within a vast tropical rainforest, and at the edge of the continent beyond it lay an endless ocean with no one knowing what lay across the sea. Though during the Warring States era the Uchiha and Senju often battled in the Fire Country for resources, Xiang had never been here. Moreover, the most important thing was that there were no signs of human habitation here, it was all trees. Walking through a rainforest where even the grass was as tall as Xiang, the moist morning air filled her lungs, and as she felt the layers of white mist gradually appearing around her, the slug that had been on her shoulder jumped down. All right, Lord Xiang, we are almost there. Ahead is the trial ground of the Wetbone Forest, and I should go report back to my main body now. Then I will wait for your good news after I complete the trial. Xiang watched the slug disappear among the leaves, waved goodbye, then took a deep breath as she faced the misty path ahead. The surrounding mist and natural energy seemed to be gradually thickening. It appeared this was indeed the place. I wonder if the slug's main body will mind her learning to adapt to two types of sage arts. Tossing 2 soldier pills into her mouth, Xiang slowly explored towards the woods ahead, and along the way she noticed pools of blue water forming amid the deepening mist. Having learned the sage arts from the dragon cave, Xiang could clearly sense the condensed chakra's aura accompanied by an indescribable scent. It was as if the dead had decayed, and then their corpses were crushed into powder and mixed into the concrete. It seems that people have been here after all. Xiang ignored the puddles encountered along the way and continued to move forward. Gradually the surrounding tall trees seemed to become less dense, but at the same time her sense of direction weakened. Meanwhile, in the grass around her, she discovered a few corpses deeply embedded in the muddy marsh. Perhaps these people accidentally stepped into the swamp and could not escape, or they simply got lost in the mist and died here. It seems the slug's ability is indeed in high demand. Many people have sought to find it. Just like in the Warring States era when no one had developed medical ninjutsu, if the Uchiha clan had obtained the slug's ability, the Senju clan might have faced immediate disaster. In that era of scarce resources and knowledge, the healing ability was undoubtedly extraordinary. It could even turn the tide of an entire battle. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why fewer people sign contracts in the Wetbone Forest compared to the other 2 sage lands. So it really is called Wetbone Forest. It's not without reason. In this trial ground of grass, Xiang had seen many corpses of people not lying on the ground buried in the mud or hanging from trees. Activating her Sharingan, the freedommost scarlet light glimmered in Xiang's pupils, and the scene before her quickly became much clearer. At the same time, within the land of rain, the sky outside continued to drizzle with persistent rain. Inside a tall tower in the rain-hidden village of Vortex gradually appeared beside Pain. What brings you here? Of course it's something important. I need the Akatsuki organization's assistance. Upon hearing Obito's response, Pain maintained a cold expression, but he felt some confusion within. You need the Akatsuki organization's assistance. This is not usually Uchiha Obito's style. Next, Obito embellished the character of Uchiha Xiang, portraying her as a lunatic who wanted to destroy the entire ninja world for revenge on the Uchiha clan, adding a sense of urgency to his words. As if failing to resolve this problem quickly would severely impact their plans in the future. If she is that strong, why not recruit her into the Akatsuki for the organization's use? Obito. Half an hour later, the setting sun sank deep into the mist, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Swamps and acidic pools appeared unpredictably along the path, while direction itself grew indistinct, making the journey markedly more arduous. Moreover, vast quantities of senjutsu chakra permeated the air, severely dampening sensory perception. Even wind-based techniques proved suboptimal. For an ordinary shinobi, pressing forward under such conditions would almost certainly culminate in death. Yet for Xiang, it posed no insurmountable challenge. In terrain like this, activating Sage Mode would instantly render the landscape as lucid as a polished mirror, or if speed were paramount, she could employ inorganic reincarnation to levitate a stone and ride it like a surfboard, exiting the area in moments. Still, invoking another land's Sage Mode upon foreign sacred ground would be profoundly impolite. I'll better take it slowly. Perhaps that conveys greater sincerity. With her Sharingan activated, Xiang molded chakra into black rods and affixed them beneath her boots, then sprinted swiftly toward the source of naturally flowing energy, guided by the subtle currents visible through her Dijitsu. After half an hour of relentless running, Xiang finally burst forth from the mist-shrouded grasslands, and there, nestled within concealed mountain cliffs, loomed a cave entrance clearly marked with 3 large characters Shikatsurin. So this must be it. Without hesitation, Xiang stepped inside, navigating a winding labyrinthine passage before emerging into a broad, open exit. Emerging from the maze, she beheld a soft, radiant glow ahead. Ascending the stone steps slowly, she found clusters of pale blue slugs basking lazily in the light, surrounded by slender emerald-green bamboo pines. Wow, you've arrived so quickly, Lady Xiang. A small slug, familiar from their earlier encounter, slid up from afar and settled gently onto her shoulder. Has the Shikatsurin trial been passed? Then is the slug sage prepared to accept me? In response to Xiang's question, the little slug nodded once, then paused, tilted its head, and shook itself lightly. The slug sage readily agreed to the summoning contract, but added that you are unsuited to mastering 2 distinct forms of senjutsu simultaneously. Xiang raised an eyebrow at the reply. Truly worthy of one of the 3 great sage lands, the slug sage had evidently discerned her prior training in Ryukido-S senjutsu. Thereafter, the small slug guided Xiang through the fragrant bamboo groves, its damp, earthy scent lingering in the air, and patiently explained why the slug sage discouraged dual senjutsu cultivation. Though all sage modes rely fundamentally on harmonizing with natural energy, subtle, yet critical differences exist in their underlying principles. An apprentice who attempts too many paths at once risks misaligning vital chakra pathways, a peril whose consequences can be catastrophic. Even should one somehow master 2 perfect sage modes, only one could ever manifest at a time. Like forcing 2 rivers into a single channel already near capacity, the output remains constrained by the vessel's limits. Ultimately, the true determinant of a sage mode's power lies not in technique, but in the practitioner's innate chakra. Reserves greater chakra, enables absorption of greater senjutsu chakra, and thus yields far more potent enhanced jutsu. Ah, I see. Yet has anyone historically ever attempted concurrent mastery of multiple senjutsu traditions? She would commit every step of senjutsu training to memory with unwavering precision. Yet as for the slug sage's cautionary limitation, Xiang felt certain she could innovate beyond precedent. At the very least, each sage land's unique essence deserved to be mastered. For instance, Ryakudo's senjutsu excels not only in comprehensive physical enhancement, but also in extraordinary stamina, ideal for prolonged combat, while inorganic reincarnation remains an exceptionally versatile signature technique. By contrast, Myobokuzen's senjutsu favors explosive, short-burst potency, sharpening perception and close-quarters combat prowess to extraordinary degrees. Indeed, no record exists of any shinobi concurrently mastering multiple senjutsu paths. After all, few in the shinobi world have even set foot within a sage land. At Xiang's earnest request, the small slug extended its chakra sense inward, consulted its primordial sovereign deep within the temple, and ultimately consented to instruct her in sage mode. Once Xiang inscribed her name upon the summoning scroll, a new unfamiliar array pattern, utterly distinct from Ryakudo's, flared vividly within her mind. With formal recognition from two of the three great sage lands, Xiang stood alone in the entire shinobi world. Deep within Shikatsuren, behind the ancient temple, stretched a pristine meadow beside a crystalline lake, where a colossal sky-high slug, its hue a serene blend of azure and pearl-white, exhaled deeply in quiet relief upon sensing the completion of Xiang's summoning covenant. So this is fate, though surely the toads of Konoha have sensed something by now too. I wonder what form a shinobi wielding all three senjutsu traditions might ultimately assume. Over the next fortnight, Xiang dwelled within Shikatsuren alongside the slugs, absorbing natural energy and refining her senjutsu. Her prior mastery of another sage mode lent familiarity, but also slowed progress slightly. Yet the slug's gentle temperament, coupled with their skill in foraging wild bamboo shoots and mountain vegetables, made the days genuinely pleasant. Far superior to Ryakudo's fair, smiling. Strange, sages do not fall ill. Could that girl in Shikatsuren be thinking of returning? Then again, who could truly grow fond of a place teeming with slimy creatures? Huh. With a wide yawn, the white snake sage rolled over and drifted back into slumber. The world stands on the cusp of profound transformation. May it be that when these old sages finally reach their twilight years, that young woman will still remember to safeguard their legacy. For who among them could bear to witness such hallowed grounds descend into ruin? Beneath the star-filled night sky, a gentle breeze swept through the quiet bamboo grove, causing bamboo leaves to fall mid-air, their crystalline green glow decorating the lakebed. On the shimmering surface of the water, a girl dressed in a white training outfit sat steadily in the center. Rich natural energy coalesced into droplets that continuously circled the lake, reminiscent of a fairyland. A sparrow perched upon the shoulder of the setting sun, seemingly oblivious to its presence, carelessly preening its feathers. Gradually, a layer of emerald green runes emerged in the palm of the setting sun, a faint white glow surrounding her. As she slowly opened her eyes, a layer of blue eyeshadow adorned her once youthful face. Ripples spread from the center of the lake as the setting sun gently placed the sparrow from her shoulder into her hands, tenderly stroking its feathers. The little sparrow seemed to enjoy this, rubbing its head against the palm of the setting sun. The immortal mode of the wet-bone forest has been successfully mastered, though it took a whole month, which was somewhat unexpected. It's a pity learning one immortal mode already takes a long time, and it seems I won't be able to train together. Releasing the sparrow into the air, the setting sun stood up from the water's surface, and the white halo that had surrounded her gradually coalesced, forming a soft blue-green outer garment. She turned her gaze towards the little slug waiting for her by the lakeside, nodding her head in acknowledgement. In fact, throughout history, very few have been able to learn the wet-bone forest immortal mode to your level, or perhaps none at all. Walking through the bamboo grove, the little slug on the setting sun's shoulder spoke up. Is that so? It seems I'm quite lucky. Well, it's not just luck. Miss Setting Sun's innate talent for learning immortal arts is formidable, and having already passed through the trials of the Acid Mist Valley and the Underground Palace, reaching this level is quite reasonable. Hearing the slugs praise the setting sun revealed a smile. The environment of the wet-bone forest exceeded her expectations, and compared to the immortal arts of the Dragon Cave, it was not lacking. However, the trials ahead were indeed significantly more difficult than those of the other two places, where one could easily lose their way and meet a gruesome end. She wondered how Tsunade had managed to get through here back then. After spending a few more days in the wet-bone forest, the setting sun bid farewell to the little slug, as she still needed to seek power. Clearly, she didn't want to ruin such a beautiful environment while training in ninjutsu, and she had some other matters to attend to. Don't you really need to stay a few more days? My mission is not yet complete, so I won't linger here. However, I will return to visit when I have the chance. Looking at the setting sun, who was carrying a spatial scroll, the little slug hesitated for a moment, then climbed onto her shoulder, releasing a burst of emerald light that linked their chakras together. Instantly, the setting sun's consciousness seemed to traverse through countless forests, mountains, rivers, and even the villages inhabited by humans, finally focusing on a peculiar jungle abundant with large flowers and grasses. That is Myobokuzen, the residence of the Toad Sage, and also the final stop for immortal arts in the ninja world. Hearing the slug's reminder, the setting sun was taken aback. She was contemplating whether to wait for Jiraiya at the bathhouse in the neighboring country, not expecting to be directly informed of Myobo-Kuzen's location. But how did the slug know that she was going to find Myobo-Kuzen in the future? Well, as a sage of the sacred land, we know many things miss setting sun. Hearing the slug's answer, the setting sun scratched her head, her face slightly flushed. Was she straddling 3 boats? Why did it feel a bit embarrassing? Alright, I've only got this much to convey. I wish you smooth progress in your future training. Farewell, Lady Setting Sun. The little slug jumped off the setting sun's shoulder, offering her a few blessings, and then her figure gradually disappeared into the layers of mist. Watching the slug vanish, the setting sun sighed and continued on her journey to seek immortal arts. Emerging from the maze beneath the rocky ground, the setting sun gazed at the dense fog before her. She closed her eyes, a white halo emerging around her, and emerald runes flickered in her palm. The setting sun formed hand seals, and a rumbling thunder echoed from the heavens. The surrounding fog seemed to respond to her command, parting to reveal a wide avenue stretching for several kilometers. Looking at the road that had appeared before her, the setting sun stretched lazily, then steadily stepped onto the muddy and marshy ground, racing towards the outside world. It was now the 56th year of Konoha, nearly 10 years until the 4th Great Ninja War would erupt. Clearly, she needed to find ways to become stronger during this time. As she walked through the forest leading to Myobo-Kuzen, she occasionally took out her hand-copied version of the Konoha sealing technique to review. Flying Thunder God Technique, Impure World Reincarnation Technique, Mutual Exploding Tags. These even included powerful and rare forbidden techniques, like the 4-symbol seal and the 8 gates, all of which would provide significant assistance to the setting sun. It seems that my previous efforts were not in vain. Mastering even one of these would greatly enhance my abilities. As dusk approached, the setting sun sat atop a large stone, slowly using her chakra to strike the acupuncture points for the 8 gates according to the records of the sealing technique. In the original work, Guy was able to open the 8 gates with a mortal body and kick off half of Madara's body. Such a powerful forbidden technique, when combined with Hashirama cells and the Dojutsu Dark Water God, could potentially multiply her power several times. Buzz with a crisp sound, the opening and resting gates in the brain region were opened, likely due to the setting sun's solid foundation in physical training. There is indeed some noticeable effect, but it seems the change isn't very significant. Stretching her fingers, the setting sun used her Sharingan to observe the flow of chakra within her body. After opening the first 2 gates, the flow of chakra within her body seemed to accelerate and her thoughts became much clearer. At the same time, the fatigue accumulated from a day's training was completely swept away. However, the setting sun knew that this was merely the temporary release of bodily energy countering her fatigue. The more gates she opened, the stronger the weakness would be after closing them. Yet if she could manage to activate the Dark Water God, it should greatly mitigate the weakness phase. Just as the setting sun was diligently studying the acupuncture points within her body, she seemed to sense something and suddenly looked towards the distant sky. A black shadow was falling from the sky, containing extremely unstable fluctuations of chakra. Art is an explosion. What should we do, Captain? We've already chased into the land of fire. It might not be appropriate to pursue any further. Fool, you've breached the most dangerous border. Are you afraid of this little distance? Go chase after him. Once his chakra is exhausted, he will naturally fall from the sky. If Lord Tsuchikage finds out that his beloved disciple is lost, he will surely flay us alive. In the desolate and uninhabited forest, upon hearing his subordinates reply, the team leader Atsukanen smacked him on the head, reprimanding him. Although the villagers didn't quite like this explosive-minded kid, he was the Tsuchikage's disciple. If he were to get killed by the Konoha folks on the land of fire, it would be beyond what their lives could afford. Art is an explosion. Just as the Tsukanen was still scolding his subordinate, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky, and a brilliant firelight instantly flattened the surrounding land, creating a small mushroom cloud that soared into the clouds. Cough, cough. What a vile guy. Crawling out from the defense wall created by earth release, surrounded by searing heat, the Tsukanen captain looked at Daidara, who was making faces while standing on a clay bird in the sky, a hash mark appearing on his forehead. Do you old geezers think you can bind me and stop the occurrence of art? How is that possible? This is merely a small warning for you. If you continue to pursue, don't blame me for being rude. You bound me with ropes, but don't forget I have 3 mouths. Freedom and art never fear challenges. As Daidara spoke, he tossed down 2 clay bombs, instantly sending a tingling sensation through the scalps of several Tsukanen, causing their faces to turn grim. Boom. 2 bursts of fire erupted on the chaotic ground, the scorching heat washing over the edges of the forest. The flying dirt even splattered onto the sunset's attire. Sunset. Under Daidara's continuous bombardment threats, several Tsukanen ultimately retreated, planning to reconsider their options. After watching the ninjas leave, Daidara also descended from the sky. In truth, those Tsukanen weren't wrong. He didn't have much chakra left. This round of bombardment was merely a desperate gamble, yet it surprisingly succeeded. Art is invincible. Oh, who are you? After walking a short distance, Daidara noticed a cute girl in a white coat sitting on a rock in the distance and asked, puzzled, how come I didn't sense anyone here when I threw my explosive clay? Hey kid, didn't you consider how others might feel when you throw bombs? Looking at the stains on her clothes, Sunset's face was filled with black lines. That's not called a bomb. It's called explosive clay. It's clay. And don't you find the beautiful explosions breathtaking? I didn't feel any shock, it felt more like a little brat's self-indulgence. Seeing Sunset say this with a straight face, Deidara felt as if he had been critically hit in his heart and took out a big bag of clay from his pocket. Humph, that was just a temporary solution. Watch closely, my advanced art will make you regret your previous words. And I'm not a little brat. Deidara grimaced as he stuffed the clay into his mouth, chewing fiercely, then blew out a giant bird roughly the size of 2 sunsets, soaring towards the distant mountains. Watch closely on my ultimate art. Even though his chakra was depleted to the point where his legs trembled, Deidara still controlled the clay bird to explode on a nearby mountaintop. The white clay body developed web-like cracks from which a burst of white light emerged. After a brief moment of silence, it detonated completely, fierce flames instantly engulfing the mountaintop, shaking the very ground beneath. Boom. Hee, did you see my advanced art? Wait, what is that? At this moment, Deidara looked at the small black, gradually enlarging in the blazing light in the sky, his expression shifting from confusion to shock then to terror. Sensing Deidara's sudden escape, Sunset cast her gaze towards the massive rock above her head, letting out a helpless sigh. This guy is still just a little brat. He's too young and impulsive, easily prone to trouble. Looking at the massive rock slab towering 4 stories high, Sunset raised her right hand, and a set of emerald green runes gradually appeared. Hey, are you an idiot? At this point you're still standing there. The surrounding ground's tremors gradually ceased, and under the evening sun and firelight, Deidara looked at the cute girl effortlessly lifting the giant stone slab over her head, unsure of how to respond. This scene was too uncanny. Could this girl also be a disciple of Lord Inoki, having learned the art of weighty rock? In sage mode from the wet-boned forest, Sunset slowly lowered the stone slab. Subsequently, her aura seemed to undergo some mysterious change, though Deidara couldn't discern what it was. Taking a deep breath, Sunset stood up from the ground, then pulled out a soldier pill from her pocket and stuffed it into her mouth. Ugh, the soldier pill tastes too dry. Perhaps I can check the nearby towns before sunset to see if they sell dango. Deidara watched as Sunset walked past him, seemingly ignoring him, and clenched his fists. Hey kid, don't you have anything to say after witnessing my explosive art? Running next to Sunset, Deidara spoke with great reluctance. Oh, shouldn't I express something? Looking at the yellow-haired boy staring intently at her, Sunset blinked, then seemed to think of something, and raised her finger to say, "Oh my, what a powerful force. Even nature trembles in the wake of this explosion, and the rocks that fell because of it nearly scared me to death." Hearing the dismissive tone in Sunset's words, Deidara's expression seemed to turn even more unwilling. Hey, can you take this seriously? And don't underestimate my art. This is merely what I could conjure with insufficient chakra. When I have enough chakra to unleash my ultimate art, you will definitely be shocked to the point of not being able to close your jaw. But I don't have time to wait for you to gather enough chakra. Then I'll follow you until I have enough chakra to show you. Hey, how did you manage to lift that stone so quickly before? That was the power of a celestial being. What are you interested in cultivation too? Walking along the path, Xiang smiled at Deidara and said. Hearing the word cultivation, Deidara seemed to recall some boring lessons he had with Inoki back in the village, shaking his head. Is there really someone who can enjoy such boring things? Looking at Deidara, who still hadn't left even in the evening, Xiang's expression became a bit strange. Are you really planning to follow me all the time? Of course, you haven't acknowledged my art yet. You'll leave only after you are deeply impressed by my explosions tomorrow when my chakra is restored. But won't your family worry about you? Seemingly unconcerned about Deidara's position, Xiang walked along the road, took out a sealing scroll, and carefully examined the characters on it by torchlight. I'm just an orphan, and I guess my old man finds me quite irritating. How could he possibly worry about me? I don't need family, all I need is my art. Seeing Xiang suddenly sit on a nearby tree stump, Deidara hesitated for a moment and sat down on a fallen tree trunk beside her. Curiously watching Xiang so engrossed in the scroll, Deidara leaned in closer, but in his line of sight the scroll appeared as blank as white paper with no characters or images. Reading white paper by torchlight at night. You really are a strange guy. Is that so? Since I want to become a powerful celestial being, I naturally must work hard. Hearing Xiang mention the word celestial again, Deidara was filled with deep confusion. What is a celestial being? Can it be used to make clay? Although the 3 great celestial lands are quite famous in the ninja world, it was obvious that Deidara seemed to have no interest in anything other than clay and explosions. Even Inoki's cultural classes were the same. On a quiet night, as the air mixed with a hint of coldness, feeling extremely bored next to Xiang, Deidara began to gather some firewood and played with ordinary clay by the campfire. Thanks. I was going to do it myself later. Feeling the warmth around him, Xiang put down the scroll and stretched out his hand to warm himself by the fire. Oh, by the way, what's your name? Why are you in such a sparsely populated place? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name? Taking a sip from a water bottle, he pulled from his space scroll. Xiang said coldly. Actually, she knew who this distinctly characteristic explosive guy was. However, it was precisely because she knew who he was that Xiang did not intend to get too involved with him. After all, she would inevitably have conflicts with Akatsuki and Obito because of the Rinnegan. In the original story, Xiang quite liked this lively little blonde guy, but for now it was better not to engage in unnecessary exchanges. If I won't hesitate to tell you, my name is Deidara. I'm going to be a renowned figure in the ninja world, now free from the control of my old man and the village. Next, I'm going to make the entire ninja world appreciate my art. Seemingly envisioning that when he eventually meets others they will recognize him due to his fame and kneel in admiration, fervently expressing their love for explosive art, Deidara couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just as Deidara was lost in his art, a sudden growl from his stomach shattered his fantasies. Deidara, I forgot to bring something to eat when I left. Wait a moment. Deidara conjured a cat owl to sit on, but before leaving he suddenly remembered something and turned back to shout at Xiang. Hey, I'm going to grab some food, and I'll share a portion with you later. But you better not run away out tomorrow. I want you to witness my shocking art. Deidara looked at Xiang, who showed no reaction after speaking, and then left. Shortly after Deidara's departure, Xiang retracted the celestial chakra covering the scroll and put it away. Actually, she didn't intend to run away. Deidara's presence was inconsequential to her, and since he went hunting, he might even bring back some late-night snacks for her. However, it seemed that something else in this forest had noticed her. Xiang turned her gaze forward and saw a white figure suddenly dive into the trunk of a large tree to the north. Is that thing White Zetsu? How did it find this place? Has it discovered my identity? That shouldn't be the case. While Xiang wondered why White Zetsu appeared here, she was unaware that White Zetsu was also quite perplexed. Wait, how did she notice me? This is strange. I'm just a tool for the Akatsuki organization to find suitable members. Sensing the strange chakra reaction within the tree through celestial perception, Xiang raised her finger, and a spark of electricity gradually gathered in her palm, but then she seemed to think of something and lowered her hand. Forget it, maybe she came along with Deidara. As a bystander, she should just play her role well and not reveal any flaws. Meanwhile, inside Myobokuzen, under the continuous rain during the night, the sound of raindrops falling on the leaves could still be heard outside the temple. The great toad sage sitting on a stone bench suddenly opened his eyes drowsily and yawned as he looked at the dark environment outside. It seems that the prophesied child may not be arriving after all. Poor little Jiraiya must have been busy for quite some time. Perhaps I should invite him for a meal someday. The wind and rain will come, and several years later in the storm, I can only hope that the ninja world can return to the peaceful state it once had. The great toad sage said a few words like this before turning over and going back to sleep. The inheritor of the sage eyes, the Six Paths descendant, has once again gathered the power and body of a sage, seeing that the ninja world is about to enter the next cycle, but these have little to do with Myobokuzen. 2 days ago, report to Lord Hokage. This is intelligence from the station ninjas in the Land of Fire's southern region. Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his smoking pipe, took the envelope handed over by the Umbu, and frowned as he read the situation described within. Ninjas from the Land of Earth appearing in the southern region of the Land of Fire. This seems rather suspicious. After all, the distance between them spans several smaller nations. Is there detailed intelligence on the ninjas from the Land of Earth? In response to the Hokage's inquiry, the Umbu nodded and produced several blurry photographs. One showed a vague white shadow in the sky with several black figures pursuing it on the ground. They identified it as ninjas from the Land of Earth based on the ninjutsu style they left behind. Lord Hokage, should we dispatch Umbu to investigate? Let's send teams 4 and 5 to that location to investigate. With the recent death of Danzo, there are quite a few more ninjas in the team. Let Kakashi lead them to train and readjust to a new life and mission. Understood, Lord Hokage. In the forest south of the Land of Fire, the morning air was filled with a refreshing scent. The setting sun eating some grilled fish sighed as he looked at Deidara beside him. Are you still not planning to leave here? Hey, what kind of question is that? You seem to dislike me. You should know that the fish in your hand was caught by me. Speaking of which, my chakra should be sufficient now. Once the area opens up, I will show you what instant beauty in art truly means. Deidara pulled out a large chunk of clay from his ninja tool pouch, his eyes filled with excitement. My art, no one can deny it. After walking a distance, Deidara looked at the natural lake in the distance and smiled confidently. This is the spot. It will definitely be fun to explode here. Deidara gathered his chakra, causing the clay to change, merging into a giant clay dragon several meters long. Watch closely. This is what true aesthetics looks like. Deidara excitedly rode the clay dragon into the sky, while the setting sun glanced at the bushes in the distance where the White Zetsu had already escaped. It seems this creature is not without intelligence, knowing to hide from the explosion. C2 giant dragon. With massive wings unfurled, the C2 dragon shot straight toward the center of the lake. A dragon's roar echoed from the sky, crimson and white light gradually spread across the heavens, and a whirlwind kicked up, uprooting the surrounding trees, while the waves in the lake were quickly engulfed by the flames that surged forth. Boom. The world seemed to change color, and at that moment the Umbu team who had just arrived looked at the distant explosion with shock. Get down. Boom. Water-style water barrier. Creating a wall of water in front of him, the setting sun was slightly surprised by the flaming waves that swept through and flattened the surroundings. Now Deidara is probably only about 10 years old, yet his ninjutsu is already this powerful. This level of chakra should be at least equivalent to the 4th Hokage, right? The fireball shining in the sky exceeded over 1,000 meters, and thick smoke rose into the sky, transforming the once peaceful lake into a scene of devastation. Riding the clay owl, Deidara emerged from the smoke panting heavily, but with a face full of excitement. This is his highest art at present. Although he is still not very skilled, it should be enough to leave that lovely girl in all right. You should know that this strike, if unleashed in the Hidden Stone Village, would be enough to require the reconstruction of half the village. Cough cough, I can't go on, I need to rest for a bit, or else I might fall into the water, and that would be disastrous. Deidara glanced at the small boiling puddles below, then glided straight down to the ground. Lightning-style lightning hound pursuit. However, just as Deidara landed, he was tackled to the ground by a hound made of lightning. Nanny, what is this thing? Capture successful. Surround immediately. Kakashi maintained the lightning binding and paralysis with his hand, while several surrounding Umbu rushed over to capture Deidara, this super dangerous individual. On the other side, the residual effects of the explosion gradually dissipated, and in the thick smoke the setting sun sensed the surrounding Umbu, closing and feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Deidara's actions were too loud, prompting the Leaf Village to react? This is indeed somewhat unfortunate, but as long as I disguise myself a bit, it should be fine. After all, I am just a harmless little girl. Lord Hokage's orders: anyone suspicious in behavior or location is to be captured immediately. The setting sun, seeing the Umbu approaching with a bag in hand, rolled to the side to evade them. Why do I always feel like I've sensed these Umbu's chakra before? Hey big brothers, I'm just a little kid out gathering herbs. Catch her. Take her back to Lord Hokage for handling. The setting sun. Looking at the Umbu, who looked like they were not listening, she took a few steps back, gritted her teeth, and clapped her hands together. Since I can't avoid it, then I'll just have to beat you all up. Dodging several shuriken, the setting sun circled around the incoming long sword, gathering chakra in her fist, and in an instant sent the root flying. 8 gates released open. He crushed the chains that were pulling him, and as he looked at the few dark figures before him, Xiang formed a simple seal with his hands, summoning a massive surge of water from beneath the ground. Water release, water waved. The wave of water swept through the surrounding dust, carrying along several of the dark figures at the front, sending them flying. Xiang stepped onto the water's surface, moving stealthily through the fog like a hunter in the shadows, pressing each prey to the ground. Fire release, great fireball technique. 2 massive fireballs hurtled toward Xiang, but they merely delayed his advance for a moment. Sage mode. Amidst the searing flames, a layer of blue sage chakra enveloped Xiang's petite figure. Extending his hand into a tight fist, he drew upon the natural energy around him, and under the wave shadows suddenly emerged, dragging several dark figures down. Wood release, tree realm wall. Yamato slammed his hand onto the ground, causing dozens of wooden planks to rise from beneath and push the incoming waves of water aside. Oh! Several shuriken eliminated the surrounding dark figures, and Xiang stood atop the wooden barrier, extending his left hand towards Yamato. Sage art. Just as Xiang formed a seal with his right hand, gathering lightning to strike Yamato, several explosive tags suddenly fell from the sky around him. Boom! Flames erupted, and seeing the opportunity, Yamato quickly retreated a few steps to regroup, with Kakashi behind him. Has the other blonde kid been secured? Don't worry, I've paralyzed him completely with my lightning. He won't recover anytime soon. Besides, some of Pacus brothers are still watching him. What's the situation on your end? Kakashi peered at the hazy dust with his Sharingan, frowning. It seems to be a suspicious little girl, but her strength is formidable. We need to be cautious. A shuriken, made of wind chakra, flew out from the dust, grazing Yamato's head and cleanly slicing a large tree behind him in half. Crouching down and watching the debris of his forehead protector and strands of hair fall above him, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Yamato's face. That speed is so fast. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the dust settled, revealing Xiang clad in a blue chakra cloak, gathering 2 rapidly spinning shuriken in his hands, the wind chakra swirling around them, emitting sharp buzzing sounds. Although Danzo was incompetent, some of the wind techniques he used were quite effective. 2 wind shuriken were thrown from his hands, their sharp aura instantly striking fear into the hearts of the 2. Whoosh! A massive stone was cleanly sliced in half by the wind blades. Seeing the 2 dodge, Xiang pulled his hands, causing a flurry of sparks to flicker in the air as the shuriken that had already been launched flew back toward them. Earth release, earth flow wall. A 3-layered earth wall adorned with dog heads rose from the ground, firmly trapping the wind shuriken within, while Yamato infused wood chakra into the earth beneath. Wood release, tree binding, eternal burial. The ground cracked open and numerous wooden vines sprang forth, wrapping around Xiang's body like ravenous beasts. So it really is a wood ninja. I haven't seen this technique in ages. If this were the Warring States period, I might have turned and fled at the sight of this technique, but now. He gathered chakra in his palm. Blue currents of electricity shot out, transforming into sharp spikes that instantly shredded the approaching wooden vines. Whoosh! He raised his hand to catch the kunai that Kakashi had thrown, and Xiang's clear eyes met Kakashi's gaze. Alright, it's time to behave for a bit. As long as we determine you're not an intruder, we won't harm you. Kakashi's 3 black tomo in his left eye began to spin slowly. Xiang's pupils faintly revealed a blood-red pattern of 3 tomo, but just as Kakashi felt relieved, thinking the Jinjutsu had succeeded, Xiang kicked him right in the knee. Kakashi, phew, that was close. I almost unconsciously activated my Sharingan to reflect the Jinjutsu back. Looking at Kakashi, who had been kicked into the water, Xiang covered his eyes and let out a slow breath. It should be known that White Zetsu hasn't left yet. She doesn't want to connect her current self with the mysterious Uchiha who once forced Obito and Kisame back. Struggling to rise from the water, Kakashi looked at Xiang, who stood with her arms crossed at a distance, his face filled with confusion. Wait a minute. The pattern of the Sharingan is almost out. How could the Jinjutsu suddenly fail? The opponent isn't a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Kakashi, how are you? I'm still fine for now, but the situation is getting tricky. Kakashi stared at Xiang in the distance, his brow furrowing tightly. Where on earth did this little girl come from? Move aside or I won't hold back. With a hand raised, a surge of azure light gathered in his palm, while Xiang warned Kakashi and Yamato before him. Oh, that might not work. As ninjas of Konoha, we must ensure the safety of our nation. Little sister, as long as you obediently come back with us to Konoha for an identity check, we won't make things difficult for you. Kakashi looked at the serious Xiang in the distance and responded with a smile. Well, it seems there's nothing more to say. Xiang's sage chakra gradually coalesced in her hand, unleashing a torrent of lightning-infused kunai toward the group. However, in the moment she cast the technique, her left hand hidden in her sleeve had already completed the hand seals. Earth-style sage art white surge technique. Before the earth flow wall could fully rise, a white flying dragon soared overhead, swirling in the shocked gazes of the two and emanating blinding white light along with a tremor through the air, causing their bodies to involuntarily shudder. Buzz. The invisible waves twisted the air, causing even the solid stones on the ground to crack into fragments. What is this? Puff. Kakashi vanished in a puff of white smoke while Yamato was knocked unconscious from the impact. A pair of earth hands reached up from deep underground, grabbing Xiang's slender ankle, but they were soon overwhelmed by her immense chakra and crumbled to the ground. You actually replaced yourself with a shadow clone behind the earth flow wall. Truly impressive, Hatake Kakashi. However, this technique is an area attack, so you shouldn't fare well either. To catch them off guard, Xiang unleashed it almost instantaneously. Although its power was somewhat lacking compared to the original's Ryudo, it was more than enough to deal with two Konoha Jonin. Moreover, at such a close distance, even her Sage Mode cloak wouldn't be enough to protect her. After all, if the vibrations were too intense, it would also end up damaging herself. After enduring the dual torment of the White Surge technique, both visually and auditorily, Kakashi emerged from behind a nearby tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough. This ninjutsu is truly hellish. His big brother already unable to continue at this level. How pathetic. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared before him, Kakashi hurriedly gathered lightning in his hand and thrust it towards Xiang's chest, but halfway there Xiang caught his hand in midair. Looking at Kakashi's Raikiri frozen in front of her chest, Xiang smiled, reversing her sage chakra into him. Crack. The chakra flow of Raikiri was severed, and Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his petrified right hand. What kind of strange techniques does this little brat possess? Quickly breaking free from Xiang's grasp, Kakashi flipped and jumped to Yamato's side, his expression shifting slightly as he noticed his own unresponsive right hand. Alright, this is just a little punishment. In a few hours it will recover on its own. However, if you wish to continue fighting, I'm afraid that Mr. Pathetic over there will have more than just this injury. Xiang placed a hand on her hip, her long black hair floating in the wind, her massive sage chakra manifesting as azure, as if it could collapse the surrounding space. Whoosh. A fierce gale swept across the ground, causing Kakashi to involuntarily take a few steps back. His Sharingan narrowed in focus on the erupting power from Xiang, furrowing his brow. Clearly she looked like a child of merely 12 or 13 years, but why did she possess such immense chakra? Kakashi remained puzzled. Under the physical pressure exerted by Xiang, he ultimately chose to relent, disappearing into the forest with Yamato and several Umbu. After tidying up the area, Xiang passed through the battlefield and was about to head north when she noticed Deidara had appeared behind her at some point. What? Is the little brat's art performance over? Ready to exit? Deidara looked at Xiang, who turned around and felt his cheeks flush at her appearance. This was just an accident. It just happened that they took advantage of my weakness. I wouldn't have lost so easily otherwise. Well, no matter what, you saved me this time. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay this favor. Alright, Deidara said as he ran off in the opposite direction, but just as Xiang thought the matter was settled, Deidara suddenly ran back. By the way, do you think my art looks good? Xiang replied, it's a very beautiful firework. Hearing Xiang's description of the C2 dragon, Deidara's expression dropped. Hey, we're at the point of farewell. Can't you say something nice? Forget it, I won't hold it against you, but I will definitely show you what true shocking art is in the future. Alright, Deidara said, and ran off again, causing Xiang to helplessly facepalm. Why does this guy always have such a strong desire for me to see explosions? We're not even that familiar. Xiang shook her head, shaking off some distracting thoughts. Finally, she glanced at the departing Deidara and quickened her pace towards Moboku Mountain. After having dealt with the Umbu, in order to prevent Konoha from causing her any trouble again, she decided to speed up and avoid their search radius, while also planning to reward herself in the nearby towns and gather some rations. After all, she remembered that Moboku Mountain had a feast of insects. Although she was born in a harsh time, it wasn't so difficult that she couldn't even eat insects annoyed. After the two departed, a white Zetsu emerged from the nearby bushes, hesitating for a moment before deciding to report this mission to Black Zetsu. Having found two members suitable to fill the ranks of the Akatsuki organization, and who also held great potential, the leader would surely be pleased to hear about this. 3 days later, guided by the slug chakra, Xiang was finally nearing the entrance of Moboku Mountain. Walking along the small path through the field, Xiang looked at the dense foliage and the increasingly rich chakra aura around her, feeling a hint of anticipation. Only one of the 3 great sage lands remains. I wonder what kind of trials await me at Myoboku Mountain. Xiang cheerfully carried the scroll along the path, humming an unknown tune, appearing much like a young student just released from school, brimming with vitality and an adorable aura. Is this the newcomer that the sage is to welcome? Why does she seem so weak? At that moment, the toad sentry stationed at the entrance of Myoboku Mountain watched as Xiang gradually came into view, several question marks appearing above his head. She looks so frail, how does she not match the sage's description? Are you Miss Xiang? The great toad sage has been waiting for you for quite some time. Seeing the green toad before her, who was holding 2 forks and waiting patiently, Xiang was taken aback. Do I not need to undergo any trials? After you learn the other 2 types of immortal techniques, you will no longer need to be tested. Moreover, according to etiquette, it is also considered very impolite to test the immortals from the other 2 realms. Xiang cough. Why do I feel a bit shy? I didn't expect the great toad sage to not only have impressive prophetic abilities, but also sharp hearing. He already knew from thousands of miles away that she had learned 2 types of immortal techniques. After bypassing the area with the barrier, Xiang was led deep into Myoboku Mountain by the toad of the immortal realm, and the surroundings gradually opened up. They entered a vast realm covered with enormous grasslands where the grass blades grew as tall as the trees in the forest of death. There were also several large red mushrooms on the ground which seemed big enough for someone to crawl inside and become a smurf. Oh, is this the person that the great toad sage mentioned? She doesn't seem to have any malevolent aura, rather she appears quite adorable. Jumping onto Xiang's shoulder, the immortal of the Zamazan remarked in surprise, "Old woman, get down. This is too impolite." As the immortals of the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon Cave, although Xiang appeared young, her actual status was on the same level as Zamazan and Shinzua. To act so casually upon their first meeting was indeed quite disrespectful. I'm fine. Uchiha Xiang is here to visit the 2 seniors. Looking at the green toad squatting on her shoulder, Xiang smiled lightly while clenching her fist. Hey old man, why are you more concerned than she is? She's such a lovely child. Anyway, once she learns the immortal mode, we'll all be family, so why worry about this little etiquette? Shinzua, after bringing Xiang along, Shinzua and Zamazan immediately took her to the inner temple to meet the great toad sage. Walking through the open area and passing the lively toad residential zone, Xiang looked at the temple built over the waterfall and hidden behind the green leaves with a strange expression. Speaking of which, the immortals from the 3 immortal realms seem to reside in the temples deep within. What could be the reason for that? Shouldn't we take the child to have a meal before meeting the great toad sage? Now that we are here, do you really plan to go back? The great toad sage might already be watching us. We can discuss food later. Zamazan nodded in agreement with Shinzuo's suggestion and then led Xiang into the temple. As she pushed open the large door, Xiang saw the figure of a great toad sage sitting on a stone chair in the distance. It was an orange old toad wearing a string of prayer beads with oily characters hanging from its waist with some faint old spots on its body. Though its eyes were cloudy, the light emanating from them sent a shiver down Xiang's spine. This one seemed even more mysterious than the white snake sage, yet after all he was the guide of the 6 paths, having lived for over 1,000 years. Junior Uchiha Xiang has come to pay respects to the immortal of Myoboku Mountain. The great toad remained still after hearing Xiang's clear and youthful voice. The air felt incredibly silent, and as Xiang observed, the immobile great toad sage, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Something feels off. The previous 2 places went quite smoothly. Why is there a problem here at Myoboku Mountain? Could it be that the prophetic abilities can foresee that I am not a local resident? Or could it be that I've become too arrogant by mastering the techniques of the 3 realms? The atmosphere remained rigidly tense. Just as Xiang was starting to wonder if she had said something wrong, the great toad sage sitting on the stone chair suddenly made a faint sound. Just as Xiang suspected that the great toad sage was mumbling something to himself, she suddenly saw him slip from his chair and fall to the ground with a cry. Oh no, my old back. Xiang steadied the dozing old man back onto the stone chair and breathed a sigh of relief. So he was just sleeping with his eyes open. She thought she was going to be kicked out of Myoboku Mountain. Oh dear, I'm getting old. That fall nearly took half my life. The great toad sage rubbed his back and then turned his gaze to Xiang. Ah, so you are the 2 immortals from Wetbone Forest. I thought you would take longer to arrive, so I dozed off for a bit. Alas, it seems I cannot escape the erosion of time. Though she knew that this figure before her was an ancient being from the era of the 6 paths, the earlier incident eased Xiang's heart considerably. Haha, yes, I came this time to trouble you. Xiang scratched her head and said with an awkward smile. It's no trouble at all. Your arrival was only a matter of time, and it has been a while since Myoboku Mountain has had any outsiders to liven things up. After chatting for a while with the old toad, Xiang received enthusiastic agreement regarding the immortal mode and the summoning contract from the immortal of Myoboku Mountain. She also casually inquired about the current situations of the slug sage and the white snake sage. Feeling quite pleased, Xiang emerged from the temple having received the official certification from Myoboku Mountain. She stretched her body and, looking at the sparse light around her, placed her hands on her hips and revealed a happy smile. It turns out this kind of thing doesn't stun me at all. I suddenly feel like my future is bright. After obtaining the immortal techniques from the three realms, Xiang felt that even the air she breathed was sweeter. She readily agreed to the meal suggested by Zamazan. A few minutes later, in a small treehouse, Xiang, holding chopsticks, fell into contemplation while looking at the full insect banquet laid out on the table. Ha ha ha, here comes the insect soup. Little Xiang, you must try Annie's cooking since it's your first time at Miamo Mountain. Sitting in her chair, Xiang looked at the green broth in front of her, where the wriggling green worms and larvae were still boiling, and felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, it was the right choice to gather some rations outside in advance, but now it seems hard to find an excuse to escape Sai. Sitting cross-legged on a wooden plank, the setting sun quietly felt the natural energy drifting in the air, attempting to absorb it into his body in a way unlike before for integration. A few meters away on a leaf, the immortals, Shunzua and Ji-Ma, sensed the flowing natural energy and currents in the air, feeling a sense of alarm in their hearts. On the third day, he was actually able to grasp the essence of the Miyaboku Mountain immortal mode. The great toad sage had indeed anticipated the arrival of a monster. It's worth noting that the young Jiraiya, even after 3 years, only learned a half-baked version. The cycle of natural energy continued, and time flew by. However, the setting sun seemed to be immersed in his own world, remaining seated on the wooden plank. In the deep black night, a light drizzle began to fall, the damp drops pattering on the clothes of the setting sun, yet they were guided downward by a peculiar glow. Is this the Miyaboku Mountain immortal mode? It truly differs slightly from the other two places. Feeling the natural energy circulating within the setting sun, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Once the Miyaboku Mountain immortal mode is formed, it cannot last as long as the immortal modes in the Wetbone Forest and Dragon's Cave, but its explosive power is not to be underestimated, especially in terms of enhancement to physical arts and physical attributes. As for the issue of low sustainability, perhaps he could absorb Sage Chakra in advance using shadow clones like Naruto or House and Ninetales within to assist in absorbing natural energy. It seems that integrating the features of the three immortal modes to complement each other will be quite challenging. The setting sun stopped pondering other things and focused on absorbing natural energy. With the balance power of the Dark Tide God, indeed, adjusting the ratios of the three energies became much easier. In the past 2 months, the setting sun had mostly been adjusting the changes in natural energy within his body, refining the learned Miyaboku Mountain immortal mode to be more perfect, while also reviewing the operations of the Dragon's Cave and Wetbone Forest immortal modes during his meal breaks. Do you really not need to eat a bit more? Eating so little every day, little brat, you won't grow tall. Actually, my appetite is small, really. No need to worry about me, Jima-sama. After avoiding the bugs during dinner, the setting sun returned to the small wooden house, where he was temporarily staying, then formed a hand seal to take out some soldier pills stored in a space scroll. I didn't expect that the biggest obstacle after coming to Miyaboku Mountain was not learning sage arts, but the issue of food. Annoyed, the toads of Miyaboku Mountain have been quite nice to him, but he really struggles with eating. Why did I suddenly feel that the soldier pills are somewhat tasty? After chewing a mouthful of the extremely dry soldier pills, the setting sun's eyes lit up, and unable to resist, he stuffed 2 more pills into his mouth. After training for another half-month in Miyaboku Mountain, the setting sun successfully mastered it. Standing on a platform over 100 meters high, a layer of light orange eyeshadow appeared at the corner of the setting sun's eyes. Upon opening his eyes, his originally bright black pupils transformed into slitted pupils. Is this an entirely different kind of sage power? Clenching his fist and sensing the extraordinary power within, the setting sun jumped down from the wooden plank. Gently landing on the water of the pool beneath the waterfall, the setting sun quickly walked towards the surrounding pile of fallen rocks. Saying no, mobilizing the sage chakra within, the setting sun took a deep breath, then grabbed onto a giant rock. Crack! The ground beneath his feet cracked, and a massive stone over 40 meters high was actually lifted by the setting sun. A 1.5-meter-tall girl. The power increase is indeed significant. The setting sun intensified the use of sage chakra and lifted the giant rock above his head. Boom. It seemed that due to improper calculation of the force area, as soon as the setting sun lifted the giant rock, he was buried into the ground like a nail. The setting sun sage art, inorganic rebirth. A white light shimmered from beneath the giant rock, and in an instant the originally massive rock seemed to come to life, rolling aside on its own. 2 serpent-like chakra arms emerged from the ground, and the setting sun dusted off the dirt on his body. Next, should he experiment with merging the 3 immortal modes? It seems that each of the 3 immortal modes has its own strengths and weaknesses. If he could merge them all, perhaps it would cover the shortcomings. However, according to the slug sage, the risks seem quite high. Perhaps I should wait until the Senju cells are transplanted. The setting sun scratched his head, ultimately making this decision. The Senju sage body should have strong control and adaptability to sage arts, but how to transplant Senju cells is a bit complicated. There are too few trustworthy people in the world who can understand transplant surgery, and the setting sun is not too keen on ordinary levels of fusion. After all, with poor fusion techniques, one might end up with a Senju face growing from their chest. Just thinking about it feels a bit unsettling. Since he had already learned the Miyaboku Mountain immortal mode, the next day the setting sun went to bid farewell to the great toad sage. However, even after the setting sun left, Ji-Ma seemed a bit reluctant. Why does this child have to run away so quickly? I had prepared a whole table of dishes waiting for her. Now with no one to eat it feels a bit wasteful. All right, this little brat must have her own plans. Let's head back first. Shunzwen nodded to Jima and then returned to the Mayaboku mountain base. On the other side, the setting sun jogged away from the Mayaboku mountain base and headed towards Konoha. Just as he stepped out of the perception barrier, he was suddenly knocked to the ground by an oncoming figure. Hiss, that hurts. The setting sun rubbed his sore bottom and glanced resentfully at the figure before him before darting off to the side. The middle-aged man with white hair who remained in place stared in daze as the setting sun left. Wait a minute, did I not walk the wrong way? This should be Mayaboku Mountain, not an orphanage. Jiraiya picked up the sake bottle that had fallen to the ground, then reached out to touch the barrier, filled with sage chakra, creating ripples of distortion. After confirming that everything was fine, he looked at the cute little girl in a white kimono in the distance, incredulously rubbing his eyes. Am I dreaming today? Mayaboku-san. At dawn, as the sun just crested the horizon, Jiraiya, puzzled and curious, passed through the barrier and ventured deep into the sacred land toward the temple. Oh, it's young Jiraiya. What perfect timing. You've just missed your junior sister who departed moments ago. Junior sister? Jiraiya gazed at the great toad sage seated on the stone bench, chuckling warmly. In his mind flashed the image of Yushi's wistful, melancholy eyes at sunset, and his expression abruptly shifted to stunned disbelief. Wait, could that brat I just ran into really be Mayaboku-san's chosen successor? Also, you've already met her. The great toad sage observed Jiraiya's astonishment with a benevolent smile. Hearing the sage's direct confirmation, Jiraiya shook his head sharply, trying to clear his dazed thoughts. Did you summon me back to Mayaboku-san solely for this matter? Still entrusting the Mayaboku-san contract to a child seems rather hasty. Our decision to impart senjutsu upon her was deliberate. As her senior brother, you ought to guide and watch over her more closely. As her senior brother, of course, I'll instill in her the ideals of peace. Wait, what did you say? Jiraiya stared at Gamamaru in utter shock, convinced he'd misheard. I mean, you must steer her firmly onto the righteous path. No, not that line. The one before. That I've already taught her senjutsu. What's so astonishing about that? Senjutsu. Great toad sage, are you truly jesting with me? Jiraiya stared incredulously at the ancient toad before him, as if struck by 5 thunderclaps at once. Mastering sage mode demanded extraordinary chakra control and immense reserves. Bestowing it upon a child so casually was tantamount to handing her a death sentence. And yet she'd already been allowed to leave. Had the great toad sage truly succumbed to senility? No, I must bring her back immediately. Jiraiya whirled around to dash out, only to collide with a thick shimmering barrier of senjutsu energy. Calm yourself, young Jiraiya. I know your urgency, but pause a moment. This decision was jointly made by Mayaboku-san and the other 2 sacred realms. Still, it's perilously reckless, great toad sage. Though I've always held your wisdom and reverence, this matter strikes me as utterly absurd. Faced with Jiraiya's protest, Gamamaru sighed deeply and slowly shook his head. I understand your doubts, but rest assured she departed only after fully mastering sage mode. But even if she mastered sage, what? She's mastered senjutsu. As Gamamaru solemnly nodded, Jiraiya nearly spat blood and felt as though pierced through the heart. He'd last visited Mayaboku-san last winter, when no such girl had existed. That meant this young girl had attained sage mode in under half a year. He himself had labored for years to grasp it, and even then only achieved an incomplete, unstable version. Recalling Yushi's lingering, sorrowful gaze, Jiraiya was overwhelmed by a profound sense of inadequacy. Noticing Jiraiya's dejection, the great toad sage waved a webbed hand. Don't take it too hard, young Jiraiya. Back then you were simply inexperienced. It was perfectly natural. Hearing the sage refer to him as still young, Jiraiya felt another arrow pierce his chest. When had the shinobi world birthed such a prodigy? Barely 10 years old, and mastering senjutsu in less than 6 months. Her talent defied all reason. Enough, you needn't pursue her. This course has already been irrevocably set. Besides your junior sister, I summoned you back also concerning the child of prophecy. At the mention of the child of prophecy, Jiraiya's demeanor instantly sobered. Has a new prophecy emerged? Alas, I still have no leads on that emerald-eyed boy. Strictly speaking, you no longer need to search for the child of prophecy. Jiraiya blinked. Staring at Gamamaru's grave expression, he wondered whether he'd slipped into a dream. How could every word he'd heard since entering Mayaboku-san grow more staggering than the last? Meanwhile, Yushi, strolling along a quiet forest path, remained blissfully unaware of Jiraiya's stunned exchange with the great toad sage. She was already rushing toward the nearest town for a feast. Her emergency ration pills had run out a month ago, forcing her to survive the final days of training on nothing but insects, nearly driving her to nausea. Now that she'd finally escaped the mountain, a grand meal was non-negotiable. 3 hours later, Yushi strode into a small eatery and slapped a Tutingurio note onto the counter. Boss, bring me a full banquet. Money is no object, just serve it fast. Right away. Moments later, Yushi popped a tender, juicy kushikatsu dumpling into her mouth, its savory juices dancing across her tongue, tears of pure delight welling in her eyes. Ah, food from the outside world truly is exquisite. This is delicious. And this fried chicken is splendid too. A bit more chili would make it perfect. Since it was a remote village, and morning rush long past, the restaurant was nearly empty. Yet Yushi's ravenous appetite left the staff utterly dumbfounded. What is inside that child's stomach? She eats like she's guzzling water. 15 minutes later, the server placed 2 bowls of seaweed dandig drop soup on the table, wiped sweat from his brow, and carefully carried 2 towering stacks of dishes into the kitchen. Yushi drained both bowls in quick succession, dabbed her lips with a napkin, and sighed contentedly. This meal was utterly satisfying. She rubbed her gently rounded belly and reclined in her chair, swinging her slender porcelain white legs beneath the table. Now that I've mastered Senjutsu from all 3 sacred realms, my next priority is strengthening my overall power. The Forbidden Scrolls techniques must be studied without delay. And as for Hashirama cells, I'll need to seek out relevant texts across the shinobi world. Yet even knowing her own extraordinary aptitude, Yushi sighed at the sheer volume of knowledge awaiting her. Fortunately, the shadow clone technique existed. Otherwise, mastering all this would take until the end of time. 1 month after departing from Yamu Mountain, Xiang planned to travel to the snow country region in the far north, a secluded location ideal for cultivating forbidden techniques and conducting Hashirama cell fusion experiments. The region remained perpetually shrouded in blizzards and wind and maintained relative isolation from the outside world, making it an excellent choice for a hidden base. Yet nearly half a year had passed. Why had no progress emerged on White's Senjutsu cultivation? Aboard a merchant vessel bound for the far north, Xiang rested her chin upon the railing, gazing across the endless expanse of sea. Salt-laced gusts lifted her soft hair, sending silken strands fluttering into the wind. "Hey, young lady over there. You seem brimming with potential," and Xiang. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, she turned and found a camera lens thrust abruptly into her face. Her instinctive reflex nearly hurled the man before her straight into the churning ocean. "Where did you spring from? I have no interest in newspapers or news reports. Don't dismiss me so quickly. I'm no journalist. Chasing stories across the land simply isn't my style." The bespectacled man gazed at the petite girl before him, her delicate frame draped in a black winter dress, with the fervent intensity of one who has just unearthed buried treasure. Xiang deftly nudged the camera aside and fixed the man with a look of undisguised disdain. "I am destined to become the force that subdues the entire shinobi world. I have no time for trivialities like this." Oh, that's exactly it. A seemingly adorable little girl, secretly the apocalyptic mastermind behind the world's ruin. This premise would make a blockbuster film. Young one, your extraordinary talent promises an exceptionally luminous future. Why not join me now? Should our film succeed, you'll achieve financial freedom and rise as a star adored by multitudes. Though the director spoke with feverish enthusiasm, Xiang felt not a flicker of interest. Perhaps because the film industry was still in its infancy, the bespectacled man assumed Xiang failed to grasp his proposition and promptly withdrew a thick wad of silver notes from his pocket. "Here's an offer, 800,000 Rio as an advance, plus another 1,200,000 upon completion. Even if you never spend it yourself, surely your parents would rejoice to see such wealth." "I have no parents." Nat Xiang's words, spoken with quiet, desolate detachment. The director froze momentarily, speechless. Indeed, she spoke truthfully. In her past life, she had been an orphan, abandoned by all. In this life, she had not even glimpsed her mother's face until her eyes first opened to the world. Nor had she ever known warmth from her father. In that blood-soaked era, mere survival demanded strength. Affection was a luxury reserved only for the capable. Fortunately, her prodigious talent and youth spared her from darker fates. Under Madara Uchiha's elder brother Tobarama, she might well have been forced into arranged unions to ensure the prosperity of the Uchiha clan. By contrast, under Madara Uchiha's rule, the eldest son and sovereign of the clan, the situation reversed entirely. Any proud clansman daring to court Xiang would be carried unconscious to the logistics division before nightfall, not the next day. "My sister is not someone you may even aspire to gaze upon." Snapped back from memory, the director hesitated, then reluctantly asked, "Are you truly certain you won't reconsider? Traversing the shinobi world alone, surely that cannot be easy for a child. Wouldn't forming a new family with trusted adults be wiser?" And before he could finish, Xiang withdrew a small pouch of gold coins, and the sight silenced him mid-sentence. He had gravely underestimated her. Yet such rare beauty, if left untapped, would surely rob him of sleep for nights on end. No, perhaps his own appearance lacked approachability. He ought to seek someone closer to her age instead. What a genius he was. And after the director hurried away, Xiang leaned once more against the ship's rail, watching the restless, undulating sea. Not long after the director vanished, footsteps approached, steady, gentle, drawing nearer to where she stood. A girl in a pink padded winter coat stood before her, features refined, expression tinged with quiet sympathy. "And who are you? Are you allied with that man just now?" Xiang turned, arms crossed, leaning against the railing as she regarded the girl. "My name is Fujikaze Yuki. And you? What is your name, and why are you here alone?" Just call me Xiang." "But Miss Yuki, I'm afraid I'd rather not engage in conversation right now." Xiang offered Yuki a polite, apologetic smile, then returned her gaze to the distant horizon. The wind growing colder. Perhaps she ought to prepare warmer garments. "Then, don't you ever feel lonely being alone like this?" "And not at all. I often savor such solitude." "Still, did you come here too to persuade me to join something?" "Join? What does that mean?" Yuki's eyes clouded with gentle confusion. It means entering a new organization or group from the outside world. Though Xiang spoke, little fragments of meaning gradually coalesced from the girl's words. Essentially, she was being invited to join the director's family, a tale of shared dreams, flourishing bonds, and collective prosperity. Yet none of it stirred her interest. Yes, Miss Yuki, I understand perfectly, but I am not suited to your circle. I have my own path to walk, and I ask that you respect my solitude. Is that so? And Yuki sighed softly as Xiang turned to leave. Director, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Though this little one tugs at my heart, forcing a bond yields only bitterness. Well then, Sister Xiang, I won't disturb you further. Still, as a young woman traveling alone, do take care of your safety. Don't worry, I'm always cautious. Besides, with the snow country's vast, sparsely inhabited terrain, encountering danger remains uncertain. As Xiang retreated into the ship's cabin, Yuki stood frozen, her breath catching. In snow country. Another delightful lunch. Inside the cabin, Xiang sat on a small stool ready to enjoy the delicious meal in front of her when she suddenly noticed that Xuehui had followed her again. Are you hungry too, Miss Xuehui? Do you need me to share some with you? Looking at the dishes in Xiang's meal, Xuehui shook her head and then found a spot nearby to sit down, saying, Are you really choosing to go to the snow country? Is there a problem with that? Xiang took a bite of the potato meat pie and asked with a hint of confusion. The snow country is not suitable for humans to live in. You as a child should follow the ship to the surrounding countries or return to the fire country. Hearing Zuhui's response, Xiang seemed rather unconcerned. What she wanted was this kind of concealment. The snow country with its freezing temperatures and separated from the continent by vast oceans made her doubt that Baiju would come looking for her. Watching Xiang continue to eat her lunch, Xuehui seemed to grow anxious. I'm telling the truth. The snow country is truly not suitable for living, and it has long been different from the past. Fenghua Nuteo, that guy never cares about the lives of ordinary people. Is Fenghua Nuteo the ruler of the snow country? Upon seeing Xiang's clear and bright eyes looking at her, Xuehui seemed to calm down a bit. Yes, he is indeed the current ruler of the snow country, but he is definitely not a good person. Even the station ninjas are his subordinates. If you go, Xiang, it will definitely be disastrous for you. Hearing Zuhui's strong aversion to the snow country, Xiang felt a strange sensation. Why did it seem like this girl knew so much about the snow country? Unfortunately, I can't remember much from the original work, but the journey to the snow country should pose no threat to her. When I reach the territory of the snow country, I hope that the one called Fenghua Nuteo won't cause any trouble. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind tearing down his home a few times. Miss Xuehui, you don't need to worry about others' journeys. I have my own plans, Xiang said, placing her plate on a nearby cargo, then stood up and waved at the girl in front of her. Gain. Used gain for girls and Ghana for boys. A flash of red light flickered in the closed space, and Xuehui felt a buzzing in her head. By the time her consciousness cleared, the figure in front of her had already disappeared. Was that a ninja technique? Looking at the plates around her and recalling the strange feeling earlier, Zui's brows furrowed tightly. After Xiang had used a small illusion to shake off Xuehui, she sat in her cabin and began studying the contents of the sealing book, learning about the theory of the four-symbol sealing. Among all her abilities, it seemed that sealing techniques were the only ones Xiang was not proficient in. This was a perfect opportunity to catch up during her free time. These are all solid foundations for her future strength. Let's dive right in. Puff, 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 3 shadow clones appeared around Xiang, and in this confined space, they began to study the patterns of the four symbols sealing and the flow of chakra. After drifting at sea for another 7 or 8 days, Xiang finally arrived at the desolate area near the extreme north. She was now very close to the snow country and planned to cross the sea directly. After all, she understood that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. With a large space scroll strapped to her back, Xiang, wearing a blue cotton outfit, blended into the environment, running quickly across the cold, snowy ground. 3 hours later, at the border of the snow country, a large iron ship floated on the sea. A dozen ninjas in blue armor were patrolling the surrounding waters. Yawning. It's already afternoon, and it looks like today is another calm day. One ninja, looking at the vast sea and the drifting icebergs nearby, lazily sighed and leaned against a nearby pole. Yes, this is the snow country, the extreme north of the ninja world, a place where not even a blade of grass grows. Who would invade this desolate place for no reason? That's right, guarding the border here is quite a leisurely job. As long as you keep an eye on things and take a nap now and then you get paid. It's perfect. Boom. Just as several ninjas were lazily slacking off as usual, a sudden loud noise from afar instantly put them on high alert. It's just the natural melting of the icebergs. There's no need to be alarmed. The midday sun is always a bit stronger than at other times. One ninja leaned against the window, pointing at a large chunk of iceberg collapsing into the sea in the distance and laughing. So it was just the melting of the iceberg. That really startled us. We thought there was an enemy invading. The other ninjas, seeing the scene outside, returned to their posts with little interest. However, in the corner where they couldn't see, Xiang had already used the icebergs as cover to quietly board their ship. Wow, is this the world of ninjas? She jumped onto the deck, curiously touching the cold surface of the row of silver-gray cannons that exuded a powerful industrial vibe. The snow country truly lives up to its reputation for advanced heavy industry. Just 57 years after Konoha's establishment, they have already developed such super-large warships and cannons. Although once approached by ninjas these things would become live targets in long-distance naval battles, they should be much stronger than explosive talismans. On this ship Xiang also went to explore other areas and satisfied her curiosity. This thing actually burns coal and operates on a steam engine principle. The power should be considerable, but what the heck is with the explosive talismans stuffed inside the shells? In the cargo hold responsible for storing items, Xiang unloaded several boxes in the dark, and after disassembling the shells, she looked at them filled with explosive talismans, unsure of what to say. Overall, it still cannot escape the trajectory of the ninja world. Gunpowder is ultimately not as useful as explosive talismans. Carefully reloading the disassembled shells, Xiang used the body flicker technique to disappear from the area. The snow country should be right behind the ship, and it seems she needs to find a concealed spot to set up a base. Those guards really are a bunch of useless idiots. I felt them all over, yet they didn't even notice a thing. Grabbing onto the iron railing of the hot air balloon, Shueping Langya showed a mocking smile, then fixed his gaze on the figure of Xiang, who had just emerged from the water. It has been a long time since the snow country had any invaders. It looks like today is a rare opportunity to stretch my muscles. It should be right here. Don't let her escape. In the cold, snowy plains, a dozen ninjas from the snow country slid down from the mountains on their sleds, drawing the attention of the setting sun several kilometers away. Discovered. That shouldn't be the case, right? The setting sun turned to look at the several ninjas approaching from a distance, momentarily stunned. Is there something here like a radar detecting my presence? Whoosh. The frontline ninjas had already approached and activated the mechanism installed on their hands, launching 3 or 4 steel cables towards the setting sun's body. Swish. Faced with the hostility of several people, the setting sun performed a flip to evade the bindings, and then drew out a kunai running towards a nearby cover. You can't escape. If you dare to steal our snow country's secret techniques, be prepared to spend a lifetime in an icy prison. Ice release snowstorm. The ninjas formed hand seals, generating dozens of ice blue shurikens that flew towards the setting sun. Ducking to avoid the incoming shurikens, the setting sun saw the ropes coming towards her and used body flicker technique to evade backward. Hey guys, isn't it a bit unethical to deal with a little girl like this? How about we stop for a moment and have a good talk? The setting sun said with a smile, looking at the snow ninjas circling around her. I don't care about ethics. As long as we capture you, an invader from an enemy nation, and hand you over to Lord Avalanche, we can pocket a bonus, right? Isn't that right, brothers? Well said. All we need is money. Seeing that the surrounding ninjas seemed to have made up their minds about her, the setting sun could only helplessly spread her hands. If only you hadn't seen me, what a pity. You could have been just fine. What is this little brat talking about? Is she scared, silly? A few snow ninjas looked at the setting sun, who still appeared relaxed, exchanging puzzled glances. Forget what she's doing. Capture her, and let's feast tonight. The leader of the snow ninjas, blinded by money, rushed towards the setting sun first. Clang. After rolling on the ground a few times, the snow ninja who had just appeared excited now lay in the snow, clutching his stomach in pain, curled up with sparks of malfunctioning armor flickering all over. Surrounding snow ninjas. The armor is quite tough. I hit him once, and he only got a few dents. Shaking off the tingling sensation in her hand, the setting sun looked at the snow ninja curled up like a shrimp and smiled. Damn it, how dare you injure the boss? Brothers, let's take her down together. Whoosh. With a dozen flying ropes caught in her hands, the setting sun activated her chakra to use the recoil to pull several snow ninjas into the sky. Snow ninjas, I buffed. A dozen shadow clones appeared beside the setting sun and charged towards the surrounding snow ninjas. A series of loud collisions resonated across the snowy plains. In just a moment, the small team of over 10 was beaten up and bound together by the setting sun using their own ropes. Stepping on the last resisting snow ninja, the setting sun released the shadow clone technique and then held a piece of chakra armor in her hand. This thing is really tough. Ordinary kunai can't even pierce it. Moreover, its portability and adaptability for chakra are quite good. It even has shuriken launchers and grappling hooks installed all over the body, making it a decent auxiliary tool. Alright, now it's time to deal with some other matters. After examining the material of the chakra armor, the setting sun looked at the bound snow ninjas with a benevolent smile. You don't come over? Seeing the faint crimson glow emerging from the shadow of the setting sun, the snow ninjas felt like crying. They originally thought they had caught a little sheep that wandered into a wolf's den, but who would have known it was a tiger in sheep's clothing? Using Jinjutsu to erase their memories and physically hypnotizing them, the setting sun also found a map of the snow country on them. This is a good item. Just as the setting sun unfolded the map and was about to take a good look at places suitable for her to hide, the ground beneath her feet suddenly began to tremble. No, it would be more accurate to say the ice was shaking. A terrifying roar echoed from below, and the once solid ice suddenly ripped open a giant crack. Jumping to a safer spot, the setting sun saw that the sky was covered by a layer of shadow. A massive ice whale leaped out from beneath the ice, crashing down towards the setting sun. Boom. The snow ninja, knocked unconscious, fell beneath the ice, and when they resurfaced, they were already encased in a thick layer of ice. Meanwhile, the surrounding ground had been completely shattered and countless ice chunks floated in the cold sea water. The setting sun stood on the tumultuous water surface, kunai in hand, locking her gaze on the 3 figures standing atop the ice mountain in the distance. Even such an expensive armor is useless for them. A little girl like this, and they couldn't even catch her, or we have to step in ourselves. The leader Langia Avalanche waved his hand, and his subordinates on either side rushed towards the setting sun. Ice release blizzard. A storm mixed with ice flows swept through the area where the setting sun was located, causing visibility and temperature to drop sharply. Ice release. Is it due to climatic factors? The setting sun opened her Sharingan, looking at the chakra reactions around her, and seriously positioned her kunai in front of herself. Amidst the wind and snow, the setting sun stood on the water's surface, resembling a small boat that could be overturned by the raging winds at any moment. Whoosh! A shadow crashed down from above, and in an instant a splash of water over 10 meters high erupted from the sea. Jumping on the water's surface, the setting sun twirled her kunai, shattering the incoming ice shurikens in front of her. Ice release dragon crushing tiger. Standing at the back, Langia Avalanche formed hand seals, condensing the ice blocks scattered on the water's surface into fierce tigers that pounced towards the setting sun. Water release water dragon bullet technique. After forming 3 simple seals, a fierce water dragon surged from behind, scattering the ice tigers. It seems these 3 individuals are not very strong, but ice release is indeed rare. I could have some fun with them and copy it for future use. Maybe it will come in handy for buy later. You can release this level of water dragon bullet. Your chakra is quite impressive, little girl. But unfortunately, this is our territory. You can continue to resist, but it will be futile. Wait, who released this ninjutsu? In the blurry blizzard, Langia Avalanche's 2 teammates seemed to have gone silent, but on the surrounding water's surface, fierce ice tigers were forming, their size easily twice that of the previous ones. For some reason, when Langia Avalanche locked eyes with the familiar ice tiger, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation from his feet to the tips of his hair. Strange. How are you able to perform the ice release technique? Is it based on the same principle as Kakashi Hatake of Konoha? Before Wolf Fong Snowfall's subordinate could react, the crimson glow still lingering in Xiang's eyes was already accompanied by a violent impact. Ice tigers slamming him into the wall. Correct guess, but no reward. Xiang extended a finger, subtly redirecting the ice tigers toward another snow ninja. Clang. Even as the second snow ninja reacted swiftly, raising an ice barrier for defense, the sheer momentum of the ice tigers shattered his shield, entirely burying him beneath frigid churning seawater. I'm freezing to death. Watching his comrade flounder helplessly in the sea, Wolf Fong Snowfall's brow twitched with an angry, jagged vein. Fools the lot of you. When it truly matters, only I can be relied upon. His gaze darkening as he fixed it upon Xiang in the distance, Wolf Fong Snowfall's hands blurred through rapid hand seals, and from the vast expanse of sea behind him emerged a colossal ice whale. Ice release one-horned white whale. Whoa! A faint wry smile curled at the corner of Xiang's lips as he gazed up at the looming ice whale overhead. Impressive technique. Whoosh! A streak of sapphire light slashed across the sky. Then with surgical precision, the massive ice whale split cleanly in 2, crashing sideways into the ocean. Tidal waves surged violently across the sea. Wolf Fong Snowfall stared disbelief, twisting his features at Xiang standing far away, his palm crackling with raw lightning. This isn't right at all. Mister Minnow, won't you grace us with a few more jutsu? If you're eager to exit the stage early, there'll be no extra drumsticks for your trouble. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. I am the second in command of the Land of Snow, the Sovereign's most trusted right hand. How could a brat like you possibly inspire fear in me? Ice release, ice prison technique. Wolf Fong Snowfall broke into a sprint, fingers flying through seals as chakra surged into his palms. Twin pillars of glacial energy erupted from either side, sharp and spear-like, hurtling toward Xiang. Boss, we're backing you up. The snow ninja, previously hurled aside by the ice tigers, now stood atop his snowboard, activating his chakra armor. Roaring jets of propulsive force blasted from his back as he charged headlong at Xiang. With his Sharingan, Xiang had already copied the hand seals. Now, hands clasped before his chest, he gathered a torrent of chakra into his core. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Like cannon fire unleashed, the fire dragon roared forth. Within a blink, the ice prison evaporated into vapor. Wolf Fong Snowfall's pupils contracted sharply as searing flames filled half his field of vision. Boom. Scorching shockwaves detonated across the ice plain. The fire dragon's path carved a stark, incandescent line straight through the frozen earth. Emerging from the sea below, Wolf Fong Snowfall gazed upon the distant half-melted iceberg and felt an involuntary chill ripple down his spine. Is this even humanly possible? Meanwhile, the snow ninja racing in on his snowboard was swatted aside by a single open palm strike, tumbling end over end across the snow before vanishing headfirst into a drift. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deep, thunderous roar echoed from afar. The sheer magnitude of the earlier fire release had triggered an avalanche, collapsing centuries-old snowpack from the mountain slopes. Damn it. A wise man knows when to yield. Brat, remember this grudge well. We shall repay you tenfold in due time. With that venomous vow, Wolf Fong Snowfall dove headfirst into the sea. Xiang watched utterly unruffled as the collapsing snowmass surged forward like a white tsunami. So this land truly endures perpetual winter. The snow has accumulated to such depth. Biting his finger, Xiang slammed his summoning seal onto the ground just moments before the avalanche's crushing weight descended upon him. Summoning technique. An endless blizzard swallowed the world whole, cold reasserted its dominion over heaven and earth. Yet from beneath the thick, suffocating snow, a massive azure serpent, scales gleaming with geometric precision, slowly raised its head. The avalanche has passed Lord Xiang. Thank you for your timely aid, little azure serpent. Xiang leapt lightly from the coiled center of the serpent's body and affectionately stroked its scaled head. As the first summoned from the Ryuchi cave to serve Lord Xiang, I naturally strive for perfection in every task. Should you require my strength again, Lord Xiang, I stand ever ready to answer your call. After exchanging a respectful nod with Xiang, the azure serpent vanished with a soft puff, sinking back into the deep snow. Xiang retrieved his map once more. It appears I've already crossed paths with the local snow ninjas, though they proved rather unfriendly. Could it be that my discreet dismantling of their artillery shells has been discovered? Or perhaps it's because I entered the land of snow without proper documentation. No, nonsense. There aren't even immigrants here, and technological isolation runs so deep. Where exactly would one obtain official papers? Enough speculation. First I need shelter. Perhaps tomorrow I'll pay a visit to the region's sovereign. Following the map's direction, Xiang ran lightly across the snow-balancing chakra with the effortless grace of walking on water. 1 hour later, within the royal palace of the land of snow, Lord Fubuki Dodo sat upon his throne clad in resplendent robes, his brow furrowed, as he surveyed 3 wounded subordinates kneeling before him. I instructed you to recruit soldiers from the southern village, to guard the iron mines and oversee the garrison. Why have you returned looking like this? My lord, we encountered an intruder of overwhelming power. We simply couldn't prevail. Before the snow ninja, who'd first plunged into the sea, could finish, he was kicked hard across the chamber. Worthless. I invested staggering resources to outfit you with the most advanced chakra armor, and yet you cannot even repel a single invader. And what of the naval fleets stationed near the coast? Why didn't you order them to open fire? My lord, the border sentinels are nothing but idle mouths. They remained completely unaware until the intruder had already breached our territory. Seeming indignant, the fallen ninja offered his explanation, only for Fubuki Dodo's rising fury to cut him short. Dare you talk back? Seeing the sovereign's wrath, Wolf Fong Snowfall quickly pulled him aside. My lord, this defeat stemmed from our own miscalculation. Yet we beg for one final chance to redeem ourselves. Doesn't the southern region of the land of snow lie beyond the railway line? That corridor is the sole viable route into our nation. Grant us 300 soldiers, and we will trap the intruder dead in the mountains. Hearing Wolf Fong Snowfall's proposal, Fubuki Dodo paused, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Very well. For old-time sake, I grant you this opportunity. I shall place full control of the trains and rail network in your hands. But fail again, and you'll spend the rest of your days planting potatoes. With a sharp flick of his sleeve, Fubuki Dodo strode out of the hall, leaving the surrounding snow ninjas overcome with emotion, bowing low to the floor. We thank His Majesty for this chance. We shall not disappoint him. Doesn't your shop have any other dishes? Looking at the mashed potatoes, stir-fried potato shreds, and potato green pepper pancakes on the table, I couldn't help but complain. Sigh, in such barren land, how could there be much to eat? But did you come from the main urban area north of the snow country? You don't seem to be a local. Aha, I indeed came from a relatively remote place. But don't you have any meat here? Money is not an issue. Eating is essential. One should never deprive oneself. There are some dried fish, but it's not recommended for those with bad teeth. It's fine, I love fish. A few minutes later, I stared at the dried fish in my hand, which was as long as my arm, completely stunned. Is this really dried fish? I slammed the dried fish onto the table, and it vibrated like a blade. This fish is so hard it could be used as a throwing star if sharpened. Well, this is the only meat available in the shop. If you want fresh fish, you might have to wait until the weather warms up a bit. Fine. I reluctantly sat back at the table, then picked up my chopsticks and brought a piece of potato shreds to my mouth. Eating potatoes isn't so bad, it's just a way to experience the local culture. Perhaps I can visit the nearby urban area later, as the food there should be better than in the village. Outside, the wind and snow continued to howl, but the large charcoal stove in the center of the shop made the entire room much warmer. Speaking of which, it seems to already be spring, yet the snow country still looks like it's trapped in a perpetual winter. Truly, it's a nation close to the extreme north. I wonder if I can see the aurora if I go further north. After a simple dinner, I looked at the hard-dried fish on the table. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to take it with me. Although it was as hard as a block of iron, it should still be edible if roasted with fire right. I might as well take it, after all I paid for it. With the dried fish tied to my back, I slowly walked towards the nearby deep snow mountains as the sun completely set. While I was still looking for a hidden place to settle down, many snow ninjas were already preparing an ambush along the railway line that ran through the snow country. Looking up at the dark sky outside the tunnel, a snow ninja furrowed his brows and glanced at his leader. Captain, it seems to be dark now. Why hasn't the enemy arrived yet? How would I know why the enemy hasn't come yet? For now, let's just wait quietly and follow orders from above. Yes. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later, a snow ninja who had been scouting suddenly rushed in and whispered something to Wolf Fong Avalanche. She actually went into the mountains by herself. Is the intel reliable? Absolutely reliable. That little girl's characteristics are very distinct. We won't mistake her. Upon hearing the information from the intel, ninja Wolf Fong Avalanche felt a hint of strangeness. Why would that little brat invade the snow country without heading towards the technologically advanced factory areas or the densely populated urban areas? Is she trying to wait for us to lower our guard before sneaking over? The mountainous terrain is treacherous. Even if they have many people, they might not reap good rewards from entering, as an avalanche is no laughing matter. That little brat is so strong. If they don't rely on the artillery on the train and large ninja tools, it would be difficult to threaten her. But the problem is that these things can't enter that mountainous area. Boss, what should we do next? Continue to guard here, prepare for a long wait, and send out the ninja from the aerial division to scout the situation from above. Yes. The surrounding ninjas continued to lie in ambush, but in the night a few vague shadows spread their wings and flew into the sky. In the early morning hours the air was bone-chillingly cold. Inside the cave I dressed in cotton clothes, tossed firewood into the bonfire. Exhaling a breath of warm air, my little face turned slightly red as I took out the sealing technique and began to study the intricacies of the sealing art. Although the environment here is a bit harsh, it's a perfect place for peaceful cultivation. Surrounding me was a desolate expanse of snowy forest, and due to the high altitude and the perennial snow, even locals seldom come here. Although the village is somewhat remote for me, making a round trip every few days to buy some supplies is more than enough. I stayed peacefully in the cave for several days without coming out. Thanks to the barrier I set up, I perfectly avoided aerial surveillance. However, because I hadn't captured her for a long time, even the ruler Windflower Fury began to lose patience. It's important to note that the snow country is extremely cold, with 70% of the heat in towns needing coal, but now the train responsible for transporting coal has been taken by Wolf Fong Avalanche to deal with the enemy. If we could really capture the enemy, that would be fine, but it's been almost a week with no signs of movement. If this continues, the heavy weaponry and chakra armor I researched will likely face a standstill. While the snow ninjas were ambushing as usual at the checkpoint, Windflower Fury summoned Wolf Fong Avalanche, the overall leader, back. In the hall, Wolf Fong Avalanche looked at the imposing man before him, feeling a bit intimidated, and lowered his head. You should know why I called you here, right? I know, but please give me a bit more time. That little brat is not easy to deal with. Charging into the mountains recklessly could lead to severe losses for us. Windflower Fury's expression darkened as he looked at Wolf Fong Avalanche's pleading demeanor. Is it that your lack of real combat experience has made your courage as weak as a squirrel's? It's just a little brat. You have over 300 people with you. How can you be afraid of her? Even if everyone threw a few shurikens, they could easily kill her. My lord, this really isn't. Wolf Fong Avalanche wanted to explain further, but was stopped by Windflower Fury. Isn't she just a little brat who hasn't even grown all her hair? Let me personally capture her this time. It's just right to test the power of the new type of chakra armor version 2. Windflower Fury rolled up his sleeves, his eyes slightly shining with a cold light as he looked at the specially designed black and blue armor inside. If it weren't for that old guy's treasure still being unfound and lacking enough funds to mass-produce chakra armor, he wouldn't have so many troubles bothering him now. So this is the profound subtlety of sealing techniques. Truly extraordinary. In deep within a shadowed cavern, Shiyang channeled chakra into his hands, then swiftly formed hand seals and pressed shimmering rune-laced palms against the stone wall. Tadpole-like glyphs coiled around his fingers, yet as Shiyang twisted his hand, they detached and drifted across the wall, rotating slowly in an uncanny rhythmic pattern. Though merely a half-finished prototype, it stirred no small fascination within him. He sensed the chakra embedded in those markings was modest, but when activated in precise sequence, it triggered unimaginable chain reactions, gradually compressing surrounding matter inward. What a fascinating art, wielding faint chakra to constrain vastly greater forces. No wonder it stands as the ultimate weapon forged to subdue tailed beasts. Shiyang continued experimenting with the seal array, when suddenly a sharp pang of hunger surged through his body. Ingururu, in pressing a hand to his hollow stomach, he sighed softly and dispelled the glowing runes before him. Seems there's nothing left to eat here. Perhaps I ought to venture out today, stock up on supplies, maybe even buy some new clothes. And I wonder, does that sky-dwelling fellow still linger about? And Shiyang knew full well the snow shinobi were hunting him, yet remained undetected, shielded by the intricate barrier he himself had woven. Perhaps I'll simply relocate to another mountain. Let them circle endlessly in the snowdrift peaks like restless sparrows. And glancing upward as a dark silhouette swept across the sky, Shiyang darted into the surrounding thicket. Minutes later, clad in a pristine white cotton coat, Shiyang sprinted across a forest blanketed in deep, unbroken snow, only for a sudden flare of firelight to streak from his flank. Shiyang, in the blinding flash of an explosive tag, erupted beneath his feet. In spinning midair, he landed with feline grace upon a thick branch and drew a kunai from his waist in one fluid motion. Target acquired. Don't let her escape. Two snow shinobi slammed their palms together in rapid succession. Instantly, a gale erupted from the earth, whipping buried snow high into the air, obscuring vision in a swirling, blinding haze. Gentlemen lurking at doorways like silent stalkers hardly suits your station. Don't you agree? Using wind release, Shiyang dispersed the rising snow and mist, then faced the encircling shinobi, his fingers already weaving a subtle poised seal. We'd imagined a far more formidable adversary. Yet here you stand, a mere child. To have slipped into the snow country sealed under layers of draconian restriction, truly we've underestimated your audacity. Fubuki Dutu emerged from behind the shinobi clad in ornate ceremonial robes, his voice dripping with condescending mockery. Gazing up at the towering man, nearly half a head taller, Shiyang smiled faintly. Sir, might this simply be a case of unfortunate misunderstanding? I only seek a quiet place to live in seclusion. Surely swords and sparks are rather excessive for such a modest request enough. You presume to negotiate terms on my soil. Then choose submit to death, or endure capture and relentless interrogation until every secret slips from your lips. With a single imperious gesture, Fubuki Dutu commanded the surrounding shinobi, who instantly formed seals and unleashed a barrage of jutsu and shuriken toward Shiyang. Boom. Where Shiyang had stood moments before now yawned a charred smoking crater. As a storm of kunai rained down, he pressed his palm to the ground, chakra surging and coalescing beneath his fingertips. So silence speaks louder than words, does it? Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen rampart erupted, deflecting the incoming kunai. Twirling the kunai once in his grip, Shiyang slid sideways, vanishing into the labyrinthine tangle of gnarled roots just as the wall shattered in a thunderous blast. Where did she go? Shink. Na's silvery streak slashed across the air. Shiyang's lightning-charged kunai struck true, shattering the core of a shinobi's chakra armor. Lightning release, earth flow. Chakra flared in his palm, surging downward into the earth. Blue arcs crackled violently across the snow. Several shinobi convulsed and collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Brat, don't get too cocky. Watching Shiyang weave effortlessly through his ranks, like a phantom gliding through empty space, Fubuki Dutu clenched his fists, then formed seals. Chakra roared through vortex-shaped nozzles mounted on his arms. Ice release blizzard. A ferocious gale howled in from the distance, its raw force blasting snow high into the sky and splintering ancient trees, their trunks splitting with sickening cracks as if torn toward the heavens. Fubuki Dutu watched, a faint cold smile curling his lips as Shiyang was hurled backward, slamming hard against a cliff face before slumping unconscious. Yet that smile froze, then faltered, as a youthful voice chimed softly from behind him. Sir, your aim strayed wide, and your strike lacked both reach and vigor. Nat Shiyang's taunt Fubuki Dutu whirled, reorienting his chakra nozzle toward the voice in one swift, practiced motion. Shink. Leaping from the maelstrom, Shiyang soared overhead, driving his kunai straight for Fubuki Dutu's chest, only for it to clang sharply against reinforced armor on his forearm. VVVVRR. Aiming the device concealed in his sleeve at Shiyang, Fubuki Dutu unleashed a torrent of volatile chakra, blinding light erupting from his palm. Beneath the frigid sky of the snow-capped mountains, a colossal black tornado spiraled upward, roaring like a living beast. In an instant, Shiyang reappeared several meters away, perched atop a sturdy branch, staring at the broken stub of his kunai, brow furrowed. Armored beneath that opulent robe, and equipped with such a devastating chakra mission device, this towering figure must hold no minor authority in the snow country. Rain country under a leaden rain-sodden sky, Kagaya Otsutsuki, tall, pale, and eerily plant-like, stood atop a rusted drainage pipe, gazing sidelong at the masked figure seated beside him. Tobi. Deidara of Awagakure has been located, but intercepted at the grass country border by the Tsuchikage himself and taken back to the village. His defiance runs deep and his strength undeniable. He may yet serve as a useful instrument for the Akatsuki's tailed beast acquisition plans. As for the other anomaly, a young girl, we've yet to uncover fresh leads. Her prowess appears formidable. She repelled an entire Konoha shinobi detachment, including the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. Tobi had paid little heed to this little girl, until the mention of Kakashi's defeat stirred a quiet, calculating curiosity within him. So Kakashi still fails to master even the Sharingan, defeated by a child. Shall we continue tracking her movements then? Her identity remains obscure. Tracing her proves exceptionally difficult. Hearing White Zetsu's query, Tobi shook his head slowly. The Akatsuki remains in its formative phase. Recruiting additional members is neither urgent nor essential. And if she evades pursuit so effortlessly, why waste precious time? Deploy White Zetsu across the 5 great nations to gather intelligence and stoke the embers of conflict. Let them weaken one another. Such chaos will only hasten the dawn of the Moon's Eye plan. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. With a single hand forming a seal, the setting sun swept past the fist of Fenghua Nuteo, raising a water dragon from the ground and carrying him into the sky. The menacing water dragon engulfed Fenghua Nuteo completely, the sensation of spinning felt as if he were being drawn into an endless abyss. However, the chilling aura emanating from the chakra armor soon froze the water dragon midair, transforming it into a lifelike ice sculpture. Crack. Ice escape, black dragon blizzard. The head and body of the ice dragon gradually shattered, and a fearsome black dragon soared into the sky, viciously biting towards the position of the setting sun. Oh, is that a new technique? It looks quite formidable. As he watched the black dragon charging towards him, the setting sun formed 3 seals, and then raised his chest, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. Fire escape, great fireball technique. A fireball several meters in diameter collided with the surface of the black dragon, instantly engulfing its head in searing heat. What? Watching his technique being suppressed, Fenghua Nuteo, who had fallen to the ground, stubbornly gathered his other hand into the change of technique. Ice Escape Twin Dragon Blizzard. Two black dragons mixed with snowflakes and frost converged together with gales and lightning brewing within. In an instant they scattered the great fireball. The vicious tornado lifted trees from the mountains and fields into the sky, displaying a powerful force akin to a calamity in the icy world. However, just when Fenghua Nuteo thought the enemy had been dealt with by his ninjutsu, the flickering lights in the eye of the tornado made his face suddenly change to panic. Wait, where did that come from? Swish. A hard green glowing salted fish slapped against Fenghua Nuteo's face, followed by a surge of blazing flames that instantly cleaved the blizzard in half. Fire Escape Great Fire Annihilation. The crimson flames pierced through the center of the blizzard like a straight line, swallowing the roaring black dragon in an instant. Fire defeats ice. Does the old man not even know this? As he watched the flames rushing towards him, Fenghua Nuteo's pupils suddenly contracted as he raised his arms to block. Swish. Flames surged through the snowy forest. Even in such extreme cold, Fenghua Nuteo's Ice Escape still couldn't do anything against the setting sun. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the mountains, the long-frozen, snow-capped mountains suddenly experiencing warmth, while amidst the greatly expanding flames, two figures soaring into the sky pulled out the salted fish stuck in the ground. The newcomer did not appear to be an ordinary ninja. He was likely a noble from within the land of snow, and his chakra armor was notably superior to that of other ninjas. However, these matters were of no concern to her. The setting sun tidied up his belongings and continued down the mountain, while the snow ninjas that suddenly intercepted him were all impaled into the snow. What is this? As he reached the entrance of the snow mountain, the setting sun frowned at the sight of several cannons set up there. Isn't this a bit excessive? Fire. Upon seeing the setting sun, the ambushed snow ninjas simultaneously gave the order, and immediately the continuous sound of cannon fire echoed at the foot of the snow mountain. A blinding light erupted in an instant, coloring the entire sky red, with flames raising the air temperature in the area by several degrees. Fire. Don't stop. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons bombarded in front of him, and the tremendous noise triggered the collapse of the accumulated snow on the mountain. The light of the explosive talismans appeared in the surrounding mountains, and after the cannon fire ended, the snow ninjas looked at the azure unknown object emerging from the smoke, their faces suddenly paling. Is this chakra from a monster? Rumbling, the rolling snow slid down from the mountain, while the setting sun wiped the bloodstains from his face, glancing back at the tsunami-like avalanche rushing towards him. He gathered chakra into the hand of Susanoo, forming a giant blade. Buzz. The azure light flew out from the foot of the mountain, and the white world seemed to be neatly split in half. The small mountain behind him, over 100 meters tall, was also split in two, along with the light exposing the valley to the eyes of numerous snow ninjas. What is that? Feeling the earth trembling continuously, several snow ninjas slumped to the ground, then under immense psychological pressure, they fled in panic. Wait. No orders, don't run. Although the leading snow ninja was still commanding, his trembling legs betrayed him. Seeing that most of his subordinates had already fled, the snow ninja captain looked at the setting sun, who was gradually approaching after dispersing Susanoo in the distance, and in his panic collapsed to the ground, smearing some black ash from the ammunition box on his face. The setting sun, looking at the snow ninja lying on the ground pretending to be dead, the setting sun did not kill him, instead walking straight towards the village. These snow ninjas were merely soldiers following orders from their superiors. Killing them would achieve nothing. To truly resolve the issue, he would have to head to the city to meet the so-called Lord Monarch they spoke of. If that guy really wants to go against me, perhaps it's not bad to change the ruler of this country. Just a few days into the land of snow, and they dare to fire dozens of cannons at me. Who knows, in a few years they might even use bombers to flatten the area around me. By then I fear I won't even be able to sleep peacefully. Returned to the railway line by the flying snow ninjas, Fenghua Nuteo still felt a bit shaken. What exactly is that kid's body made of? To be able to withstand his killer move Hiden, and even use fire escape ninjutsu to counterattack. If it weren't for the toughness of his chakra armor, Fenghua Nuteo would likely have been turned to ash just now. Although he has escaped danger for now, he still feels discomfort at the thought of that kid. Come. Immediately send nearby troops over. I can't stay here any longer. I must return to the main city for safety. Just as Fenghua Nuteo was still contemplating how to escape, the wolf-toothed avalanche, dressed in light armor, suddenly walked in from outside. Lord Monarch, there's no need to be so anxious. While you were retreating, I already dispatched my subordinates to surround that kid at the foot of the mountain with cannons. Moreover, the explosive talismans hidden on the mountain should have already detonated by now. With an avalanche that has accumulated for hundreds of years, that kid won't be able to climb out anytime soon. Ha, as expected of my capable assistant. I love your cleverness. From the current situation, that kid should need some time to escape. This is a perfect opportunity for me to mobilize the ninja of the land of snow. Fenghua Nuteo didn't believe that so many ninjas couldn't kill that monster. After all, he understood the principle that two tigers cannot coexist in one mountain. Since this powerful force does not belong to him, he absolutely would not allow this threat to appear in his territory. A few minutes later, while Fenghua Nuteo was still preparing to treat his injuries before using the train to gather troops, a panicked snow ninja suddenly ran in from outside. Report, Lord Monarch. An intruder has been found in the southern plains. What? Which intruder? It's the target that Lord Wolftooth instructed us to surround near the railway. The snow ninja seemed to think Fenghua Nuteo had forgotten about this and specifically took out the wanted poster of the setting sun. Looking at the familiar silhouette on the paper, Fenghua Nuteo felt a sense of darkness before his eyes. Wasn't it said that she had been blocked in the mountains by cannons and avalanches? To the south of the snow country near the mines, under the cold flying snow, countless shuriken danced in the sky like raindrops falling toward the sunset. So you have been lying in ambush here all along. You have truly endured for a long time. Looking up at the snow ninjas appearing from all directions, the sunset gathered chakra in his palms, forming sharp lightning shuriken that countered the incoming shuriken in midair. Let's go together. A dozen snow ninjas wielded long knives, their blades flashing. Amidst the chaos, the figure of the sunset weaved through them, his salted fish seeming to transform into a divine weapon, striking at their vital points. Ice release snowstorm. Like flying swallows, the shuriken sliced through the sky, only to be incinerated by the fire release from the sunset. Amidst the burning flames, a mechanical artifact glowing with purple light suddenly clamped onto the sunset's arm. Boom. The firelight illuminated the encircled area. Looking at the charred wood left in the smoke, the leader of the snow ninjas also turned pale. Damn it, how is this little brat so strong? The traps we set around have had no effect at all. Sir, calling others a brat is quite rude, you know. Hearing the childish voice from behind, the snow ninja drew his kunai and slashed backward, only to be kicked away. Captain, we will cover you. Watching the snow ninjas rolling down the slope, the sunset threw out a dozen kunai, each wrapped with explosive tags that detonated within the crowd of snow ninjas. Thick black smoke billowed in the cold valley, and amidst the howling cold wind, the scent of gunpowder seemed to fill the air. Holding a blood-stained salted fish, the sunset effortlessly passed through the first line of defense of the snow ninjas. Whoosh! Just as the sunset prepared to continue forward to meet their monarch in the city, a sound resembling an inhuman roar and the rumble of train tracks echoed from afar, growing closer. There's actually a train in this place. This is over 20 years earlier than the lightning cars of the Naruto era. Truly a country with developed heavy industry. Damn brat. Your doom is upon you, and you will deeply regret coming to this land. From the side of the slope, white steam billowed from the cave, and a train emitting bright white light chugged out of the tunnel. The launch port connected to the tracks behind it made the sunset frown. How can these people use a train as a weapon? If they encounter an Earth-style ninja, how much would a fight cost? Whoosh. The launch ports of the train opened and rows of sharp kunai were shot into the sky. Seeing the kunai coated with purple poison, the sunset's eyes shifted slightly, his hands quickly forming seals, chakra gathering at his chest. Wind release, great breakthrough. Forming several hand seals, the sunset expelled a violent gust of wind, deflecting the falling kunai away. Not done yet. The snow ninja seated at the front of the train pulled the lever, and scalding steam erupted from the carriage, with rows of dazzling white stars shooting into the sky. What are they doing? 9 flying stars exploded in midair, and the crimson and white light instantly turned the sky into a pure white expanse. In this intensely blinding light, even the Sharingan felt a sharp pain. All units attack. At the moment the sunset was hit by the flashbang, hundreds of armored snow ninjas surged out of the tunnel, charging towards him. Feeling the stinging pain in his eyes, the sunset clenched his fists, white light gradually enveloping his body. Under the shadow of a deep purple hue, a layer of transparent keratin membrane began to cover his eyes. Whoosh! Stretching out his hand, he tore the incoming net into shreds. The sage chakra within the sunset erupted instantly, sending a large circle of snow ninjas flying. With his eyes closed, the sunset gathered lightning in his hands. The sharp sound of electric arcs crackled in his ears, and in the blink of an eye, the distant train was neatly sliced into 4 segments. Relying on the powerful sensory abilities of Sage Mode, the sunset pressed his hand to the ground. Under the infusion of vast chakra, it seemed as if the entire terrain of the area began to twist. Sage Art Organic Rebirth. Sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, precisely pulling one snow ninja after another into the earth, as if guided. Damn, what are these strange things? Oh, help me, save me. At the edge of the tunnel, watching the snow ninjas visibly being pulled into the ground, the face of Langia Avalanche turned pale. What kind of bizarre ninjutsu is this? I've never seen anything like this, it's truly eerie. Langia Avalanche cautiously tiptoed to turn and flee, only to realize that at some unknown time a pair of crimson eyes had locked onto him. Time to move, sir. After dealing with most of the snow ninjas, the sunset approached the shadow clone, covering his still aching eyes, while looking at Langia Avalanche lying in blood. These people have indeed come up with some nasty tricks to deal with me. If it weren't for the enhanced sensory ability of Sage Mode, I wouldn't have managed to handle the situation just now. Due to being born with the Sharingan, members of the Uchiha clan actually have little training in sensory techniques. The sunset was not surprised if she had gone blind before mastering Sage Mode. Her combat power would have been reduced by at least half. So, shall we continue pushing towards the main city? It seems that besides the large troop here, there is still one person within our sensory range. The shadow clone looked up at the sky within the tunnel. That guy's chakra feels familiar. It seems to be the one I severely injured with fire on the mountain before. Let's not chase him for now. If he flies any higher, it'll be hard for us to keep up without the ability to fly. As the sunset spoke, he tidied up his things, preparing to rest in the inner town for a while. Just as he stuffed his dirty clothes into the space scroll, a sudden sensation from the summoning contract appeared in his heart. What is this feeling? Whoosh! A large brown snake appeared behind the sunset, followed by a girl in a deep blue kimono emerging from the snake's mouth. Long time no see, Sister Sunset. Wait, what happened to your eyes? Be a little gentler, perhaps reduce the force a bit. Yes, a bit lower now. All right. In a quiet room, Xiang was comfortably seated on a chair, enjoying a massage on her shoulders. Looking at Xiang, who was wearing an eye mask under the sunlight, Bai couldn't help but ask, Sister Xiang, what happened to your eyes? It was just a flash during battle, but it's nothing serious. By tomorrow it should be back to normal. By the way, Bai, have you come to find me because you've mastered your celestial techniques? Of course. The celestial techniques from the Dragon's Cave are a powerful force. It took me nearly half a year to learn them. I'm still far from Sister Xiang's level. Bai smiled as she kneaded Xiang's shoulders. Although learning celestial techniques took a lot of time, the experience of cultivating in the Dragon's Cave had greatly benefited her. She believed that once she grew up, she would be able to accelerate her growth and protect Sister Xiang from harm. Speaking of which, this country has indeed been helpful for your ice escape training. Once I settle things with the local ruler, he'll take you to train properly. The local ruler? Hearing Bei's puzzled voice, Xiang replied. It's probably something like a lord, but he doesn't seem very friendly to us right now. So Sister Xiang, are you going to get rid of him? But he seems to be the ruler of this country, right? I was a bit concerned that Xiang might be too ambitious. After all, he was the highest leader of a nation with immense strength and resources. Could a single person's power truly shake that? People have already stabbed themselves with knives several times. Isn't it only just to stab back? After finishing the water in her cup, Xiang said with a pale face. That does seem to be the case. When encountering kindness, we should respond with kindness, but in the face of malice, a strong counterattack is the best form of return. But for now, let's go eat first. Straightening her clothes, Xiang suddenly stood up from the chair. After leaving the temporary room, she and Bai walked along a sparsely populated street. Even though there were few people here, Xiang had an odd feeling that passers-by were looking at them intentionally or unintentionally. Sister Xiang, why is everyone looking at us? It's quite strange. After locking eyes with a villager and noticing the mix of fear and evasion in his expression, Bai asked in confusion. Really? Is it because we are outsiders? Xiang placed her hand on her smooth chin, deep in thought. Before she could reach a conclusion, a child's voice suddenly startled both of them. Look, Mommy, that beautiful sister looks like the person on the wanted poster. After glancing at Xiang, who was blindfolded, the woman beside her quickly apologized to Xiang. I'm so sorry. My child is usually very naughty and talks nonsense, causing you trouble. I apologize. Edge. Wait a minute. Sensing the woman's hurried departure with the child, as if fleeing from a plague, Xiang scratched her head in distress. It seems that the Snow Nation has already issued her wanted notice. It looks like she would need to disguise herself to avoid trouble. A few minutes later, in a nearby alley, Bai looked at the familiar yet strange girl in front of her, unable to help but be captivated by her undeniable charm. She looks just like a larger version of Sister Xiang in different clothes, but is her chest a bit too big? How do I look? At that moment, Xiang found it a bit difficult to open her eyes and turned to Bai for her opinion. It's okay, but is it really alright to have this kind of decoration on your chest? I was just curious how developed girls usually look. Alas, it's a pity that the transformation technique doesn't seem to replicate the true sensation perfectly. After combing her hair into a ponytail, Xiang took a comb and smoothed down a rebellious strand of hair. With a change of clothes, hairstyle, and figure, Xiang truly seemed like a different person. If just a moment ago she looked like a cute little girl playing dress-up in adult clothing, a robe, now she appeared as a mature, composed, and graceful older sister who handled things efficiently. Draping a black cotton coat over herself, Xiang and Bai headed to a nearby restaurant to replenish their nutrition. At the entrance of the chili establishment, Xiang seemed to sense something and grabbed Bei's hand. Sister Xiang, what's wrong? It seems someone is following us. Be careful. Xiang absorbed a portion of natural energy into her body, and instantly the world appeared much clearer to her. Through the door, Xiang sensed a shadow several meters away staring at them and moving towards the restroom. Shadow clone technique. Xiang's main body returned to Bei's side as if nothing had happened, discussing trivial matters, while a figure lurking outside the small shop was dragged into the alley by hands extending from the darkness. Puff. A few minutes later, Xiang, having accessed the memories obtained by her shadow clone, using the Sharingan, wore an odd expression. This guy was actually trying to ally with her. How strange. Could this be an internal power struggle within the Snow Nation? Within the memories of the newcomer, Xiang gathered much important information, especially the introduction of the Snow Nation's ruler Fenghua Nuteo, which took her by surprise. This ruler actually seized the throne from his older brother through rebellion, and those seeking her out were naturally the former ministers of the previous generation. They seem to have been lurking in the Snow Nation, trying to build up strength to overthrow the current regime and then install the offspring of the previous ruler Fenghua Xiaoxua as the legitimate heir. However, due to the lack of opportunity, they had been wandering inside the Snow Nation. Now with Xiang's appearance, it seemed to give them a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet Xiang frowned at the frail figure of Fenghua Xiaoxua she saw in the memories. Why do I feel like this person looks a bit familiar? What should we do? It seems the pursuers have vanished again. Alas, if it weren't for the situation nearing an irretrievable point, we wouldn't want to rely on outsiders. It's quite humiliating. In the dim basement, several former Lord subordinates were still contemplating how to proceed with their plans. It has been several years since Fenghua Nuteo ascended to power, and their old faction's influence has almost been eradicated, leaving only a handful of old geezers struggling to survive. Fortunately, Fenghua Nuteo is not much concerned with the livelihood of the people and is intensely focused on weaponry and heavy industry reform, leading to high exploitation of ordinary laborers coupled with land unsuitable for production, resulting in the people's miserable lives. Otherwise, without the protection of the residents of the Snow Nation, they wouldn't have lasted this long. While a few old ministers were still discussing the next steps at the table, a small white snake had quietly slithered in through the ventilation duct, monitoring their every move. A few miles away, Xiang sat in her room listening to their conversation through the small white snake and took a casual sip from the drink placed on the table. This group seems to be dwindling, but at least their prestige remains. Once she has dealt with Fenghua Nuteo, it would be just the right time for them to take over the management of this country, preventing a complete social collapse. After all, she currently has no time to govern a nation. After locating the positions of the few individuals, Xiang stood up from her chair, her figure instantly vanishing from the spot. A few minutes later, the iron door of the basement creaked open, and the expressions of those seated at the table changed as they saw the ninja responsible for tracking Xiang return. "Why are you back so soon? Have you found the person?" In response to the inquiries of the ministers, the ninja remained silent, standing stiffly like a block of wood, creating an eerie atmosphere in the room. "Of course I found her. Isn't she right behind you?" A clear voice echoed in the cold space, and the powerful chakra presence struck at the hearts of the few. "You, are you the one on the wanted poster?" Feeling as if all the chakra in his body was frozen, the elder turned around to look at the girl before him, his face turning pale. No wonder the frontline railway troops failed so utterly. This chakra presence is somewhat overwhelming. The key to a successful alliance lies in the balance of power between the two parties, but it seems they might have been a bit presumptuous. "Old sir, I can understand your feelings in following the old lord, wanting to restore the Snow Nation to its former stability, but from my perspective, secretly tracking a girl is not a good habit, you know." Xiang snapped her fingers, and the ninja who had been tracking her suddenly jolted awake from the confusion of an illusion. "Where am I? What just happened? You fainted on the street, and I brought you home based on your memories." "Haha, just kidding. I only came to see you and inquire about some information." Seeing Xiang facing him, the elder also nodded with a cold sweat. After giving them a show of strength, Xiang sat down and had a good discussion with them. After hearing what they had to say, she nodded in acknowledgement. "These old geezers are quite honest. Oh, what they said matched my investigations. Is Fenghua Xiaoxue the biological daughter of the old lord? Can we still contact her? Does Miss Xiang have any questions about her master?" "Nothing. I just feel like I've seen her somewhere." Upon hearing Xiang's inquiry, the others exchanged glances and took out a photo of Fenghua Xiaoxue with the old lord. After all, this is not a confidential matter, so it doesn't matter whether they show it or not. Holding the photo, Xiang pulled down the white cloth covering her eyes, revealing a pair of bright, clear eyes. In the dim light, Xiang gazed at the familiar figure in the photo, recalling a girl she had chatted with on a ship in the past. Fujike's Yuki, she looks exactly like the one in the photo. If I had to compare differences, it might just be that she has grown a bit. I didn't expect such a coincidence. After returning the photo to them, Xiang chatted with them for a few more minutes, but chose not to form an alliance, opting for a different mode of cooperation. A hiring relationship, the most common form between ninjas and employers. As long as they pay a little money, Xiang would help them accomplish their tasks. As a half-bounty hunter, Xiang quite enjoys doing this. Well then, let's settle on this pleasant agreement. I will complete the entrusted task, and when the time for the plan comes, I will naturally leave you a signal. Xiang pinned an agreement to the table with a kunai, and also left behind a small white snake for communication before vanishing from the basement. Watching the figure that had already disappeared, the few individuals still felt a bit startled. This lattice chakra is truly terrifying. Just sitting together makes their hearts race. Although Xiang's strength is formidable, the few of them were not actually afraid that she would inherit the position of lord after killing Fenghua Nuteo. After all, in the ninja world, the theory of bloodlines still prevails. A position such as lords and daimyos can only be inherited by the progeny or siblings of the previous generation. Time slipped quietly away. 7 days passed. The snow country remained unchanged, yet Fenghua Nuteo, seated alone within the grand hall, wore an expression heavy with anxiety. Outside, wind and snow raged in unison. Inside, coal blazed fiercely in the hearth, radiating warmth. Still no sign of her. "My lord, we have deployed every available resource to track her down, yet not a single trace remains within the snow country." Upon hearing the snow ninja's report, Fenghua Nuteo folded his hands upon the table, his face darkening with displeasure. Before at least her movements had been known, troops could be deployed accordingly. But now, wounded and vanished without warning, she had become infinitely more perilous. A devouring demon concealed within unseen darkness is always far more terrifying than a beast bearing its fangs beneath the sun. His torchlight, however bright, would scarcely shield him from such peril. "And what of your efforts to contact external forces?" At Fenghua Nuteo's query, the snow ninja gave a solemn nod. "My lord, deep beneath the surface of the outside world, we have secured contact with an exceptionally formidable mercenary organization. one said to have never failed a single mission. They may well pull us through this crisis. Yet their fee is extraordinarily steep. How much? Glancing at Fenghua Nuteo's weathered face, the snow ninja swallowed hard. 100 million liang. At the staggering sum, Fenghua Nuteo's brow furrowed deeply, and he slammed his palm onto the table. Outrageous. A mere mercenary band dares demand such a sum. Do they truly believe the snow country is paved with gold mines? They had already hemorrhaged vast fortunes combating that intruding child. Not even their dedicated transport train escaped unscathed, shattered into 4 pieces. Now the national treasury stood bare, and those commoners whose belts mattered more than their lives. If taxed further, they might well unite with remnants of the former ruler Zosno's faction to rise against him. Should that come to pass, he would face rebellion from within and invasion from without. Hearing his lord's fury, the snow ninja lowered his head and silently withdrew from the chamber. Wind howled beyond the window pane, of frost thickened layer upon layer across the glass. Fenghua Nuteo gazed out, lost in grim contemplation. How, as sovereign of a nation, had he been cornered so utterly by a mere child? Perhaps he should have delayed his usurpation. Let old Zosno bear this calamity instead. As these thoughts churned, the overhead lamp flickered violently. Darkness fell swiftly. As the room dimmed around him, Fenghua Nuteo cried out, "Guards! Guards! Hurry! Fix the circuit breaker! Useless fools!" Gradually, even the wind stilled. And in that sudden chilling silence, Fenghua Nuteo sensed something profoundly wrong. He cast aside his ornate robe and edged slowly toward the hearth where embers still glowed. Creak! The chamber door swung open. A thin rivulet of blood seeped beneath the threshold, staining the pristine white carpet crimson. At the sight of Snow Ninja's face, frozen in rigid horror, Fenghua Nuteo's pupils contracted sharply. Oh my. So you are the sovereign of the snow country. What an unexpected coincidence. A kunai pressed coldly against Fenghua Nuteo's throat. Wearing a stark white mask, Yuxi, the setting sun, gently smeared a drop of warm blood across his cheek and smiled. Phantom nonsense. Reflected in the mirror behind him, a crimson-lit silhouette loomed. Fenghua Nuteo erupted with chakra. Steam hissed violently from his chakra armor as it repelled the figure shadowing him. In the darkness, Fenghua Nuteo clenched his fist. A nascent blizzard coalesced within his grasp. No need to rush. Surely you ought to offer me a drink or two, given how deliberately I sought you out. Black shadows seized his arm, and his mighty frost, once unstoppable, ground to an abrupt halt like a broken machine. Whoosh! His punch scattered the shadows once more. So impatient. You truly wish to hasten the final banquet. Death is agony after all. Fenghua Nuteo watched fury rising from his core as the figure sat calmly in his own seat, idly swirling wine in a glass. What are you? A speck of dust, to dare sit upon my throne? He drew a kunai from his waist and drove it deep into the shadow's chest. The blade passed cleanly through, blood dripped onto the carpet. Then laughter echoed softly beside his ear. Humph! Night has crept in. Do you so eagerly seek embrace with darkness? Without realizing it, Fenghua Nuteo looked down at his own chest. Beneath the hardened armor, a gaping wound pulsed, bleeding steadily like a quiet stream. Impossible. This chakra armor is forged from rare chakra alloy. His trembling fingers brushed the blood, and the vivid crimson abruptly curdled into a greasy, oil-like gray. The world bleached into monochrome. A wall clock ticked relentlessly. Fenghua Nuteo collapsed to his knees, limbs utterly drained of strength. He watched his blood drain away, watched his body recede, watched his very self dissolve, like water spiraling into a bottomless, twisting void. As if a rich, intoxicating cup of tea were drunk by countless selves, each sip drawing him deeper into infinite night. Crimson Tomo eyes materialized in the sky. A hollow, echoing laugh reverberated across the realm, until pierced by searing pain, Fenghua Nuteo's consciousness dissolved entirely into the black. Thud! Warmth still rose from the hearth. Dim light bathed the floor, illuminating the spreading pool of crimson. Yuxi placed the bloodied kunai gently upon the table beside Fenghua Nuteo's fallen form. Sayonara, sovereign. Pathetic fool who cannot withstand illusion. With one last glance at the lifeless body, Yuxi opened the frost-rimed window and vanished into the storm-laden night. The heavy snow fell throughout the night until the sun gently revealed itself on the horizon, casting a warm light upon the earth, gradually dispelling the darkness that enveloped the world. Shang Tiao, I'm here to take over the shift. Why is it snowing so heavily? It's really something. In the early morning, a snow ninja opened the castle's large door and walked towards the duty room. However, after clearing away the snow that had piled on the path and pushing open the duty room door, he was taken aback by the sight of a ninja sprawled peacefully on the table. Hey, it's time to get up. It's the shift change. The snow ninja nudged Shang Tiao's body, but there seemed to be no response. What's wrong with you today? The snow ninja, somewhat annoyed, turned Shang Tiao over, then his expression changed upon seeing a pool of frozen blood on the table. Help! The headquarters has been attacked. Minutes later, a large group of snow ninjas stationed outside rushed into the castle, searching the other areas of the building. Spread out. Go search the surroundings immediately. See if there are any survivors. Yes. The snow ninjas swept through every corner of the castle, from the defense department to the guard room, and even the kitchen, restroom, and storage room were forcefully breached, yet the results were chilling. Inside the entire castle, not a single person survived. They lay sprawled or slumped at their posts, some even wore expressions of drowsiness on their faces, preserved as they were in the moment before death, appearing as if they had simply fallen asleep. In the open space in front of the castle, the snow ninja captain gazed at the myriad bodies around him, feeling a chill run down his spine. It's as if these people had no idea they were going to die. Who could have done this? It's terrifying. Captain. This is what we found in the Lord's room. A snow ninja rushed over, presenting a bloodied kunai to the captain. Has the Lord also been killed? Holding the kunai, the snow ninja captain felt a whirlwind of emotions within him as he observed the crimson stains. Yes, the Lord has also died in the castle, Captain. What do we do now that the Lord is gone? Seeing the confusion in his subordinates' eyes, the captain felt a deep bitterness in his heart. If he knew what to do, would he still stand here unmoved? Just as the snow ninjas remained anxious about the bloody incident, a sudden, aged voice resonated from behind them. I didn't expect that after several years the palace would end up like this, eh? The elder, who had previously discussed plans with the setting sun in the basement, arrived with a group of old ministers, sighing as he spoke. When that lord takes action, there's no small commotion, blood flows like rivers, yet this is perhaps good for them. Because of the previous unrest and anxiety caused by Fanghua Nuteo, those who stayed overnight in the castle were mostly his close confidants and diehard loyalists. Even with Fanghua Nuteo's death, the remaining diehard radicals posed a significant obstacle for their old faction. As for the majority of the remaining snow ninjas, they were merely ordinary soldiers, standing here not to serve their country, but to support their families. They simply obeyed the orders of the Lord as soldiers should. Now that Fanghua Nuteo is dead and the radical faction is almost annihilated, as long as Fanghua Shaoxue returns in the identity of a princess, she can quickly reclaim the position of Lord and keep the entire Snow Nation functioning. A few kilometers away, the setting sun stood atop the tower, observing the negotiations between the old faction members and the remaining snow ninjas, nodding before vanishing using a body flicker technique. It seems the process should be quite smooth. There's no need for me to intervene further. These old hands can handle it themselves. Now that Fanghua Nuteo is dead, it seems I can peacefully remain in the Snow Nation to cultivate, and with the support of the local government, life should be much more comfortable for me. The setting sun casually walked along the main city streets as if nothing had happened, occasionally buying some local snacks to satisfy her cravings. Candied hawthorn is really delicious. Suddenly on the street from a passing carriage, the setting sun seemed to hear a faint sound of a girl gasping. These people seem to be from the old faction. Recognizing the familiar figure driving the carriage, the setting sun threw away the bamboo skewer in her hand and gradually faded into the darkness. Could it be that this group is secretly planning something unsavory behind her back? Minutes later, the setting sun used the body flicker technique and accelerated time, stealthily slipping into the carriage amidst the shadows of the passing buildings. In the dim light, the setting sun finally saw a familiar girl bound tightly and placed on the seat. Whoa! Looking at the pitiful gaze of Fujifubuki, the setting sun couldn't help but facepalm, and then established a barrier to isolate the external sounds. Why did you appear like this? Is this the traditional custom for the Lord's return? The setting sun questioned curiously as she tore off the strip, sealing the girl's mouth. You aren't you that little girl from the ship? It's so good to see you. Hurry and help me. A group of old geezers insisted on having me return to the Snow Nation to inherit the position of the Lord. They even said there was no time and knocked me out to bind me. This is just too terrible. Is inheriting the position of the Lord not a good thing? Your uncle has been killed. You need to inherit your father's legacy and responsibilities properly. No way, absolutely no way. My uncle is so powerful. How could he die so easily? If I really ended up in the Snow Nation and got captured by him, I fear I wouldn't even be able to protect the last inheritance my father left me. As Fanghua Shaoxue spoke, she seemed to recall some painful memories, covering the necklace hanging around her neck with her hand. Could it be possible that you've already arrived in the Snow Nation? The setting sun lifted a piece of cloth beside her and pointed to the snowy scenery outside. Fanghua Shaoxue, this doesn't make sense. The Snow Nation has strict lockdowns. How did you get in? Seeing the confused look in the girl's eyes, the setting sun shrugged her arms. Of course, I walked in on my own two legs. After realizing there was no issue, the setting sun formed hand seals and suddenly vanished from the carriage. Although Fanghua Nuteo has died, why does it feel like this returning queen is also not very bright? Beneath the overcast sky, a lingering shadow seemed to intertwine with the ambience. In a hidden cave, Pain gazed at the intelligence in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the client? It seems so. The Land of Snow has changed its ruler, and the previous contract is now void. Therefore, there's no need for us to go there anymore. I had thought we could make a fortune in the Land of Snow, but its new ruler is still lacking in decisiveness. By the way, haven't we been trying to find the new member that was supposed to be located a few months ago? Xiaonan walked up to Pain and inquired. As for the new member, there's no rush for now. Although Daedara from the Hidden Stone Village is still being confined by that suchikage, a bird longing for the sky will not yield to a cage. The moment he breaks free will be our opportunity. As for the other one, there doesn't seem to be any intelligence available yet. In fact, compared to these two fledgling children, Pain was more interested in the Uchiha clansman mentioned by Uchiha Madara, who dared to seek revenge against the entire ninja world. I wonder how his suffering compares to my own and how strong he truly is. In the land of snow, with the support of the former loyalists, Fenghua Xiaoxue ascended to her father's throne, becoming the undisputed queen of the land of snow. The bodies and blood of Fenghua Nuteo, who was assassinated by the setting sun along with his loyal subordinates, had long been cleaned up. Sitting in her own room, Fenghua Xiaoxue looked at the robe in her hand, still feeling a sense of unreality. Am I really the queen of the land of snow now? Of course, my dear queen. Although you are still young, you are indeed a direct descendant of the royal family of the land of snow. But I feel like I have no idea what to do at all. Seeing Fenghua Xiaoxue's confused expression, the steward shook his head in response. You were too young when you left the country, but with the help of the former loyalists, I believe that you will soon catch up and become an excellent ruler like Lord Xiaoxue. Upon hearing the steward's suggestion, Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded and then inquired about how her terrifying uncle had died. Your Majesty, that would be entirely thanks to the lovely Miss Setting Sun. If it weren't for her, reclaiming power would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Setting Sun. Hearing this familiar name, Fenghua Xiaoxue recalled the cute face of Setting Sun, feeling as if her worldview was rapidly collapsing. This can't be just a coincidence, right? Receiving the wanted notice that once had Setting Sun's face on it from the steward, Fenghua Xiaoxue's expression suddenly flushed with crimson after a prolonged shock. I never expected it to truly be her. Indeed, one cannot judge a ninja's power merely by appearances. However, recalling her past warnings to Setting Sun not to go to the land of snow and her own behavior in the carriage, Fenghua Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. Why did I always say such foolish things back then? In the main city of the land of snow, Setting Sun, as the greatest contributor to this endeavor, was enjoying the joys of winter in a hot pot restaurant with Bai. Sister Setting Sun, isn't there a celebration banquet this afternoon? Aren't you going? Looking at Setting Sun, who was fixated on the meatballs in the sukiyaki pot, Bai reminded her. What's the point of dining with a bunch of old men? Plus, it's too uncomfortable in crowded places. It's much better alone, and I can decide how many meatballs I want to eat myself. Having just received the commission fee, Setting Sun planned to indulge herself and treat her stomach well. Speaking of which, as a technologically advanced region, I wonder if they have knowledge about cell transplantation or related subjects. If they do, it might be worth asking them to help out. The high integration of Hashirama cells is still quite tempting for her. Of course, the perfect cell transplantation plan must be with Orochimaru, but she is currently studying only for future convenience, and she can also keep an eye on whether that snake is tampering with the plan she acquired. After completing this task, Setting Sun would gain not only a reward, but also the favor of the new government of the land of snow. She believed that as long as she did not make overly excessive requests, they would be more than happy to agree. Those former loyalists seemed to want to pull her into the Elder Council, but spending all day with a bunch of old men and uncles didn't interest Setting Sun much for now. Participating in government work as a 996 employee was even less appealing. One must know that this is the establishment of a new government. If she were to join the Elder Council, who knows how many trivial matters she would have to deal with annoyed. The feeling of cultivating and becoming stronger is far more enjoyable than being an elder managing a bunch of tedious affairs, right? After finishing a warm lunch, Setting Sun took Bai out of the main city, heading towards the nearby snowy mountains, intending to start their true purpose for this journey, cultivation. Sitting atop the peak, Bai's chakra flowed rapidly, attracting the surrounding natural energy to merge continuously. Seeing the white aura gradually emanating from Bai's body, Setting Sun nodded in acknowledgement. This is indeed a reaction of the sage mode from the Dragon Cave, but compared to her, he still fell short after all the amount of merged natural energy is tied to one's chakra capacity. It seems that in order for Bai to become strong, his body needs to develop completely. Watching Bai diligently practicing, Setting Sun took out the sealing book from behind and began to study it carefully at a spot halfway up the mountain. Bai possesses ice release, making this cold mountaintop an ideal place for cultivation. However, she should first focus on researching the 4 symbols sealing technique. After Fenghua Nuteo's death, time seemed to fly by quickly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Fenghua Xiaoxue's position had gradually stabilized, while Setting Sun's inquiry about cell fusion issues had been addressed through exchanges of technology with the outside world. In front of a modest residence, Fenghua Xiaoxue, dressed in a splendid blue and white winter dress, handed several documents to Setting Sun. Miss Setting Sun, if there's anything you need, do you really not require help from our internal personnel? Although biotechnology is not our strong suit, we do have a solid foundation in it. I prefer to trust myself with such matters, and I only glance at this kind of thing in my spare time, so there's no need for you to trouble yourselves further. Looking at the closed door, Fenghua Xiaoxue sighed helplessly and returned to the castle with her entourage. Every day she has to deal with government affairs, reform policies, engage in foreign exchanges, and stabilize the internal situation, while occasionally having to greet Miss Setting Sun. Why does it feel like returning to be a queen is more of a punishment? If only this queen could give Miss Setting Sun the throne, she would undoubtedly make a far better ruler than herself. Annoyed. Spring of year 60 in the Konoha calendar. 8 years remained before the Great Ninja War depicted in the original chronicle. Since the turmoil in the land of snow, Shiyong had largely lived in seclusion. Her days followed a quiet rhythm, eating, sleeping, training, studying, and mentoring Bai, a routine as precise and unvarying as the points on a compass. Meanwhile, the land of snow readily fulfilled Shi Yang's requests for funds and technical expertise. After all, cultivating goodwill with a formidable individual was always prudent, and Xiang, though exceptionally powerful, made few demands and valued reason above coercion. So long as one did not oppose her directly, grave danger rarely ensued. Sister Xiang, it's time for dinner. Bai, clad in a soft blue kimono, approached the small wooden training hut nestled deep within the snow-capped mountains. Wait, I'll be right there. I've just sensed that ineffable, profound stillness. Hearing Xiang's exhilarated voice echoing from within the hut, Bai's lips twitched faintly. A year ago, Sister Xiang had uttered those very words, only for the insight to vanish like a fleeting spark. Yet truly, was the Flying Thunder God technique that difficult? After all, she had mastered the sage art of Ryuchi Cave in merely 2 weeks. The savory aroma of steamed buns wafted from outside. Xiang wiped a glistening droplet from her lip, then firmly banished hunger's pull, closing her eyes instead to perceive the intricate spatial architecture of the world. Dinner could wait. The Flying Thunder God technique had finally yielded a fragile resonance. She would seize this moment and break through without hesitation. Leveraging her extraordinary talent and the shadow clone technique, Xiang had over these years mastered every forbidden jutsu in the scroll of seals that suited her needs. Only 2 techniques remained stubbornly elusive: the Flying Thunder God technique and the 8 Gates release. Her stagnation in the 8 Gates stemmed primarily from physical conditioning, a matter requiring time, endurance, and unwavering discipline. For now, progress was impossible. Yet with the Flying Thunder God technique, Xiang had exhausted every neuron, yet drawn not a single spark of success. Though the technique demanded spatial perception, she could only grope toward it incrementally using sage art, progress agonizingly slow. Only in rare moments of transcendent focus, when intuition flared like lightning, did she feel she might wrench open the sealed gate before her and grasp the technique at last. Today, however, such a moment had arrived, a fragile, hard-won epiphany during meditation, too precious to squander. As chakra coursed through her veins and harmonized with nature's pulse, Xiang extended her senses inward, searching diligently for that sudden, incandescent flash. This peculiar resonance shall not escape my grasp. Gradually, orange pigmentation bloomed at the corners of her eyes. Vast torrents of natural energy flooded her body. Her perception erupted outward like a volcanic surge. In that hushed profundity, she seemed to seize a luminous thread. Suddenly, the world shimmered with uncanny clarity, its colors subtly transfigured. So this is space. With eyes closed, she perceived reality as a dynamic lattice, world and self-twisting folding overlaid with dense grids of intersecting lines. These were nodes, the very architecture of space, while natural energy flowed ceaselessly along their interwoven pathways. A sapphire light flickered briefly inside the wooden hut, then faded into silence. Outside, Bai sensed the shift and rushed forward, wrenching the door wide open. Inside stood only a meditation mat and a small quilt. Sister Xiang. Deep within an unnamed cave, Xiang slowly emerged from her trance, then blinked into darkness, her brow furrowing with bewilderment. Was I practicing the Flying Thunder God technique beneath the snow mountains? Where then have I arrived? Could it be that my resonance with the fabric of shinobi space hurled me into some unknown realm? She withdrew the scroll of seals from her sleeve and consulted its annotations. Though the Flying Thunder God technique required no hand seals and enabled instantaneous teleportation, spatial refraction remained perilous. Hence the necessity of the Flying Thunder God mark, a chakra signature perfectly attuned to the user, guiding them precisely to their destination. Xiang had grasped its essence and fundamentals, but plunged too deeply, overshooting the threshold. What had just occurred was an unmarked, unguided leap across dimensions. Recognizing her misstep, Xiang scratched her head in consternation, then activated Sage Mode, expanding her perception to assess her surroundings. Sigh, I have no idea where I am. Still, how fortunate I am not to have materialized mid-eruption in molten lava, though frankly this barren void feels scarcely better. She rubbed her forehead in dismay. Her Sage Mode perception normally encompassed the entire land of snow, yet now across its full expanse not a single living presence stirred. Had she been cast into some unfathomable alien domain? From behind her back, she drew forth a dried fish, infused it with sage chakra, watching emerald light ripple across its surface, then raised it like a torch, probing deeper into the cave's gloom. The cavern stretched endlessly. After traversing a submerged lake and a cluttered chamber strewn with odd artifacts, Xiang paused before a vast, somber graveyard, rows of weathered tombstones piercing the dim air. This isn't ideal. Did I just get flung into a Warring States-era ruin? I barely clawed my way out of one grave, only to be buried anew. She stepped before a weathered gravestone and held her makeshift torch close, only to realize the inscribed characters bore no resemblance to the standard shinobi script. Chakra surged into her eyes. Crimson light flared in the blackness. As the glyphs resolved into sharp focus, her brow nodded in deepening concern. Year 1145, the lunar calendar, branch clan cemetery of the Akatsuki. In the dimly lit graveyard, the words "the moon's Akatsuki branch family cemetery" appeared, causing the setting sun to adopt a solemn expression. Could the moon's Akatsuki be a descendant of another Akatsuki from the moon? How did she arrive here? The orange eyeshadow gradually gave way to purple as the setting sun retracted her Sharingan, swiftly forming hand seals, and in an instant hundreds of shadow clones materialized around her. Multiple shadow clone technique. In the darkness, the setting sun summoned hundreds of shadow clones to explore different directions. A few minutes later, watching the clones disperse in all directions, she sighed in relief, gradually gathering chakra in her palms, forming a flying thunder god seal marked with Sharingan and imprinting it onto the surrounding rock walls. Let me mark this for future reference. Looking at the black symbol she had carved into the rock, a faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth. If the wicked Senju Tobarama knew that his prized jutsu had been stolen and learned by his archenemy, I wonder if his face would turn green with rage. Just thinking about it is amusing. As the setting sun turned to leave this cold place, she failed to notice a glimmering white light gradually coalescing on the back of her clothing, forming the family crest of the Akatsuki clan. Inside the Akatsuki base on the moon, an elder watching the giant Rinnegan, which revealed a spatial disturbance, suddenly felt a twitch in his eyelids. The passage on the moon leading to the world of the Sage of Six Paths had always remained stable. Why has it suddenly become erratic today? This is utterly absurd. What power could disrupt the operation of the giant Rinnegan? If the passage had previously been as calm as a lake, now it seemed as though a stone had been thrown into the water, causing the entire surface to become tumultuous. Normally, such a situation would not occur even during large-scale transmissions. Surely someone is interfering with the operation here through spatial means. Damn it, could it be that descendants of the Sage of Six Paths have discovered this place and are preparing to invade? The elder of the Akatsuki clan pondered for a moment before channeling chakra into the giant Rinnegan, causing countless puppet soldiers within the castle to open their emerald green eyes. Inside the castle, the Akatsuki Shuren seated in a chair looked towards the elderly man beside him as countless puppets surged outside the window. Elder, what are they doing? It seems we have intruders. I just sensed the spatial disturbance through the chakra link of the giant Rinnegan. Indeed, outsiders have entered. Outsiders? The unfamiliar term filled Shuren's eyes with confusion. Indeed, anyone who is not one of the elders from our branch family is considered an outsider. They are not good people. They are merely villains seeking to steal the power of the Akatsuki clan. Cough, cough, cough. The elder spoke excitedly, but suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Though they won the last battle with the clan, it cost them dearly. The remaining old guards were nearing the end of their lives. But before that, they must protect Shuren. He is the last hope of the entire moon's Akatsuki clan. Only he can restart the ninja world and bring about an era of peace. Amidst the relentless efforts of the shadow clones in the cave, the setting sun found the exit in less than 2 hours, effortlessly dealing with a few wooden puppets that blocked her way. Watching the rows of puppet soldiers flying through the sky, the setting sun hid behind a nearby rock and curiously glanced at the towering castle in the distance. Is that where the remaining members of the Akatsuki clan reside? It's truly impressive to think they hollowed out the moon for their dwelling. However, since the fourth great ninja war hasn't begun, yet is the progenitor of chakra Akatsuki Kagaya still sealed beneath this land. All these matters will likely have to be dealt with later. For now, it's best for her to avoid direct contact with the Akatsuki clan. She is not from the Hyuga clan, the idea of acquiring the Rinnegan is out of the question. Whoosh! A green laser grazed the shoulder of the setting sun, shattering a stone behind her. Watching the puppet soldiers flying toward her from the sky, the setting sun patted the charred marks on her clothes, then threw a smoke bomb down. Puff! A few puppet soldiers plunged into the thick smoke, and amidst a flurry of sparks, several parts suddenly fell out. Having come this far, I might as well take something with me. Perhaps these industrial products can be analyzed by Xiaoxua. After tossing away the puppet's control core, the setting sun stored the remaining puppet parts in a space scroll, then took hold of a kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god seal, absorbing the scarce natural energy around her to maximize her sensory perception, detecting an unusual spatial fluctuation on the southern side of the castle. Could that be the exit to the ninja world? Although she had learned the flying thunder god technique without the mark, the setting sun dared not teleport recklessly. If she were to teleport directly into someone else's lair, it would be disastrous. She believed that to return to the ninja world, she would likely have to use the exclusive passage of the Akatsuki clan. After all, she couldn't just inscribe the flying thunder god mark on a meteor and toss it toward the ninja world, could she? Not to mention where it would land, being able to throw it at all is a problem. So let's just do it. Beneath the silent and profound black starry sky, 2 obscure chakra auras suddenly surfaced above the moon. Staring intently at the moon, which was still orbiting around the ninja world, the green-eyed Rinnegan of Yama also reflected the figure of the setting sun. Brother, can you truly place all hope on a child? Will that really work? Hearing Yama's puzzled gaze directed at him, the Sage of Six Paths revealed a meaningful smile. All of this is the choice of fate. The sages of the 3 great lands have placed the future in her hands, so we must prepare the way in advance for what lies ahead. The future of the ninja world, whether it will be eternal tranquility and peace or a world harvested by the Akatsuki clan and plunged into death, rests entirely on this little one's shoulders. Damn, why is there a barrier set up here? Inside the moon, Xiang gazed at the numerous semicircular transparent chakra barriers in front of him, feeling troubled. This thing seems capable of absorbing chakra. It would be quite difficult to break through without using Susanoo. Currently, it's unclear how many members of the Akatsuki clan remain, whether they are in a period of prosperity or decline, so I cannot afford to be too indulgent. It seems I need to go back and find other methods. Xiang inscribed the flying thunder god mark onto a nearby stone, activated sage mode, and concealed his aura to blend with nature, transforming into a blue light that vanished from the spot. Inside the Akatsuki castle, several elders of the Akatsuki clan were seated at a table for a meeting while the young attendant sat quietly in his room, commencing his chakra training. Swish! Suddenly a gust of wind sounded from the window. Sensing something unusual, the attendant saw a kunai pressed against his neck before he could even draw his weapon. Hey little brat, don't move too much. If this thing shifts even slightly, it could draw blood. The attendant swallowed, nervously feeling the sharp aura emanating from the kunai. Who are you? What do you want? Oh, I just want to borrow your memory for a bit. Naturally, you'll leave you safe and sound when I depart. Zhang's Sharingan emitted a crimson glow. Seeing that the attendant's eyes remained tightly shut, Xiang held the kunai in front of him with one hand, while placing the other on the attendant's eyelid. Why does it feel a bit off? Akatsuki, Brad, don't think that just because you don't look into my eyes you won't be affected by ninjutsu. That won't work on me. Xiang lifted the attendant's left eyelid, and upon seeing the hollow eye socket, his mind was suddenly thrown into turmoil. This is not right. Is this the Akatsuki clan? Not willing to accept it, Xiang lifted the other eyelid, only to be disappointed to find that the other eye was equally empty. No eyes. All of Zhang's ninjutsu was based on the enemy being able to see. However, he had never considered what to do if the enemy could not see. Could it be that this Akatsuki brat had his eyes taken for the giant Rinnegan? How infuriating. In this castle, it's filled with puppet soldiers, and finally encountering a living person, yet he is immune to ninjutsu from the very source. Hey, are you from the ninja world? Sensing Zhang's stunned expression, the attendant curiously inquired. No, I am from the current world. The attendant. Hey little brat, I have a question for you. How do you open the barrier in the southern part of your castle? I can't tell you, that's a family secret. Hearing the attendant's answer, Xiang pressed the kunai even closer to the attendant's neck. Is it really a family secret? Actually, the elders are in charge of the barrier there. Sensing death closing in, the attendant honestly divulged several of the family elders, but due to his immense confidence in his superiors, he did not believe Xiang could pose a threat to several elders, especially with the giant Rinnegan present. After Xiang extracted a few more pieces of information from the attendant, he knocked him out like a salted fish. Looking at the attendant sprawled on the bed with a large bump on his head, Xiang began to probe other areas of the castle. According to the attendant, the barrier there seemed to be controlled by the elders using the chakra of the giant Rinnegan. If she wanted to leave, she would have to either forcibly break the barrier or deal with one of the elders or the giant Rinnegan. Without the Hyuga clan's chakra, she could forget about the giant Rinnegan, and it would be easy to become mortal enemies with the Akatsuki clan. Thus, the only remaining method was to take down the elder controlling the barrier. After all, if she disappeared for too long, I would start to worry. Although unsure if what the little brat said was true, she had no choice but to feel her way through. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With her hands forming seals, two white smoke clouds rose in the dark storage room, and shadow clones dressed in black cloaks appeared around Xiang. You go to the 3rd floor to investigate the situation. You go to the 4th floor, and he'll stay on the 2nd floor to observe. The two shadow clones gave Xiang an okay gesture, then used transformation jutsu to turn into puppets, and stealthily made their way up 2 floors. In the conference room on the 4th floor of the castle, several elders were still discussing the recent anomalies in the space passage. For the last hope of the Akatsuki clan, I believe we should deploy most of the puppets to search the base comprehensively and ensure that any outsiders who might have infiltrated are permanently kept here. That would be the best course of action. We indeed all think the same, but currently the enemy's intentions remain unknown. After sealing the passage, we should pay more attention to the protection of the attendant and the giant Rinnegan's safety. Upon hearing the elder's reminder, the 2nd elder waved his hand dismissively. The giant Rinnegan is surrounded by a barrier, making it difficult to enter without the chakra of the Akatsuki clan or the Hyuga clan. Our castle is also surrounded by puppet soldiers in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and most of our elders are here. Even if there are truly enemies, the puppet soldiers won't detect them. Surely we can detect them ourselves. Alright, the priority now is to find the enemy as soon as possible. Our Akatsuki clan is currently in a period of decline. If the secrets here are leaked, it will pose a massive threat. As the elders continued their meeting, one shadow clone had already stealthily arrived outside the door to eavesdrop. It looks like they are all here. With so many people, it's not easy to deal with them. Peering through the door crack at the 7 elders seated in the conference room, each with formidable aura, the shadow clone pondered for a moment, then shrugged, deciding to leave the thinking to the main body. She was just a scout gathering intelligence. Planning was not something the main body should be concerned with. As the shadow clone spread its arms, it transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Xiang, who received the intelligence from the shadow clone, rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Suddenly I have an idea. Xiang snapped her fingers, creating another shadow clone and attaching her ninja tool pouch to it. You'll be responsible for drawing fire. Don't worry. A few minutes later, Xiang evaded several puppet soldiers' recon, then appeared outside the conference room door. At the same time, the shadow clone assigned a crucial task by Xiang appeared around the barrier's activation point, stuffing a thick stack of explosive tags into a nearby stone. Let's go. Boom. Flames erupted around the barrier, and a massive shockwave created ripples on the surface. In the conference room, within Xiang's sight, one elder immediately stood up from the table. The barrier is under attack. Damn, the invaders are truly foolish to think they could voluntarily expose their position. What? They have appeared so soon. We must strike immediately and eliminate the threat in its cradle. Second elder, you go to the Umura shrine and control the giant Rinnegan to gather all the puppets. Hearing the second elder's dismissive tone, the other elders immediately stood up and rushed towards the barrier. As the seven left the conference room, Xiang jumped down from the ceiling, fixing her crimson gaze on the isolated second elder. So the switch to open the barrier is in this old man's hands. A few minutes later, Xiang's shadow clone was still cleverly manipulating the ninja tools to fend off the continuously approaching puppets. Boom. After flipping in midair a few times, the shadow clone holding the kunai looked at the still tight barrier behind her and wiped the sweat from her forehead. This isn't right. Hasn't the main body succeeded yet? The number of puppets is increasing, and it's becoming overwhelming. Just as the shadow clone wondered how to hold on, six figures with white hair gradually approached from the distance. Damn, why are you running so fast? Just then a green light beam suddenly pierced through the sky, and earth, symbolizing the chakra of the Akatsuki clan, gradually fading. Did something happen with the second elder? Sensing the light flying through the sky, the elders suddenly reacted. Damn, we've been outsmarted by the invaders. Swish. A blue light flickered in the sky as Xiang stumbled into the gradually dissipating space barrier, sticking her tongue out at the six panicked elders in the distance. Old geezers, your intelligence work is seriously lacking. You should wait a few more years before trying to capture me. You shall not escape. Seeing the green energy blast headed towards her, Xiang utilized body flicker technique to dodge, then dove into the lake where the space barrier existed. Phew, finally done. After watching the main body leave, the shadow clone also sighed, then formed hand seals to summon the great snake. Orochimaru, where's my tribute? Gazing at the dozen green chakra blasts crashing down from the dark night sky, the once arrogant expression on the great snake's face turned pale. Aya! As Xiang swam quickly in the lake, hearing the occasional sounds of explosions and the great snake's wretched cries above, she clasped her hands together in apology. Sorry it got a bit late. To safely retreat, I need a powerful summoning beast to cover my rear. At the moment, it appears you're the best choice, great snake. After swimming in the water for about half a minute, Xiang sensed that she had returned to the ninja world and began gathering chakra in her hands to form black runes that she inscribed onto the array before her. 4 symbols seal. Under pulsating blue light, the passage between the ninja world and the moon was securely sealed. Looking at the bare barrier before her, Xiang surveyed left and right, feeling that something was missing. Oh, it should be this. Xiang pulled out a kunai from her sleeve, inscribed it with the flying thunder god mark, and stabbed it directly into the center of the 4 symbol seal. Perfect. After placing the seal, Xiang slowly swam up from the bottom of the pond, expelling a small fish from her mouth. Where's this place? Upon reaching the shore, Xiang wrung out the water from her clothes and looked around at the lush scenery with some confusion. The scenery here resembles the land of fire, but it seems there are not many people living around. Earth release, earth shelter technique. Dressed in wet clothes, Xiang entered the forest, formed hand seals, and a small earth house about 2 meters tall appeared before her. Looking at her creation, Xiang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this roof is an improvement over the last one. It seems that even without any architectural talent, through the process of time, she might eventually become as skilled as Yamato in construction. Inside the small earth house, Xiang took off her clothes and placed them on the fire to dry. Looking at her own slightly flushed face exposed in front of her with a pale radiant skin, she donned the Sage Mode's chakra cloak. And wearing the chakra cloak without clothes looks a bit strange. It feels like wearing it, but not really. What is this thing? As she awkwardly wore the chakra cloak, Xiang stared at the gradually revealing silver-gray patterns on the back of the clothes over the campfire, momentarily stunned. Seemingly due to Xiang's perception, the special chakra on the clothes emitted a series of fluorescent waves, directly pulling her consciousness into a historical screen that resembled an illusion. Hey, I have red eye disease, not cataracts. You've got the wrong descendant. As the disputes and wars between the Akatsuki branch and the main family gradually emerged on the screen, Xiang couldn't help but facepalm. I am from the Uchiha clan, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, not a member of the Hyuga clan. How could I encounter such bizarre matters? Though it would be quite simple for Xiang to break the illusion, perhaps out of respect for the deceased, she still chose to watch the entire history that was being projected. As time gradually returned to reality, the clothes in front of her had dried, the Akatsuki clan's ancestral emblem had vanished, but strangely another black circular mark had emerged in the palm of Xiang's left hand. Looking at the strange chakra aura flickering within the rune, Xiang scratched her head in confusion. What exactly is this? Within the confines of the land of fire, after wandering a few circles, Xiang planned to return to the land of snow according to the map to continue his training, waiting for the subsequent plot to commence before enacting his own plans. However, due to a lack of funds, he ended up heading towards a familiar place, following the old routine. At the underground bounty office, the station ninja was casually lounging in a chair reading a yellow-covered book, completely unaware that a figure had approached the front desk. Seeing the ninja holding Jiraiya's work, Xiang cleared his throat, instantly drawing the ninja's attention to himself. Here to take on a mission. It's currently pickup time, come back another day. Looks like you've been living quite well these past few years, haven't you? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the ninja's expression changed, and he suddenly put down the book. You are that one from a few years ago. Looking at the familiar black robe and height before him, the ninja seemed to recall the experience of being nearly frightened to the ground by an illusion, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead in fear. Oh my, I didn't expect you to remember me, Xiang said, glancing over at the mission board on the side. By the way, has business here really dwindled to nothing? Ahaha, of course there are still some jobs, but most bounty missions have been contracted by a newly emerged mysterious organization. Now what remains are just the last few big jobs that no one dares to accept. Big jobs? What do they look like? Upon hearing Xiang's question, the ninja quickly shook his head. Although they are indeed big jobs with a lot of money, because the difficulty is too high and the status is complicated, basically no one will take them. Usually, they just hang around as a bait. Hearing the ninja's introduction, Xiang grew even more curious about these big jobs. Is that so? It seems the risk factor is indeed quite high, but I still want to see what they are like. At Xiang's special request, the front desk ninja led him deeper into a secret chamber, revealing a series of gruesome wooden plaques hanging on the inner wall. Fire Temple Monk D. Lu, bounty 30 million. Guardian Ninja 12 Sarutobi Asuma, bounty 35 million. The remaining Guardian Ninja 12, bounty 25 million. Leaf Village Defector Biru, bounty 25 million. Leader of Takigakure, bounty 50 million. Lord of the City of Ghost Lantern Wuwei, bounty 80 million. Copy Ninja Hataki Kakashi, bounty 100 million. Hokage of Leaf Village Sarutobi Hiruzen, bounty 5 billion. Leader of the Leaf Village Umbu Shimura Danzo, bounty 3 billion revoked. Looking at Danzo's plaque marked with a red cross, Xiang's eyelid twitched. This old man is surprisingly worth so much. Xiang instantly felt like he had missed out on several billion. Annoyed. Although the bounties listed here are indeed very tempting, they are somewhat unsuitable for Xiang. Though she is a bounty hunter, she wasn't desperate enough to kill just for a bounty. Moreover, each of the characters listed is either a high-ranking official or a long-time fugitive. Tracking them down would likely be quite troublesome. It seems today I'm destined to be at odds with bounties, or I might as well check around the nearby towns for some odd jobs. At least I should fill my stomach first. Just as Xiang felt hopeless about the bounty and stepped out of the bounty office, she suddenly saw two figures in black cloaks with red clouds approaching from a distance. Hey, can't you find a cleaner place to exchange bounty next time? Every time you come out smelling awful, I can't even meet Lord Evil God. The bounty office is always like this. If you keep complaining, be careful, I might just take your head and put it on a telephone pole as a street lamp. Hearing Kakuzu's warning, Haiden merely scoffed dismissively. Always talking about bounties, isn't it just a pile of waste paper? Besides eating, what else can they be used for? With all this time, it would be better to promote the ideals of the evil god cult more. Just as Haiden was lamenting Kakuzu's incomprehensible greed for wealth, he suddenly noticed that Kakuzu had stopped in his tracks. Aren't you going to the bounty office? Why did you stop suddenly? Haiden approached Kakuzu in confusion, only to find that his expression had turned grave, cautiously gazing into the distance. Little brat, what a coincidence to run into an adversary. Looking at the familiar figure before him, Kakuzu furrowed his brows. Oh, isn't this the bounty uncle who bought my mission a few years ago? What's wrong? Do you feel nostalgic seeing me? Xiang said with a smile, noticing the look in Kakuzu's eyes. I was lucky to lose to you last time, but I won't let you be so fortunate this time. Kakuzu said, tossing his robe along with the wallet in his pocket to Haiden, as numerous black threads surged from behind, forming two white-masked monsters that spewed flames and fierce winds toward Xiang. Seeing Kakuzu trying to regain his face, the corner of Xiang's mouth hidden beneath the hood also lifted slightly. What? Do you want to dance too? Watching the flames rushing towards him, Xiang swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant a fierce water dragon erupted from behind. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water dragon collided with the flames, and the humid, scorching breath instantly enveloped the surrounding ground. The grass on the ground swirled up in clouds of dust, while sharp earth spikes erupted from below in the midst of the raging winds. Earth release, earth spike. Concentrating chakra in his leg, Xiang looked at the incoming ninjutsu and quickly leapt into the air, landing lightly on top of the stone spikes. Boom. Kakuzu with hardened skin charged forward, smashing the stones beneath Xiang's feet with his body. Lightning release, false dark. Having closed the distance to Xiang, Kakuzu dispersed the hand signs in his hands, and a piercing blue lightning bolt shot straight up into the sky. Wind release, great breakthrough. Xiang flipped backward in the air a few times, then raised his hands in front of him, summoning a gust of wind to deflect the incoming lightning to the side. The sounds of 5 elemental ninjutsu explosions echoed through the skies as the battle between Kakuzu and Xiang gradually reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Haiden, who had originally planned to help, was scolded back by Kaku. He is the only one in this era who has fought against the first Hokage. How could he be defeated by an unknown little brat? Today he must reclaim his pride and let everyone know who the #1 hunter is in this bounty office. A small fish is still just a small fish. It seems that you old men haven't made any progress in recent years. If you want to compete with me for the bounty task, I'm afraid you won't stand a chance. As he thrust the black rod into the hands of Kakuzu, the setting sun squatted over the scorched earth around them, speaking before the exhausted Kakuzu. Damn, how could you become so strong so quickly? Kakuzu closed his eyes and fainted as he gazed at the youthful face hidden beneath the dark hood. Back then I was just in a moment of weakness. Now that my weakness has passed, you won't find it easy to deal with me anymore, the setting sun said as he stood up from the ground, reaching out to grasp the blade of the scythe that was aimed at his neck. In the final moments you still came to see me. Ha ha. With a keen sense, the setting sun detected Haiden retracting his scythe as it swung toward him, and a layer of white halo gradually appeared around his body. What a surprise. The triple-bladed scythe collided against the setting sun's waist, yet upon seeing the layer of white chakra scales revealed through the torn robe, Haiden was left stunned. What is this thing? Bang. After receiving a heavy punch to the abdomen, Haiden spun in the air several times before barely managing to plant his scythe into the ground to stop himself. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Haiden frowned as he watched the setting sun gradually emit a strange chakra fluctuation from his body. Wait a minute. What is this outer shell? I don't remember having this when I fought with Kakuzu. Sir, your scythe is very dangerous. Please refrain from swinging it recklessly at others. The setting sun extended his hand to smooth out his clothes and smiled at Haiden. Fighting Kakuzu was routine. Getting hurt didn't matter much as he would subdue him soon. But Haiden was different. If this guy draws blood, it could pose a significant threat to the setting sun. At least until he transplanted the cells of Hashirama, he didn't want to suddenly have a few holes punctured in his body by Haiden. Damn it, don't underestimate us of the Jashin cult, you bastard. Haiden, undeterred, gathered chakra and slashed once more at the setting sun. However, each attack was either dodged or blocked by the setting sun using the black rod. After Kakuzu, Haiden also successfully endured a beating from the setting sun, ending up bruised and thrown onto Kakuzu's body. Looking at the two undead who lay unconscious together, the setting sun picked up an rank bounty notice from the ground and hung it at his waist, then slowly vanished from the scene. All right, now I can afford a meal and maybe even have some extra money to replenish my explosive tags. Amidst the disarray of the land, ninjas who should have been at the bounty office cautiously stepped out, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads as they watched the setting sun about to disappear from view along with the unconscious Kakuzu and Haiden. It's fortunate that a few years ago I didn't do anything irrational. Otherwise, provoking this person would have led to dire consequences. After earning the bounty from Kakuzu, the setting sun bought some food and the next day purchased a ticket to the Land of Snow. It seems that due to the policy reforms in the Land of Snow, the previously heavily blocked sea routes have been partially opened. Some small neighboring countries are also eager to trade heavy industrial products with the Land of Snow. Otherwise, the setting sun might have to attempt smuggling again. It seems enjoying something out on the sea isn't too bad after all. Sitting in a folding chair in the cabin, the setting sun leaned against the stove while looking at the magazine in his hand. Speaking of which, it seems like I haven't taken a break for a long time. It's just right to rest during this journey at sea. Just as the setting sun planned to read the magazine for a while and take a nap in the chair, he suddenly noticed an article titled The Great Adventure of Fukuheim in the corner of the magazine. Isn't the person on the cover Fuyuka Koike? I didn't expect her to be able to shoot a film during her free time as queen. She really is quite dedicated to her hobbies. Flipping a page, the setting sun was surprised to see news about the sequel of The Chivalrous Girl of the Land of Snow being in preparation. Why does it feel like this movie has something to do with me? After sailing for several more days on the sea, the setting sun finally disembarked at the port. Stepping off the ship, the setting sun tossed the empty orange juice bottle into a nearby trash can, then stretching as he looked at the bustling figures around him, he carved a flying thunder god mark into a nearby stone pillar. I've arrived. They'll leave a mark here for easier navigation later. Just as the setting sun was about to leisurely head home after disembarking, he suddenly spotted something shiny on a nearby telephone pole. What is this? As he tore down the paper stuck there, the setting sun stared at the image on it, and the long string of numbers below, his expression turning strange. It was several years ago when this kind of situation occurred, but back then I was on a wanted notice. How did it turn into a missing person notice now? Name setting sun. Gender female. Height 153 cm. Weight 42 kg. Reason for disappearance unknown. Reward for retrieval 14 million. As the setting sun gazed at her portrait, she suddenly sensed a growing feeling of being watched around her and quickly tore the missing person notice into shreds, vanishing into the shadows. Strange. Where did she go? My bounty is gone. After the setting sun left, a few sharp-eyed ordinary people arrived, regretting as they looked at the remnants of paper left behind. That's a bounty of 14 million. Enough for someone to eat and drink for 3 lifetimes. In a town on the southern side of the Land of Snow, Bai posted a missing person notice on the wall, then exhaled a breath of warm air, holding a thick stack of papers close to herself. Glancing back at the posted portrait for some reason, Bai suddenly felt a sense of emptiness and loneliness in her heart. Where could Sister Setting Sun have gone? Although she knew that the setting sun was very powerful, facing such a sudden disappearance still made Bai feel a bit worried. Not long after Bai turned around, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind. Seeing the missing person notices around and Bai, still pasting papers in the distance, the setting sun clad in a black cotton robe, smiled faintly. She had only been gone for a few days, yet they had already started posting missing person notices. Sigh, but it feels good to be cared for. Miss Xiang, where did you go this time? I simply felt a sudden whim and took a few leisurely strolls. No need to worry about me. She seated herself opposite the queen and gently sipped 2 mouthfuls of hot tea. We're relieved you're safe. Miss Bai mentioned you'd vanished unexpectedly in the snow mountains. We feared you'd sensed some shortcoming in our hospitality. Gazing at the queen's radiant expression, Xiang smiled faintly and nodded. I've grown quite fond of this land of snow country. The winter scenery is exquisite and the chill itself serves as quiet training for one's willpower. As she spoke, Xiang suddenly noticed a sketch of armor drawn in pencil resting upon the queen's desk. Ah, you're still developing the chakra armor. Following Xiang's gaze, the queen nodded, her cheeks tinted with a soft blush. Indeed, it's been under development for years now, nearly inseparable from Snow Country's shinobi. To halt its advancement would be a genuine pity. Moreover, unlike other nations, Snow Country possesses neither bloodline limits nor secret techniques, and even our signature ice release proves unusable beyond our borders. We must therefore emphasize innovation elsewhere. Though progress continues in both chakra armor and heavy industry, it has undeniably slowed compared to earlier days. After all, the well-being of ordinary citizens holds equal weight to technological advancement. Recalling armor so resilient that even Kanai left only faint marks, Xiang nodded thoughtfully, and a spark of curiosity kindled within her. By the way, how efficiently does your armor conduct chakra in them? Does Miss Xiang take a personal interest in our armor? Watching Fubuki Koyuki's eyes gleam with excitement, Xiang shook her head lightly. Well, not precisely armor. I'm hardly lacking in defense. I'm seeking a weapon suited perfectly to my hand. A weapon? The word gave Koyuki pause. Her gaze softened, then she smiled and nodded. Though we've yet to craft shinobi weapons, should Miss Xiang express a preference, Snow Country will spare no effort to forge one for you. May we ask, what sort of weapon do you favor? In response to Koyuki's question, Xiang drew a sheet of white paper from nearby and delicately sketched her design with a pencil. Half a minute later, Koyuki raised an eyebrow at the long-handled war fan emerging on the page. Such a weapon exists. Is it meant to bludgeon foes like a hammer, or perhaps held before one's body to deflect ranged attacks? Truly imaginative, Miss Xiang. Though Koyuki already knew Xiang's height and build, she discreetly dispatched several attendants to remeasure them. Ahem, no need for that. Crafting a weapon hardly requires measuring this, Xiang remarked, wryly, gently pushing aside the tape measure circling her chest. Koyuki, after strolling through the palace halls of Snow Country and enjoying a complimentary meal, Xiang promptly returned to her residence with Bai. Truth be told, Xiang's idea for a warfan weapon stemmed less from novelty than practicality. It was convenient to wield and inherently sturdy. Though certainly no match for her elder brother's legendary wooden fan, its elegance was undeniable. I'm home. Xiang pushed open the door, yet Bai's chakra was nowhere to be sensed. Bai hasn't returned yet. Glancing at the dimming sky beyond the threshold, Xiang paused briefly, inscribed a flying thunder god mark upon the doorframe, and vanished in a flash of azure light. Within minutes she reappeared, carrying steaming dishes and a disc neatly placed upon the table. The flying thunder god technique truly is unparalleled in convenience. Were it applied to courier or food delivery, fortune would surely follow. As time slipped quietly by, Xiang reclined in her room, watching a film projected onto the wall, until a sharp sound broke the stillness at the door. Bai entered, shoulders dusted with snow, as she unwound her scarf, brushed frost from her coat, and placed the remaining missing person posters into a cabinet. Sigh, today alone my clones distributed thousands. Utterly exhausted. I'll soak in hot water first, then rest. Where did this come from? Bai frowned slightly at the warm meal still faintly steaming on the table. Oh, Bai's back. Hearing the commotion outside, Xiang emerged from her room and waved warmly toward Bai. Nii-san, you're home. At Bai's wide-eyed astonishment, Xiang stepped forward and gently pinched her rosy frost-nipped cheeks. I merely stepped out for a few days. Why rush to plaster posters? Do you truly doubt my capabilities? And no, Nii-san has always been incredibly strong, but I couldn't help worrying. And truthfully, the posters were funded by Snow Country, I only handled distribution. Seeing Bai flustered, Xiang reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. From now on, such efforts are unnecessary. I've mastered the flying thunder god technique. Within this shinobi world, scarcely anyone could hope to apprehend me. Is that so? Well then, since Bai's returned, let's eat first. I've also brought the DVD of Princess Fengyan. Shall we watch it together? The film starring Her Majesty the Queen herself. At Bai's puzzled query, Xiang nodded. How wonderful, to watch a film with Nii-san on a winter evening. Noticing Bai's delight, Xiang fetched 2 chairs and carried them both into her room. For years she'd kept Bai relentlessly training. Tonight she resolved would be pure respite. Glancing at the modest stock of alcohol in the fridge, Xiang hesitated, then set it aside, selecting instead several cans of orange juice. Bai, ready yet? Almost there, Nii-san. Just a moment. Warm firelight flickered from the hearth as Xiang sat in her chair, cracking sunflower seeds while fine-tuning the projector's alignment. Soon a young woman appeared, dressed in soft ice blue winter attire, Her cheeks faintly flushed in the gentle glow as Shiyong turned to meet her gaze. Is this appropriate? Is watching a film with Nii-san for the first time too forward? While Bai lost herself in such thoughts, Shiyong had already adjusted the projector and gently guided Bai to sit beside her. All right, film's about to begin. Bai, please eat while you can. Savoring rice balls and dumplings lulled by soothing music, Shiyong sat close to Bai, watching the projected images unfold enveloped in the quiet warmth of winter. Yes, moments like these were rare, precious. Perhaps if the world remained thus, gentle, unhurried, tender, life would be enough. Provided, of course, her elder brother stood beside them. Time gradually advanced into the following summer, and in parts of the land of snow the snow began to melt. Tender green leaves unfurled across the mountain forests. Keep going. Don't stop now. I'm already trying my best, Lady Shiyong. Wait, yours is way too big. Around the snowy mountains, Bai panted heavily under the weight of a large bluish stone slab on her back, watching Shiyong sprint past, carrying a colossal boulder over 10 meters long, before gritting her teeth and surging forward in pursuit. She would become someone indispensable to Sister Shiyong. She absolutely could not slack off here. Chakra, after all, is the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. Consistent physical training remains one of the most effective ways to enhance both stamina and chakra reserves. Shiyong's cultivation within the land of snow focused primarily on physical conditioning and the refined application of ninjutsu. Under her guidance, Bai gradually mastered new techniques, and empowered by ninjutsu finally unlocked an entirely novel ice release secret art. Ninjutsu Ice Stack Armor. As Bai sealed her hands, for mirror-like ice walls materialized around her. Through rapid folding and layering, they converged seamlessly, forming a gleaming crystalline suit of armor encasing her body. Perhaps due to her inexperience, the armor appeared somewhat awkward, and its dazzling sunlit reflections were nearly blinding. Shiyong tapped Bai's helmet with a finger, then suddenly paused, realization dawning across her expression. Wait, this sensation, is it inorganic rebirth? Yes, it's designed to work with inorganic rebirth. That way I don't need to expend so much chakra or mental focus to control the armor directly. Haha. Bai scratched her head and grinned. Ordinary ice release could indeed form wearable armor, but maintaining constant conscious control over it drained immense chakra and concentration. For Bai, a specialist in long-range combat, erecting a simple ice wall was often far more efficient. Yet when combined with ninjutsu and inorganic rebirth, the dilemma dissolved. In ninjutsu mode, she could forge denser, more resilient ice armor using markedly less chakra, while the temporary sentience granted by inorganic rebirth freed her from the exhausting burden of minute control. So Bai truly is a prodigy, merely lacking opportunity for deeper development. Shiyong drew out a kunai and pressed it firmly against the armor's surface, leaving only a faint scratch. She mused aloud as she examined it. Though the armor's physical resilience appeared impressive, it would likely prove vulnerable against fire release techniques. It remains in early developmental stages, for now. However, Bai recently participated in an experiment conducted by the Land of Snow. Perhaps further research may yield even more potent complementary weaponry. An experiment by the Land of Snow. Hearing the phrase, Shiyong's brow furrowed sharply. And had the elders of the council taken advantage of her absence to manipulate Bai? Bai, practice here on your own for a while. I'll step out momentarily. And just as Shiyong turned to leave, Bai gently grasped her right hand. Sister Shiyong isn't who you imagine her to be. If this weapon succeeds, it might even serve you one day. In meeting Bai's serene, trusting smile, Shiyong rested a hand on her hip. Was Bai truly willing? Yes, absolutely. And gazing into Bai's guileless eyes, Shiyong sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll hold off confronting them for now. But Bai, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Yes, Sister Shiyong, I understand I was wrong. You know you were wrong. And with a playful ruffle of Bai's hair, Shiyong resumed her training. Then, as evening fell, headed to the bounty office to compete with Kakuzu for contracts. Gradually, a month later, Shiyong received word that Fubuki's weapon had been completed. Whoosh. A flash of azure light shimmered onto Fubuki's desk, and the sudden appearance of a figure before her startled the young queen. Ex-Yangsama, how did you arrive so swiftly? Merely a minor trick. Tell me, has the weapon been forged? I've brought the advance payment as well. Shiyong tossed 2 heavy sacks of gold coins onto the desk. Fubuki nodded and led her outside. Cold rain dripped steadily from a leaden sky. Under umbrellas, the 2 girls passed guarded roads and entered a vast underground factory aboard a horse-drawn carriage. Warm air currents swirled amid the cacophony of clattering machinery. Shiyong glanced curiously around. So this was where the Land of Snow's heavy industrial wealth lay concealed. Logically, such a site should have been rigorously secured, yet she'd been admitted without hesitation or scrutiny. Your Majesty. Staff bowed deeply as Fubuki passed. She acknowledged them with a gentle nod. You've all labored tirelessly. The future of the Land of Snow rests squarely in your hands. Your Majesty honors us beyond measure. Might this visit be an inspection of ongoing projects? Not at all. The council manages affairs admirably. Today I've come specifically to examine Weapon No. 2 commissioned from you some time ago. At Fubuki's words, the technicians nodded and escorted them inward. After bypassing multiple security layers, they revealed, resting upon a steel rack, a war fan of sleek silver-black metal. The fan's unmistakable silhouette and the delicate snowflake motifs carved along its frame stirred a quiet resonance deep within Xiang's heart. Your Majesty, this is the cutting-edge weapon we developed in strict secrecy with master artisans from the Land of Iron. We designate it Weapon No. 2. Forged from the finest chakra-infused metal mined from the Snow Mountain's deepest veins and integrated with the Land of Snow's experimental blizzard device. What precisely is this experimental blizzard device? Xiang asked instinctively, prompting the technicians to glance toward Fubuki. Upon receiving the Queen's silent nod, one technician adjusted his spectacles and continued. The experimental blizzard device is a novel chakra conversion apparatus. It can either absorb ambient chakra or convert incoming kinetic or elemental energy into usable ice release techniques. If perfected, this technology could bridge the seasonal gap during which ice release is traditionally unusable in summer. Yet current power demands remain prohibitively high, thus it remains strictly experimental. While the technician spoke, Xiang lifted the fan, slightly shorter than herself, into her grasp. Wait. And before the technician could protest, Fubuki silenced him with a single imperceptible glance. Heavier than expected, but the balance feels surprisingly natural. Her chakra flowed into the weapon. Arcs of crackling blue lightning surged across its surface. The piercing shriek of Chidori reverberated through the factory, so sharp, so penetrating it drowned out even the relentless roar of machinery. The technician stared dumbfounded as luminous blue snowflakes flared across the fan's surface, then watched slack-jawed as one tore off his spectacles in disbelief. To activate, even one indicator light requires the entire factory's output for a full day. What is her chakra made of? Boom. A cold blizzard swept through the hot summer, freezing the ever-flowing river into a thick layer of ice. A rogue ninja from the Earth Country looked at the figure in black wearing a mask who was gradually approaching with a heavy fan, his face filled with terror. No, please don't kill me. Sorry, but your bounty is a bit too high. Crash. Blood splattered onto the grass as the setting sun absorbed the corpse of the person before him into a spatial scroll, which then transformed into a blue light and vanished. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, the setting sun had completely surpassed Kakuzu's ability to capture rogue ninjas, becoming the most popular ninja at the bounty office. To train Bei's practical combat skills, he would occasionally take her out for missions. Watching the setting sun emerge from the bounty office, Kakuzu, hiding in the grass, clenched his fists in rage. Is this guy even human? He can complete over 80 bounty missions in a day. If you don't like it, why not just take him down? Hearing Haiden's gloating remarks, Kakuzu punched him on the head. If I could defeat him, wouldn't I have done it already, eh? Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't stand to hear something unpleasant. If it weren't for your thick blood, I would have sent you to meet Lord Jashin long ago. If you weren't worth so little, do you think I wouldn't be willing to cut off your head for a bounty? As the setting sun walked down the road, he heard a voice from the nearby grass and turned his gaze towards it. Is it Kaku? He looks pretty angry. Maybe I should tone it down a bit. Taking too many bounty missions is somewhat encroaching on the Akatsuki's business. The Flying Thunder God technique makes earning bounties too easy. Sometimes I can't help but take on more. Speaking of which, it's been quite some time. It should be almost time for the main storyline to begin. I wonder if Uncle Snake cell transplant technology has been perfected and my brother Zeto Tensei still has major issues. Without body tissue, it would be impossible to summon him from the Pure Land. But this is likely still in the hands of Kagaya, which is way harder than snatching the fan from Obito. Frustrating. Ever since you left, my assets have truly been divided among outsiders. Holding the bounty token in his hand, the setting sun transformed into blue light and vanished nearby. Time is approaching for the main storyline to begin. Perhaps then I can start implementing my plan. Gradually, the Akatsuki members began to gather, while beneath this long-awaited peace in the ninja world, tensions among the great nations surged. In the autumn of the 60th year of Konoha, the Land of Fire still presented a scene of flourishing beauty, while the neighboring Land of Wind continued to endure the scorching sun of the desert. Inside, Mangekyō Sharingan was troubled by various political affairs. Suddenly, he noticed an envelope from the Sound Ninja Village mixed among the documents, and his brows furrowed. Isn't the Sound Ninja Village a small nation that has only recently emerged in the ninja world? They are so far away from the Land of Wind, why would they send a letter? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Raza opened the envelope and frowned after reading the contents. I didn't expect such ambition from this small place. It seems I can find a place to discuss and use their strength to offset Konoha's power. After the Third Ninja World War, with peace lasting so long, Konoha being the most prosperous area in the ninja world surely has a wealth of talent and resources, right? After handing over the reply letter to the Umbu responsible for this matter, Raza walked to the window and gazed at Gaara, who was sitting alone on a rock with a fierce expression, his brow furrowing tightly. As the Jinchuriki of Mangekyō, Gaara, let me see what your value truly is. In the land of snow, light, snow continued to fall outside the window. The setting sun sat by the fireplace, placing a research document on cell science on the table. Unknowingly, several years have passed. It's time to talk to Koyuki about other matters. The setting sun stood up, donned a simple black ninja outfit with a vest, and then vanished in a flash of blue light within the house. In the palace of the Land of Snow, upon hearing that the setting sun wanted to participate in the triannual Chunin exams, Koyuki's expression turned quite strange as she looked around at him. What's wrong? Is this a difficult question? Oh, it's not particularly difficult. Although the Land of Snow doesn't have a habit of participating in the Chunin exams, given its status, it shouldn't be a problem to secure a few spots. But are you planning to eliminate all the candidates this time? As the hero who saved the Land of Snow, Koyuki understood just how strong the Setting Sun's abilities were. At the very least, he was on par with the Kage of other villages. If he were to charge into a crowd of genin, wouldn't defeating them be as easy as drinking water? I don't have that intention for now. Participating in the Chunin exams might just be a whim of mine. Seeing the Setting Sun wink at her, as if hiding some secret he didn't want to share, Koyuki still nodded and agreed to the matter. Then I will use the name of the Land of Snow to secure a few spots for you. Later I will also get you 2 teammates. Oh, remember to bring Haku along too. Does Haku want to go as well? Of course. What a great opportunity for training, it would be a shame not to go. Koyuki thought, looking at the devilish smile of the Setting Sun. The queen ultimately chose not to say anything further. From what she knew, Haku had trained with the Setting Sun for many years and her strength was at least that of a jonin. It seems this batch of candidates is going to have a tough time. A few days later in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk flipping through documents and raised an eyebrow upon seeing the envelope from the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow. Isn't that an inconspicuous small country in the extreme north? They usually block off their borders to the point that not even a mouse can pass through. Why would they suddenly decide to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha? Moreover, it seems that a place called the Sound Ninja Village also wants to get involved. It seems this year's Chunin exams will be the grandest in the past decade. We should strengthen our defenses. Taking a puff from his old pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the numerous spots in his hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding waiting for him. Sister Xiang, is our mission to Konoha truly just for the Chunin exams? Standing aboard the vessel bound for the Land of Fire, Bai leaned against the railing, watching a gentle breeze lift Xiang's hair as he voiced his quiet doubt. Of course, it's more than just the exams. This trip carries a serious purpose. And when the time comes, by you and I will jointly test the fruits of our cultivation over these past years. But wouldn't it be rather unfair to pick on those children? Those brats aren't our targets at all, Xiang replied, popping a segment of tangerine into her mouth before gazing across the sapphire coastline with the sea wind in her face. The most iconic arc in the Naruto world. How could she possibly miss it? And surely that serpent would soon summon the sinister white-haired figure once more. I can hardly wait for the shinobi world war. Last time you drove me to the brink of death was my miscalculation. But this time I shall make you witness step by chilling step how the Konoha you cherish is slowly shrouded in terror. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I stared utterly bewildered at Xiang's uncanny demeanor beneath the midday sun, and at her shadow grotesque and edged with crimson like that of a demon. Is this truly Sister Xiang? 3 days after the genin delegation from the Snow Country, where Xiang hailed, departed shinobi from neighboring nations began arriving one by one in Konoha village. Leaning against a towering tree, Kakashi flipped through his orange-covered book while glancing toward distant candidates bearing unfamiliar forehead protectors and absently scratched his silver-white hair. Sigh. I hadn't realized the annual Chunin exams would arrive so swiftly. This year's seems to be the largest yet. I only hope no unsavory elements have slipped in among these foreign youths. Hey Kakashi, what's with that gloomy expression? How about we do something exhilarating together? Whoa, I can already feel the fire of youth surging through my veins. Let our youthful spirit ignite the hearts of these visiting candidates. Let's train together and strive onward. Kakashi shook his head slightly, eyeing the 2 green-clad figures performing handstand push-ups, each weighted down with iron blocks. Staging a training contest now would likely brand us as eccentric oddities in the eyes of foreign shinobi. Besides, I'm somewhat uneasy about those 3 youngsters. I ought to draft a tailored training regimen for them beforehand. As Kakashi vanished in a blur, Might Guy straightened up, paused thoughtfully, and suddenly nodded with conviction. Truly worthy of being my eternal rival, Kakashi. Such profound dedication to your students inspires me. Time to stir up Lee and the others with unstoppable vigor. Guy clenched his fist, eyes blazing with an incandescent flame of youth, then vanished instantly, still balanced perfectly on his hands. 2 foreign shinobi watched utterly baffled. That green-skinned bowl-cut fellow behaves most strangely. No idea. Perhaps this is simply Konoha's unique training philosophy. Watching nearby grass village shinobi murmur amongst themselves, Kankuro tossed a pebble idly into the air, then gazed listlessly up at the sun. So this is Konoha's climate. Truly enviable. No wonder such a plan was conceived. Were I the leader of Otogekure, I too would. Kankuro. Startled by Temari's sharp rebuke, Kankuro snapped his mouth shut. We're on enemy soil now, not traveling anymore. Watch your words carefully, understand. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, big sis. As Kankuro continued speaking with his elder sister, a scarf-wearing boy suddenly barreled headfirst into him. Ow, that stings. Hey, you little brat. Don't you watch where you're going? Still fuming from Temari's scolding, Kankuro seized the boy, Morio, by the collar the moment he collided with him. Shink. A senbon pierced Kankuro's hand. At the sound of his pained cry, Sasuke, perched silently in the branches above, raised a brow and cast his gaze toward Xiang, wearing snowflake-emblazoned headband, her companion Bai, and the unremarkable Snow Country genin standing unnoticed beside them. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Are you looking for Wincing, Kankuro dropped Morio and glared furiously at Xiang, only to find himself abruptly blocked by a red-haired boy carrying a massive gourd. Gaara. Xiang pulled a lollipop from her mouth as Gaara fixed her with his unnerving stare. Well, why such fierce eyes? I merely intervened to save him. After all, he is the Hokage's grandson. Upon hearing that Morio was the Hokage's grandson, Kankuro paled instantly and stumbled backward several steps. Is Konoha really this small? Did every random person he bumped into wield such staggering influence? Big brother. Morio scrambled to his feet and dashed toward Naruto, who was sprinting toward them from afar. You are strong. I hope you last longer in the exams. Seeing Xiang's sudden, faint smile, Gaara frowned. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just recalled something pleasantly amusing. As Xiang's expression settled into serene neutrality, Gaara turned and departed with Temari and Kankuro, while Morio, still rubbing his throat, hurried directly before Xiang. Thank you, big sisters. Morio bowed deeply. Xiang waved dismissively. No thanks necessary. I simply witnessed something intolerable and acted accordingly. Anyone else would have done the same. Glancing briefly toward Sasuke, still concealed in the trees, Xiang turned and faded from sight. How uncannily familiar. Though she prepared herself mentally, seeing that visage stirred deep, bittersweet nostalgia. Is that sorrow in her gaze? As Xiang vanished, Sasuke replayed her final glance, puzzled, searching. Do I know her? Haha, so not all foreign shinobi are incompetent after all. Looks like Sensei Kakashi worried needlessly. Hearing Naruto's buoyant voice, Sasuke leapt down from the branch. Right, the foreign delegates are gathering. Let's regroup and prepare for the Chunin exams. Of course I know. I'm destined to become Hokage. Victory in this exam is non-negotiable. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the scene unfold through his crystal orb, then closed his eyes and drew slowly on his old pipe. So Tsunagakure has brought the one-tailed Jinchuriki along as well. We'll need a sealing team on standby during the exams. Tsunagakure's fragile containment seals had long been unreliable. If the beast erupted here amidst such high-stakes proceedings, neither side would emerge unscathed. As the Chunin exam approached, ninjas from outside gradually gathered in Konohagakure. As the host, Konoha dispatched numerous ninjas to maintain order and prevent any unexpected incidents. The team from the Land of Snow, led by Xiang, headed to the famous Ichiraku ramen shop to sample the traditional craft. Seeing the timid ninja from the Land of Snow beside her, Bai smiled gently. There's no need to be too scared. The older sister is always very gentle. Is that so? Haha, maybe I'm just too nervous. Why did I a mere extra end up here? Hey, Fenghua Xiaoxua said, just follow along and leave the rest to the top teammates. Snow Ninja. This flavor is indeed quite good. You two should join in and eat more. After finishing a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, Xiang ordered 2 more bowls of Ichiraku ramen. While Xiang was enjoying a meal with her 2 teammates, Erjuzi was watching them from a rooftop in the distance. Hey, what are you peeping at? Have you finally stopped trying to steal Sakura from me? Hihi, jumping to Sasuke's side and noticing him intently staring at the 3 charming girls from the Land of Snow, Naruto excitedly spoke. How, I suppose only you idiot would think that way. Then what are you doing? Can you even gather intel? Hearing Naruto's teasing air, Juzi shook his head. I have a feeling that the girl in the center is quite strong. I believe I can have a match with her during the Chunin exam. Following the direction pointed by Sasuke, Naruto recalled the events of the previous days involving Kanjiro and Konohamaru. Indeed, these girls from the Land of Snow are much cuter than those from Tsunagakure. Oh, really? Of course. That guy from Tsunagakure with the painted face is just so obnoxious. Where did you come from? Suddenly startled by a voice that wasn't Sasuke's, Naruto jumped aside. Seeing Xiang suddenly appear in front of him, Erjuzi also drew out his kunai. Yar, don't be so nervous. You all complimented me on being cute, which makes me quite happy. How could I have any ill will towards you? Xiang said while winking at Naruto, instantly making the face of this reincarnated Azura turn crimson. How did you get here? Of course I walked over. Is it not allowed to glance back while following girls? Looking at Erzuzi's resemblance to Izuna, Xiang smiled. Erzuzi, this seems to indeed be their fault. Alright, this time I just came to greet you. If I happen to encounter you during this Chunin exam, I will be a bit lenient. Watching Xiang disappear in a flash, Erzuzi's pupils trembled. What incredible speed. I didn't expect even a little-known ninja from a small country to have such a powerful opponent. It seems this Chunin exam won't be easy. Time passed, and soon it was time for the first round of the Chunin exam. Observing the bustling crowd in the examination hall, Xiang led her team around, but she couldn't find the figure of the little snake. It seems he should have appeared in the second round in the Forest of Death, but if you want to teach the last descendant of the Uchiha clan, you may not be quite qualified. Sister Xiang, do we have any plans for this round? There are no specific plans for now. This round doesn't involve much, I just copy the questions correctly. The familiar classroom gradually filled with examinees, but amidst the noisy crowd, a familiar figure walked in from outside. With a signature fake smile, Kabuto entered the examination hall for the Chunin exam. However, upon catching sight of Xiang's gaze from a distance, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in his body. Wait, his injuries had healed years ago, why was he still feeling some pain? Ignoring Xiang's strange gaze, Kabuto took out a few cards from his pocket and approached Sasuke's position. Is this guy still alive? No, wait, why is he here? by standing behind Xiang looked at Kabuto appearing in the distance with a puzzled expression. While the life of a medical ninja is generally tougher than that of ordinary people, especially since his superior is a super freak research maniac. However, he doesn't need to be concerned for now. But if he tries to target Bai, I wouldn't mind sending him back to Konoha on a stretcher for half a month. Xiang sitting beside Bai and Snow Ninja shortly after heard a commotion from the back of the examination hall. In the classroom filled with the smell of gunpowder, watching the sound ninjas dealing with Kabuto, Xiang found it amusing as he munched on some sunflower seeds. It's interesting to see our own fighting among themselves. Kabuto truly is a prominent figure in the espionage world. Suddenly a cloud of smoke billowed from the back, and Marino Ibiki, bearing many scars on his face and dressed in a black coat, arrived with a group of leaf ninjas in black vests to stop the conflict between the examinees. Sorry for the wait. I am the proctor for the first exam, Marino Ibiki. Upon the appearance of the proctor, the sound ninjas quieted down, obediently taking their seats. Before long, the examination papers were distributed, and Xiang, looking at the numerous ninja knowledge and math questions filled with annotations, effortlessly used a bit of sage mode chakra to glimpse the answers others were filling out and copied them. This exam was actually just to test everyone's scouting abilities. Such trivial matters would likely only eliminate those completely clueless. Sitting at the back, Xiang finished writing her answers and rested her chin on her hand, looking at the examinees in front. Kanjiro disguised himself as the proctor to copy answers. Inuzuka Kiba used dog language to communicate. Sasuke used his Sharingan to copy others' actions, and Bai utilized ice release to refract and copy the answers of the desk in front, while Sakura and Hinata seemed to be able to answer on their own. Where is that killing intent coming from? Feeling the strange aura wafting in the air, Xiang fixed her gaze on Naruto, who was being death-stared by his teammates. Naruto, it's over. I can't answer anything. If I get eliminated right from the start, won't Sasuke and Sakura kill me? I still want to become Hokage. What a disaster. Naruto-kun. In the midst of panic and anxiety, Naruto noticed the paper being shifted towards him from the side, feeling as if a glimmer of hope appeared as he glanced at Hinata, whose face was slightly flushed. Hinata is the best. In a secluded room, Asuma, Hong, and Kakashi, 3 elite shinobi, were casually chatting about the Chunin exams and their students. Gently shaking the ash into the trash, Asuma looked out the window at the quiet examination venue, revealing a smile. I didn't expect the first examiner to be that sadist. They certainly have a lot to endure this time. Yet it's surprising that he is the examiner this year. It seems Lord Third Hokage thinks there are too many participants this time. What do you mean by sadist? Hong furrowed her brows as she listened to Asuma and Kakashi's cryptic words. Hong, you're still a newly promoted Chunin, so you wouldn't know, right? The guy in the examination room is the head of the interrogation department in the Umbu. Kakashi chuckled, while Asuma nodded in agreement. Right, that guy loves to create difficult problems to torment others. Even if there isn't physical torture for the candidates this time, the mental strain will be enough for them to handle, Asuma said, lighting another cigarette, completely unconcerned about Shikamaru and the others. With a smart kid like Shikamaru around, this was merely child's play. The cool autumn breeze blew through the window, but the atmosphere in the classroom beyond the glass suddenly grew tense. You over there, you're disqualified. In the examination room, seeing the shuriken thrown behind him by Senju Ibiki, Naruto, who was copying Hinata's answers, suddenly widened his eyes as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Could it be that I am going to be eliminated along with my team so easily? Naruto, in a state of tension, swallowed hard, his face oscillating between struggle and despair. Just as he prepared to stand up, the passing examiner suddenly bypassed him and dragged a grass ninja who was cheating. Naruto, you've cheated 5 times and been caught. Your team is disqualified from the exam. Wait, how can you say I cheated? Where's your evidence? A teammate of the grass ninja who had been with him protested from his seat. Bang! The protesting grass ninja was pinned against the wall by the examiner, unable to move due to the immense pressure. A ninja must follow the rules of a ninja. Why were you caught cheating? It's simply because your skills are pathetic. Watching the trio being taken away, Naruto let out a slow sigh of relief. However, as time ticked away, Naruto looked at the blank paper in his hand. His hand, gripping the pencil, began to tremble. How could I possibly solve something like this? In the back row, the setting sun with a lollipop in her mouth watched Naruto struggle with keen interest. This guy really doesn't know how to cheat, but it doesn't matter. He'll probably pass later on. The clock in the room continued to tick, and the passage of time felt like sand slipping through an hourglass. Listening to the constant announcements of eliminated candidates, Naruto's heart grew increasingly tormented. Sitting at the podium, Senju Ibiki glanced at the time on his watch and suddenly stood up from his chair. All right, the time for the first 9 questions has passed. Now we will proceed to the 10th question, but I must inform you of a rule in advance. At this point, Senju Ibiki looked at the countless candidates staring at him, his gaze turning sharp. For the 10th question, if answered incorrectly, you will receive a score of 0, be declared disqualified, and lose the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exams permanently. Hearing Senju Ibiki's words, the candidates present felt a jolt in their hearts. Hey, you can't do that. As a few candidates rose to protest midway, Senju Ibiki continued speaking. This is simply your misfortune. This year's Chunin exam has me as the examiner, and these are the rules of the exam. But don't worry, you can choose to give up at this point. Doing so will only forfeit your qualification for this year's exam, and you can participate again next year. Senju Ibiki explained the rules for the 10th question, but despite the cries of despair and complaints from the crowd, he showed no intention of changing his mind. Gradually, one by one, the ninjas raised their hands and left the examination room. Watching the candidates around him gradually leave, more candidates also raised their hands to exit. Seeing her Yuki teammate looking over, the setting sun propped herself up on the table with one hand and waved reassuringly at her. But this is just a trick to scare children. As the situation of candidates leaving intensified, Naruto suddenly began to slowly raise his hand. This action made Senju Ibiki feel a bit puzzled. Didn't Kakashi say this kid had strong willpower? How could he voluntarily forfeit? It seems even he could misjudge sometimes. Just as Senju Ibiki thought Naruto was about to give up, a sudden sound of hands slapping the table rang throughout the classroom. Stop scaring people. What does it matter if I lose my qualification for the Chunin exams? Even if I remain a genin for life, I will stick to my ninja way and become Hokage, gaining everyone's acknowledgement. After Naruto spoke and sat back down, the uneasy atmosphere that had permeated the air gradually dissipated. After a few minutes passed, and seeing that no one else raised their hands, Ibiki nodded. All right, it seems you all have quite the resolve. I hereby announce that all of you have passed the first exam. Hearing this news, Naruto incredulously pinched himself hard. Wait, did I really pass? Even as they collected the answer sheets, Naruto wore an expression of disbelief. Wait, if we needed to pass the 10th question, then what was the purpose of the previous 9 questions? Of course, it was to test your respective information gathering abilities, which are crucial for a ninja. However, those who only use foolish methods will certainly be eliminated. The 10th question tests your willpower. After all, as a ninja, you must do some dangerous things that you must undertake. If you can't even believe in yourself and your companions, how can you talk about completing a mission? After all, those with weak willpower cannot become ninjas. The setting sun thought, so this is why the 6 paths Madara lost to Naruto and Sasuke. Deep in thought. Hearing Senju Ibiki's insights, the setting sun continued to ponder other things in her heart. However, amidst this impassioned speech, the setting sun suddenly seemed to sense something and quickly looked towards the left window. It seems something is flying over. Noticing the setting sun's reaction, the examiner Senju Ibiki was momentarily stunned. In just a few seconds, how could this batch of candidates have such terrifying observation skills? They noticed it even faster than him. Bang! A figure crashed through the glass, carrying a curtain, and fixed the corners to the blackboard with shuriken. Don't celebrate too early. I am the examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. Under my watch, you can expect to see half of you eliminated. The second phase of the Chunin exams was scheduled for the following day, the true commencement of the examination. At dusk, the setting sun bathed the vicinity of Konoha Ninja Academy in amber light, watching as children were steadily escorted home, until its gaze settled upon a plain-faced shinobi standing alone on the academy's stone steps, a faint scar tracing his cheek. Irika Yamano, perhaps akin to Naruto's father in spirit, stepped beyond canon into reality, a composed, earnest instructor, though one with no direct bearing on her own path. The sun slipped quietly away, drifting toward the library nestled near the academy. Ordinary civilians employed at the library busied themselves shelving newly arrived volumes, only to pause startled upon spotting a petite black-haired girl entering, her forehead protector adorned with a snowflake motif. Are you a candidate for the Chunin exams? And yes. Excuse me, do you carry historical texts? Minutes later, Yuhi assisted the librarian in arranging the books neatly upon the shelves, then selected a thick volume of history and settled at a nearby table to begin reading. I never imagined anyone in this shinobi world would still seek out books, or history itself. How splendid it would be if you were a Konoha shinobi. And glancing at Yuhi seated quietly absorbed in her reading, the librarian wiped sweat from his brow, checked the closing hour, and dutifully returned to the counter to polish his spectacles. Most children today mastered only rudimentary skills, eat deeper scholarship, history, philosophy, lineage, remained untouched, gathering dust on forgotten shelves. In hearing the librarian sigh, Yuhi parted her lips slightly, but said nothing. How wonderful it would be if only she could become a Konoha shinobi alongside her brother. In shaking loose the tangled thoughts, she flipped rapidly through the pages of shinobi world history. Though fragments had surfaced in her memories from the ANBU archives, nothing compared to the clarity and immediacy of reading it herself. Half an hour passed. Night fell completely. On the roadside, Kakashi, just having purchased a copy of Ika Paradise, paused en route home, frowning faintly at the library's still glowing windows. By now the library should have closed. In creak, and the door swung open slowly. Kakashi watched as a young woman emerged, slim-clad in sleek black civilian shinobi attire, and his expression flickered with surprise. Oh, so even Konoha's elite jonin indulge in such literature. Truly this is a nation both whimsical and refreshingly unreserved, Yuhi remarked, smiling faintly as she glanced at the glossy yellow-bound volume in Kakashi's hand. Merely a personal indulgence. Kakashi tucked Ika Paradise behind his back, then stepped inside. There he found the librarian packing up for the night. Well, if it isn't Jonin Kakashi, what brings you here? I'm afraid I don't stock that kind of reading material. In seeing the librarian's mistaken assumption, Kakashi hastily waved his hands. I didn't come for such things. I was simply puzzled why would a foreign shinobi appear here. The librarian instantly caught on. You mean that young lady who just left? Indeed, she hails from another land, but our library bears no rule forbidding foreigners. And may I see which book she read? Of course. And beneath the starless sky, Kakashi cradled the heavy tome, World History, and traced the faint creases and marginal marks left by Yuhi's fingers. His eyes narrowed upon a passage, Warring States Era, Uchiha clan founding of Konoha. Confusion deepened across his features. Why would a shinobi of the land of snow seek knowledge of this? At dawn the next day, chill and pale, candidates began gathering at the entrance to the Forest of Death. Sister Yuhi, what is our mission this time? White asked, glancing around as more candidates assembled. Follow my lead. This exam ground harbors impurities, ones we must cleanse. Her gaze locked onto Orochimaru advancing beside the grass village shinobi. With one hand resting lightly on her hip, Yuhi spoke calmly. Orochimaru arriving at the gate spotted Sasuke amid the crowd, and his tongue flicked slow and eager across his lower lip. A surviving heir of Konoha's Uchiha clan. Yet this fledgling eagle blinded by vengeance would soon bear his indelible hue. In recalling Itachi Uchiha severing his arm within Akatsuki, and the enigmatic Uchiha who'd slain him in the Land of Sound, Orochimaru's eyes darkened with cold resentment. Once he secured Sasuke Uchiha's body as his new vessel, erasing his vulnerability to Jinjutsu. These adversaries would become mere ornaments in his future dominion. An hour later the sun rose fully above the horizon. Sakura shivered faintly, sensing the lingering oppressive gloom within the iron wire enclosure. And this place feels unnervingly somber. Somber. Precisely as it should be. After all, it's called the Forest of Death. You'll experience its terrors firsthand soon enough. Nanko Mitarashi appeared atop the observation platform clad in a russet coat. Naruto meanwhile wriggled awkwardly in. Yeah, Forest of Death. You'll feel its terror real soon. Pa. Such childish nonsense doesn't frighten me. At Naruto's raucous laughter, Anko smiled faintly, then hurled a kunai that sliced cleanly across his cheek before vanishing behind him in a blur. Hey, children like you tend to die first. And from behind she embraced him, her fingers brushing blood from his face, and tasting it with a quiet, chilling smile. Naruto stood frozen, until Anko's expression shifted abruptly. In one fluid motion, she drew a kunai from her waist. Disguised Orochimaru appeared behind her, his elongated tongue coiling the blade forward. And here, your kunai. Thank you. Though please refrain from looming behind me with such murderous intent. It's rather hazardous to one's health. And she accepted the weapon with a serene smile. My apologies. I've always been rather stimulated by the scent of blood. And as Orochimaru turned to rejoin his team, he froze. Yuhi stood directly in his path. Orochimaru, well, how unexpected to meet someone sharing my peculiar interests on this exam ground. Might you be open to a thorough discussion? After the exams conclude, Yuhi seized his arm, drawing him close, and held his gaze unwavering. A chill, instinctive dread prickled along Orochimaru's spine as their proximity intensified. He recoiled, several quick, deliberate steps backward. Noticing the flicker of alarm across Orochimaru's face, Yuhi offered a soft, honeyed smile. Since you remain silent, I shall take that as consent. And truly miraculous, to dare walk openly here, wearing another man's face. It seems that this Chunin exam has truly gathered many youthful and vigorous individuals, and I am quite looking forward to the excitement of this examination. Hongdo glanced at the current situation and returned to the examiner's area, then pulled out a stack of papers from her clothing, clearly inscribed with the words death contract. Anyone wishing to participate in this exam must sign this contract. If you want to become a ninja, you must enter with the resolve of potentially facing death after a complex process and explanation. The 44 large gates surrounding the Death Forest opened, and the Chunin candidates, each carrying the scrolls of heaven and earth, rushed inside to engage in a week-long battle for the scrolls. Only by gathering a complete set of heaven and earth scrolls and bringing them to the central tower of the Death Forest can one be considered to have passed the exam, and signing the death contract adds a layer of tension and crisis to this examination. Sister Xiang, I seem to sense other teams am going to seize their scrolls. After 2 hours inside, Bai in Sage mode detected nearby teams and was just about to launch an attack when Xiang stopped her. Wait, don't be so hasty, we can deal with the scrolls later. We have some other matters to attend to. Other matters? Seeing Bai's puzzled expression, Xiang suddenly grabbed her hand, while with the other hand, she seized a teammate from the land of snow. Snow Ninja. A flash of blue light flickered in midair, and in the blink of an eye, the three completely disappeared from the Death Forest. On one side of the Death Forest, just a few hours after entering the exam site, Kakashi's 7th squad had already repelled a ninja who attempted to ambush them, but just when they relaxed, an unexpected guest arrived. Boom. A thick cloud of dust erupted from the ground, and an attack akin to an air cannon instantly sent Naruto flying far away. Cough, cough. What on earth is happening? Where's Naruto? Where did he go? Sakura coughed, and looking at her increasingly blurred vision, gradually approached Sasuke. After exchanging a signal, once the dust settled, Sasuke's gaze was drawn to the deep mark etched into the ground, and his pupils trembled. Is this level of wind release truly something a genin can execute? Hey, it seems my luck is quite good. I encountered you so quickly. Seeing a woman with a straw hat gradually materialize in the distance air, Juzi fixed his gaze on her, as if facing a formidable foe. It seems this examination is more dangerous than we imagined. Looking at Erjuzi not far away, Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement, a flash of bloodlust flickering in his eyes, and in an instant a powerful killing intent swept past the two. Buzz. In an instant both of their pupils shook, and under the invasion of the killing intent, they seemed to see themselves dying in a sea of blood. What? What is this? Sakura collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, while Sasuke beside her clearly fared no better. Hey, is this little bit enough to leave you in such a state? Seeing Sasuke, who was gritting his teeth and sprawled on the ground, Orochimaru's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. He drew 2 kunai from his waist and hurled them towards the two. As the kunai flew towards him, Erjuzi stabbed one into his own leg, and as blood splattered, he used the sudden pain to pull himself out of his fear. Watching the figure who leapt among the branches carrying Sakura to evade the kunai, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. This is the fledgling I desire. If her talent and willpower are too low, I would rather not have her. Licking his lips, Orochimaru summoned a large snake beneath him and immediately gave chase. Boom. As he flew out from the tree trunk that the giant snake had shattered, Sasuke adjusted his posture in midair and firmly landed on the trunk, gasping for breath. How can this guy be so strong? Is that not enough? It seems that the ninjas from Konoha are not so remarkable after all. While bullying the children, Orochimaru controlled the giant snake to lunge at Sasuke, but a sharp flash of sword light cut through the air, instantly creating a clean line of blood down the center of the giant snake's head. Boom. The massive body of the python fell from the tree, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Watching the giant snake's decapitated head drop to the ground, the few people present immediately widened their eyes. Sister Xiong, it seems this is not a snake from the dragon cave, I said quietly, while standing on a branch watching Xiong sheathing her long sword. I only attacked because I saw it wasn't my own snake, but after using the fan, this sword feels unwieldy in my hands. Looking at the two individuals suddenly appearing on the upper branches, Orochimaru's expression darkened as he emerged from the snake's corpse. How dare these little insects interrupt my hunting feast? If you don't want to die, I advise you not to meddle too much. Oh dear, my hearing isn't great. I can't hear clearly. Xiong made a face of provocation at Orochimaru's grim expression. Are they the ninjas from the land of snow that we encountered earlier? Seeing the 3 girls who suddenly appeared, Erzuzi's expression turned incredulous. Haha, since you dared to suddenly interrupt my plans, I'll take care of you first. Orochimaru flicked his tongue, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, then his body elongated like a snake reaching out from the tree towards the 3. Boom. A flash of explosive tags illuminated from the tree, and suddenly an ice mirror appeared behind Sasuke and Sakura. Sorry ladies, I reached out and pulled the 2 into the ice mirror, and in the blink of an eye they appeared in an open area dozens of meters away through the rapid movement between the ice crystals. Jumping in midair, Xiong observed the others who had reached the ground and drew the long sword from her waist, knocking away the incoming kunai from a distance. This snake is quite troublesome, but I won't let it have its way. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, filling the air with a refreshing essence. As the chief examiner Hong Do leisurely sat on the rooftop enjoying some dango. However, after a while into the second exam Yushowashi, Hong Do received intelligence from other examiners in Konoha. Several corpses of grass ninjas were discovered near the forest. Normally during the exam it is not uncommon for the less skilled to perish, but the eerie part was that their faces had completely vanished as if they had been melted away, which was truly horrifying. Such things can happen. Following the examiner to the scene, Yushowashi Hong Do frowned upon seeing the 3 grass ninjas lying beside the statue. The curse seal on their necks seemed to react. Could it be that guy is here? Chief Examiner, what should we do? Immediately report this to Lord Hokage and request the deployment of 2 Umbu squads. Something unclean has probably infiltrated the Death Forest. Understood. Just as Yushowashi Hong Do was about to take action, she suddenly noticed a girl running towards her from the distant horizon. I have something very important to report. The sharp light of her sword severed the oncoming snake, while the girl's setting sun struggled to fend off Orochimaru's snake-like hand that was lunging at her. Showing off will only put you in danger, little girl. It seems you arrived at the wrong time. Orochimaru thought of the sunset, as a smitten fan of Sasuke's looks, planning to deal with her quickly before returning to his prey. As he extended his body coiling around the trunk of a large tree, Orochimaru pressed the girl's slender arms against the bark, baring his fangs as he lunged toward her snow-white neck. This shall end now. Swish. A large ice shuriken severed Orochimaru's head, sending it tumbling from the sky. The setting sun kicked Orochimaru's body away and instantly appeared beside Bai. Support arrived quickly. Well done, Bai. As long as I'm here, Sister Sunset won't be harmed. Sasuke, who had been hiding nearby, sighed upon seeing the decapitated head and body on the ground. However, not long after, the corpse lying on the ground stood up again, reattaching its head to its body. Ha ha ha, how interesting. Watching the ice shuriken stuck in the tree from a distance, Orochimaru twisted his neck, locking onto Bai with his senses. The wielder of the ice release bloodline limit is as rare as the Uchiha bloodline. However, since you dared to block my path today, I shall take you as well. Is this guy even human? Seeing Orochimaru casually reattach his head made Sakura's face pale. Wind release, great breakthrough. With hand seals, a fierce wind blew from Orochimaru's mouth, causing the massive air currents to make the trees in the forest rustle, with countless branches and dirt flying into the sky. covering herself with her hands. The setting sun along with by jumped to the sides to evade the incoming air cannons. Boom. A tree about 10 meters wide collapsed to the ground as Orochimaru twisted his body, using his arm, like a spring, to launch himself forward. Let the old illusions dissolve with the butterflies. Illusion Vision, watching the large head of Orochimaru suddenly charge at her by gathered chakra to form an ice mirror in front of her, shifting to the side of the setting sun. Watch out behind you. Noticing the massive shadow behind them with his Sharingan, the second pillar stood up and shouted loudly. Whoosh. A giant brown python emerged from the leaves, swallowing both of them whole. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Sakura couldn't help but cover her mouth. Just a couple of wet behind the ears brats thinking they can fight me. You're still too green. Orochimaru gazed at the bulge in the snake's belly, his evil smile directed at Sasuke. The ice release bloodline limit will have to wait for now. Let's take care of some real business. Watching the giant snake digesting its meal on the ground, Sasuke recalled the cute appearance of the girl who greeted him and Naruto from the rooftop, feeling a mix of guilt and helpless anger rising within him. You wicked bastard. Seeing Sasuke's glare, Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips. Yes, that's the look I wanted. This feeling of craving power is truly wonderful. Just as Orochimaru ambled towards Sasuke, the giant snake that had swallowed the sunset, and by suddenly let out a painful hiss, its massive body thrashing against the trees. A blood-stained ice spike erupted from the snake's body, followed by a gash torn open by the setting sun, who sighed in relief at the sight of the lush greenery outside. The fresh air outside is so much better. Seeing the two emerge from the snake's belly, Orochimaru's expression darkened slightly. Can't you two just lie quietly back inside? It's hard to breathe in there, and staying inside will lead to death. The setting sun jumped beside Sasuke, twirling her knife. Hey, why are you here helping us Konoha ninjas? Sasuke couldn't help but ask, looking at the figure standing beside him. I just felt that you resembled a deceased relative of mine, that's all. Hearing the unfamiliar word relative, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. Since you insist on seeking death, I won't waste any more time with you. As he looked at several figures in the distance, Orochimaru formed hand seals, gathering a large amount of chakra within him. Powerful gusts of wind erupted like a tornado, spreading outwards. Swish! A row of kunai shot towards Orochimaru from the shadows. Using the body flicker technique to dodge, Orochimaru stood atop a tree frowning at the Konoha ninjas and Yusho Washi, Hongdo rushing over from the distance. Strange, when I came over I specifically sent a small snake to scout the area, and logically Konoha shouldn't have discovered it this quickly in such a vast area as the Death Forest. You're pretty fast, you did. While the setting sun winked at the snow ninja, who was hurrying over. Under the scattered sunlight highlighting the girl's cute face, the snow ninja couldn't help but blush. She hadn't expected to find a place for her skills in such a team. I never expected to be schemed against today, but it doesn't matter. Even if I can't act now, there will be another opportunity later. Orochimaru glanced at the surrounding ninjas, leaped down from the tree, and then his body slipped into the soil covered with leaves like an elusive loach. Don't let him escape. Seeing Orochimaru fleeing into the forest, Mitarashi Anko immediately led her team to pursue. After Orochimaru finally left, Sasuke and Sakura could finally relax. However, Sasuke soon looked at the kunai, pointing at him, casting a puzzled gaze at Xiong. Hey, what are you doing? Hearing Sakura's question, Xiong tilted his head and smiled. The previous act of saving you was just a separate matter. Putting that aside, don't forget that we are still rivals in the Chunin exam. Oh, that's true. As competitors in the Chunin exam, you do have the responsibility to seize the scrolls. Considering this aspect, Sasuke took a few steps back, gripping the kunai in his hand. Although he had been saved by these two before, judging by their previous battle against that strange snake man, their strength was at least elite among the Chunin. Sasuke. Naruto, who had just escaped from Orochimaru's control, looked back at the two confronting each other and cautiously stood beside Sasuke. Unexpectedly, the two teams that could coexist outside the arena had encountered each other so quickly in the exam. If it weren't for the competition for the scrolls, he truly didn't want to engage in battle with them. Sasuke and Xiong exchanged glances and instinctively ran in the direction opposite to where Orochimaru had fled. Meanwhile, the other four members of Team 7 and the Snow Team also chased after them. Come on, let me see the power of the Uchiha clan. After a dozen minutes, Xiong looked at Sasuke, who was now standing in an open area, and pulled out several shuriken from his sleeve, throwing them towards him. Fighting against a strong opponent. That's exactly what I want. Sasuke's lips curled up slightly as he took out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch to counter the incoming attack. Countless shuriken danced in the sky, constantly colliding and intertwining, creating bursts of sparks and the pleasant sound of metal clashing. Fire-style great fireball technique. Watching the fireball flying towards him, Xiong quickly formed hand seals, summoning a water dragon that easily engulfed the fireball. Swish! A wire pierced through the water and wrapped around Xiang's arm, while the second pillar pulled him out of the water with force. Xiang's figure was replaced by soil and a series of explosive tags flickered from within. Boom! Amidst the roaring flames, the second pillar rolled on the ground a few times. Seeing the cold gleam heading towards him, he quickly pulled out a wind shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and positioned it in front. Oh, if you plan to deal with me with the mindset that you want die anyway, it could easily lead to trouble for you. Clang! He flicked the wind shuriken away. Glancing at the substitute wooden figure left behind, Xiang scanned the surrounding quiet grass. Pretending not to notice him is indeed a bit challenging, but this pair of Sharingan is somewhat lacking. In the Death Forest, while Xiang played around with water and Sasuke casually observing his talent, an examiner returning from the Chunin exam handed an urgent document to Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk in the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, this is an urgent message from the second exam. Please take a look and address it. What about the Chunin exam? Normally there shouldn't be any major issues. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the envelope and glanced at the contents, his brow furrowing tightly. A ninja resembling Orochimaru has suddenly appeared in the second exam venue. How could he be here? Although Orochimaru technically shouldn't take the risk of interfering with the Chunin exam, given his level of danger, Konoha absolutely cannot let its guard down. Immediately dispatch Anbu teams 304 and 7 to the Chunin exam site to assist the chief examiner in tracking and capturing Orochimaru. We cannot allow this dangerous individual to act recklessly in our Konoha territory. Understood. The Anbu set off with Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. While in the smoke-filled office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered why Orochimaru, the wayward disciple, had appeared at this moment when a middle-aged man in a loose red kimono wearing a forehead protector with the character oil suddenly walked in. Yo, old man, long time no see. Why do you look so worried? Oh, why are you back? I thought you were always following the guidance of the sage of Mount Mayaboku, searching for the chosen one. Seeing Jiraiya casually find a seat, Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat surprised. Actually, the chosen one has already been found years ago, because the prophecy has changed, haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he watched Jiraiya laughing heartily. Since the mission is no longer relevant, why are you unwilling to stay in Konoha? I'm getting old, this position should be left for someone younger to take. This is a precious inheritance of the will of fire. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya shook his head. The busy position of Hokage was simply not suitable for him. Writing novels, teaching disciples, spreading the ideals of peace, and casually enjoying drinks along the way is what he has pursued his whole life, of course, along with that woman. Well, let's not talk about that now. There is an urgent matter that has arisen. Perhaps you can personally investigate it this time. Just back and already assigned a mission. It seems I really returned at the wrong time. If it were Tsunade, she'd probably have to change her desk again by tomorrow, ha. Although Jiraiya still appeared unserious on the surface, upon hearing about the urgent matter, he straightened his posture and crossed his arms. However, after learning from Sarutobi Hiruzen that the news was about Orochimaru, Jiraiya's pupils slightly contracted. That damn snake has actually returned to Konoha. In the cold and desolate forest, Orochimaru seemed to truly slither like a great serpent swiftly weaving through the trees, soon leaving behind the pursuing Konoha ninjas. He chuckled. You are still too inexperienced if you wish to capture me. As he glanced at the faint figures passing by in the distance, Orochimaru's tongue flicked out momentarily, but he was soon startled by a figure dropping from a nearby tree. Did you disguise yourself with the aura of a serpent to evade my perception? Hongo, it seems you have matured quite a bit over these years. You are now an rank dangerous person in Konoha. As the proctor of the Chunin exam, even if I risk my life, I will defeat you here. That's useless. Everything you know I taught you. You cannot kill me. That's uncertain, Hongo replied, throwing a kunai that was dodged. Orochimaru's tongue shot out like a long whip, striking the tree trunk and stirring up clouds of dust. Shadow Snake Hand. 4 long colorful snakes emerged from the dust, tightly coiling around Orochimaru's form. Swinging her hands, Orochimaru was suddenly flung against a nearby tree along with the snake hands, leaving a shallow dent shaped like a person. I won't let you escape. Hondo quickly ran over to Orochimaru, pinning their arms to the tree with a kunai. Ninjutsu Twin Snake Mutual Kill Technique. Utilizing Orochimaru's left hand for the hand seals, Hondo gathered her chakra, but unfortunately after a while there seemed to be no reaction. How could this happen? Are you planning to commit suicide with me? Hondo, as a special jonin of the village, you can't always rely on the forbidden techniques I taught you. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Hondo frowned as she watched the substitute transform into soil collapsing. Swish. Grasping the blood-stained kunai in her hand, Orochimaru tore off her mask, then formed seals with one hand and lightly exhaled. The curse mark on Honda's neck emitted a sinister aura, causing her to feel weak. Cough, cough. Are you here to assassinate Lord Hokage? Is that how cold you are upon seeing me? You didn't even say a word of greeting. There's nothing to say to someone like you. Looking at her disciple slumped on the ground, Orochimaru crossed her arms and replied, As for assassinating the Hokage, my subordinates and I are currently unable to do so. I merely came to see the blooming flowers of the new generation. Are you planning to plant that thing on my neck on someone else? Seeing the fierce gaze Hondo cast at her, Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seems you are as clever as ever. But remember, do not tell anyone about this or Konoha will face some calamities. As Orochimaru noticed the mix of killing intent and other emotions in Honda's gaze, she playfully reached out to gently caress Honda's cheek, saying, It seems your gaze has changed. Are you feeling a bit jealous? Or are you resentful about how I used you and then discarded you? You bastard. As she looked at Honda's furious gaze, Orochimaru had just stood up from the ground when a white figure suddenly appeared behind her. By the time Orochimaru reacted and turned around, Jiraiya's fist had already slammed into her cheek. Boom. Watching Orochimaru fly out like a cannonball smashing through half a tree, Hondo looked at the figure before her with an incredulous expression. You are Jiraiya? Weren't you always wandering outside? After wandering for a while, one must occasionally come back to see things. Seeing Honda's weak state, Jiraiya formed seals with both hands and slapped the summoning seal on the ground. A large red toad secured Hondo with its tongue on its back and swiftly jumped away. Emerging from the tree trunk, Orochimaru slowly walked out, forcefully adjusting her jaw, her dark golden eyes fixated on Jiraiya as she calmly said, I didn't expect you, who have been wandering the ninja world for years, to unexpectedly return at this moment. It seems I truly have struck the jackpot. If usually the village only had the old man as the high-level combat force, her plan would have been perfect, but with Jiraiya here it required re-evaluation. Orochimaru, it has been several years since we last met, hasn't it? I didn't expect our reunion to be under such circumstances. This is also beyond my expectations, but it's fine. You couldn't catch up to me before, and even more so now. Orochimaru licked her lips, revealing a mocking smile, then transformed into a snake tail and suddenly dashed into the surrounding foliage. Don't think you can escape. Fire-style fireball. Boom. A violent roar and red light erupted in the west, causing the Odanin trio busy searching for Sasuke to frown. Is there a battle happening over there? Why is there such a commotion? I don't know, but it's clear that it's someone we cannot afford to provoke. Our priority is to complete the mission Lord Orochimaru assigned us. Tashina shook his head cautiously upon hearing the intense bombardment, then ran in the opposite direction. The path here is blocked. Oh, let's take another route. As long as we kill Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru will surely reward us handsomely. On the other side of the Death Forest, the setting sun tossed the heaven scroll in hand. Before looking at the exhausted Sasuke and Naruto, she tossed the scroll back. As for why Naruto was here, it seemed he was somewhat dissatisfied with Sasuke's decision to contest the scroll's possession with Xiong, which led to him getting beaten up. What are you doing? Are you looking down on us? It seems our scrolls are duplicates. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, watching Xiong take out a heaven scroll from her clothing, Sasuke was at a loss for words. Did he just take a beating for nothing? Although fighting with a strong opponent would increase his power, for some reason, he felt extremely uncomfortable battling this ninja from the land of snow. Every attack of his was easily seen through, and he barely managed to touch her. Moreover, the intensity of her attacks left him flustered and struggling to cope. Adding Naruto to the mix didn't change much. Although he was not as strong as the previous snake monster, he was still much stronger than them. Were all the creatures in the Chunin exams from previous years like this? Damn, why am I so weak? If this is all I have, how can I defeat that despicable guy? Thinking about how he had trained hard for so many years, and yet might not even be considered mid-tier in the Chunin exam, Sasuke's mood unexpectedly turned quite frustrating. Hey Sasuke, this isn't like you. It's just a small setback, right? If you can't do it, get back up and train harder. Yes, Sasuke, even if we are not as skilled, we must remain strong. Just as Naruto and Sakura were cheering Sasuke on, Xiong noticed a sudden movement in the grass from a distance, raising an eyebrow. Aren't those the three Odanin who opposed Kabuto? How did they find their way here? Hey, are you the one called Uchiha Sasuke? After a long search, we finally found you. In the depths of the Death Forest, Tuasijin sneered as he looked at Sasuke, who was lying on the ground. Boss, it seems like they have quite a number of people. Sakchung said, glancing at the 6 ninjas from Team 7 and the Snow Team. Didn't you see they are also competitors? Didn't you just exhaust yourself? Isn't it better to reap the benefits from the sidelines? Besides, looking at these 3 girls from the Snow Country, they are so slender and weak. Are you afraid of them? It sounds like you have a point. What do you want? Seeing the gaze of the 3 sound ninjas fixated on Sasuke, Sakura immediately stood in front of them. Get lost or I will kill you. Sensing the fierce killing intent from the 3, Sakura still stood her ground in front of Naruto and Sasuke. You will not harm Sasuke and Naruto. Hey everyone, it seems there are some other people around. Shouldn't you pay attention to them? You better not meddle or you will be killed too. Hearing the voice of Xiong reminding them, Tuasijin glanced at the 3 nearby. Someone just spoke to you in the same tone. Xiong nodded towards Bai, who stood beside them looking at the 3 sound ninjas. Seeing the 2 who stepped forward, Sakchung snorted coldly. It seems you are determined to oppose us, so let's deal with you quickly. Sakchung raised both hands, and the devices on his wrists emitted a piercing sound wave directed at the group. This force can easily shatter even rocks. As expected, the 3 sound ninjas were completely defeated in just a few exchanges, bound by ropes to a large tree, and the sound ninjutsu tools they used to attack were frozen in hard ice, unable to be released in a short period. Damn, how did it end up like this? If you have the guts, untie our tools, and let's settle this once and for all. Looking at the 3 still swinging on the tree, Xiong fastened the earth scroll to her waist, and with one hand on her hip, shook her head at them. I don't want to play with kids right now. Let's call it a day. I hope to see you again next time, sayonara. Xiong waved goodbye to them, and then used the body flicker technique to disappear with the other 2. Watching the Snow Team vanish, Sakura, standing in front of her 2 teammates, let out a sigh of relief. Sasuke, who had gotten up from the ground and regained some strength, clenched his fists as he looked at Xiang's retreating figure in the distance. How could he allow himself to be constantly defeated by others in this state? If he only had this little strength, how could he seek revenge on that man? A few hours later, the Snow Team was leaping through the complex terrain of the Death Forest, and Bai approached Xiong asking, Sister Xiong, what's our next plan? For now, there is no plan. Just hurry to the central tower. Understood. As Xiang led the snow team towards the center of the death forest, she suddenly stopped upon seeing a large area of scorched earth. Strange, how could there be such a wide range of fire release traces? It doesn't seem like the work of the Konoha Anbu. Jumping closer to a charred area, Xiang rubbed the black ash in confusion. It should be the traces left by the pursuit of Orochimaru, but this ninjutsu's power clearly exceeds that of a jonin. While Xiang was still observing the surrounding traces, she seemed to sense something suddenly and threw a kunai into the bushes behind her. Yo, as your senior brother, isn't it a bit rude to greet you with a kunai? Seeing Jiraiya emerge from the bushes with the kunai, Xiang's pupils slightly widened. How did he end up here? A few minutes later and another snow ninja temporarily rested on a nearby tree, while Xiang and Jiraiya were discussing something in a tree hollow nearby. It seems like we last met several years ago. I'm really sorry for accidentally knocking you down back then, but I didn't expect you to be a ninja from the snow country. I didn't realize how far away that place is from Myaboka Mountain. Oh, it seems a bit too late for you to apologize now, but is there a problem with me being a ninja from the snow country? Even ninjas from small countries have the right to choose their own destinies. Hearing Xiang say this, Jiraiya was taken aback as if he remembered the 3 disciples he had taught during the Ninja World War. They were citizens of the Rain Country, and during that war-torn era they spread the ideology of peace, trying to build bridges of trust between people to change the fate of not just the Rain Country, but all ninjas, but unfortunately, they ultimately failed. What you said makes sense. To learn sage techniques from a remote place is indeed a result of both effort and talent. Seeing that Jiraiya seemed unaware of her true identity, Xiang let out a long breath inwardly. How could she forget about the sage's matters? It seemed she needed to find a sage to discuss, keeping her secret. By the way, what brings you to the Forest of Death? Surely not just to scout among the Chunin exam candidates for that so-called child of prophecy. Perched atop a branch in the Forest of Death, Tsujiri watched Jiraiya, seemingly idle, as the setting sun calmly unscrewed a canteen and asked, I've long abandoned my search for the child of prophecy. Didn't the great Toad Sage inform you? Jiraiya replied, mildly surprised by Tsujiri's question. Hearing that Jiraiya had ceased his quest, Tsujiri nearly choked, almost spitting water straight into his face. He stopped searching for the child of prophecy. How could such a thing happen? Had the plot veered off course again? That shouldn't be possible. Speaking of which, a grotesque half-snake man has recently appeared within this exam arena. Have you seen him?